Get It Queen by Tyla Walker.
Planning parties for billionaires? Easy.
Planning to fall for one? That wasn't in the schedule.
Dean Brock has that $1 billion swagger.
But his ego's bigger than his bank account.
Too bad he's got the body to back it up.
Single moms don't have time for those kinds of distractions.
But Dean wants to explore every aspect of parenthood.
And if you want to hear the steamy scenes, use code SAVE40 for 40% off on any unabridged Tyla Walker audiobook.
I don't know about you, but some details are too good to miss out on.
Speaking of missing out, don't forget that subscribing to the channel will keep you in the loop on all the newest releases.
Plus, becoming a subscriber, liking videos, and commenting to share your thoughts is what keeps this channel running.
Without your support, these free full audiobooks wouldn't be possible.
Now settle in, and thanks for choosing Tyla Walker's Get It Queen. Chapter 1. Dean. The sharp ring of my phone cuts through the silence of my office. I glance at the caller ID, eyebrow arching at the unfamiliar number. Probably another client with a discreet request. I press the speaker button, leaning back in my chair. Brock speaking. Dean? Holy crap, it is you! A familiar voice booms through the speaker, catching me off guard. It's Runyon! Runyon Saffridge! Remember me, you uptight bastard? I can't help but smirk. Runyon, that you? Damn, it's been what, 15 years? Closer to 20, you prick. How the hell are you? I adjust my collar, a habit I've never shaken. Still breathing. What's got you calling out of the blue? Can a guy check in on his old boarding school buddy? Sure, if that guy isn't you. What's the angle, Runyon? He laughs, the sound bringing back memories of late-night pranks and shared cigarettes behind the dorms. All right, you got me. I've got a proposition for you. I lean forward, intrigued despite myself. I'm listening. How'd you like to get out of that DC fishbowl? I'm talking a change of scenery, fresh air, ocean views, and enough privacy to make even your paranoid butt feel secure. You trying to sell me a timeshare? Better. I'm inviting you to Breezy Point. It's this exclusive little slice of heaven in Splendor Valley. I'm the mayor now, if you can believe it. I snort. You? In charge of anything? Now I know you're messing with me. Look it up, butthead. We've got 20 estates, private beaches, and enough security to make Fort Knox look like a 7-Eleven. I pull up a search on my computer, scrolling through the results. Well, I'll be damned. He's not lying. I lean back in my chair, fingers flying over the keyboard as I dig into this Breezy Point place. The more I uncover, the more my eyebrows climb. Jesus, Runyon. This place is like Fort Knox meets the Hamptons. His laugh crackles through the speaker. Told you, didn't I? But keep reading. It gets better. I scroll through images of sprawling estates perched on cliffs, private beaches that stretch for miles without a soul in sight. The village itself looks like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting, if Rockwell had a thing for billionaires. 20 estates, you said? Yep. Each one with its own slice of paradise. And get this. We've got a helipad and a private runway. How's that sound for your, sensitive clientele? I pause, my hand automatically going to adjust my collar. You're not messing with me about the security, right? Dean, my man, we've got enough tech to make the NSA jealous, plus the natural geography. It's a goddamn fortress. I pull up a satellite view, and he's not wrong. The place is practically an island, connected to the mainland by a narrow strip of land. All right, color me interested. But what's the catch? Catch? There's no catch. Well, maybe one tiny one. I groan. Here we go. You gotta get your butt down here ASAP. I've got a spot opening up, but it won't last long. These places are hotter than a $2 pistol. I glance at my watch, then at the stack of files on my desk. The thought of escaping this fishbowl, as Runyon called it, is suddenly very appealing. When's the next flight? Hot damn, that's what I'm talking about! I can practically hear his grin through the phone. I'll text you the details. I'm already on my feet, grabbing my go-bag from under the desk. You better not be yanking my chain, Runyon. Would I lie to you? Do you really want me to answer that? His laughter follows me out the door as I head out of my office. I stride out of my office, go-bag in hand, my mind already racing with the possibilities Runyon's offer presents. DC's been feeling like a straitjacket lately. Every move watched, every conversation potentially bugged. For a guy in my line of work, it's a nightmare. As I pass by my secretary's desk, I catch her eye. Sandra, I'm heading out. Clear my schedule for the next few days. She looks up, startled. But sir, you have that meeting with the... Cancel it. I cut her off, my tone brooking no argument. Anything urgent? Route it to my secure line. Sandra nods, her eyes widening slightly as she takes in my determined stance. Of course, Mr. Brock. Will you need any travel arrangements? No. I've got it covered. I adjust my collar, a habit I can't seem to shake. And Sandra, not a word about where I'm going. To anyone. Her cheeks color slightly as she nods again. Understood, sir. Have a safe trip. As I make my way through the office, I can feel eyes on me. It's not an uncommon occurrence. Being 6'2" inches with wavy reddish-blonde hair and sea-blue eyes tends to draw attention, but today it grates on my nerves. Too many eyes, too many ears. And that's the problem with DC. In the elevator, a young intern practically trips over herself trying to make room for me. I give her a curt nod, my mind already on Breezy Point and its promise of privacy. Stepping out onto the bustling DC street, I hail a cab with a sharp whistle. As I slide into the back seat, I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the rearview mirror. The J. Crew look suits me, I'll admit, but there's a hardness in my eyes that no amount of preppy clothing can soften. Reagan National, I tell the driver, then lean back, my long legs cramped in the small space. As we weave through traffic, I pull out my phone and read through the flight arrangements Runyon has made for me. This Breezy Point better be everything he promised. A clandestine HQ with a private helipad and airplane runway? It sounds too good to be true. But if it pans out, it could be exactly what I need to take the Brock Group to the next level. I smirk to myself, thinking of the look on my old man's face when I tell him about this move. Gareth Brock, former Pinkerton man, always harping on about the importance of staying under the radar. Well, Pop, it doesn't get more under the radar than a billionaire's playground in the middle of nowhere. As the cab pulls up to the airport, I feel a surge of anticipation. It's been a long time since anything's caught me by surprise, but leave it to Runyon Saffridge to pull it off. The private jet touches down with a gentle bump, and I resist the urge to adjust my collar. Breezy Point. Time to see if Runyon's promises hold water. As I step off the plane, the salt-tinged air hits me. It's a far cry from DC's smog-filled atmosphere. A stewardess approaches, all professional smiles and crisp uniform. Mr. Brock, we've handed your belongings to your companion, she says, gesturing behind me. I nod, not bothering to correct her assumption. The blonde trailing me isn't exactly a companion, but her presence is necessary. Thanks, I mutter, striding towards the terminal. The click of heels behind me confirms my companion's keeping pace. We're almost at the pickup area when a whirlwind of dark hair and long limbs comes barreling around the corner. Crap! The woman collides with me, her papers scattering across the polished floor. I steady myself, more annoyed than hurt. Watch where you're going, I snap. She's already on her knees, scrambling to gather her documents. Sorry, I'm late for a flight and... We step around her, not interested in excuses. As we walk away, I hear the woman call out, "Have a nice day!" Her cheery tone grates on my nerves. Christ, I mutter. I hope that ditzy broad isn't a permanent fixture here. We push through the doors to the pickup area, and I spot Runyon immediately. Hard to miss him, really. He's leaning against a sleek black SUV, grinning like he's won the lottery. "Dean Brock!" he bellows, arms wide. "Welcome to paradise, you miserable bastard!" I can't help but smirk. Still as subtle as a sledgehammer, I see. Runyon laughs, clapping me on the back. "And you're still a cold fish. Some things never change." His eyes flick to my blonde chaperone. "And who's this vision?" "Classified," I say flatly. Runyon's eyebrows shoot up, but he recovers quickly. Right. Your mysterious ways and all that jazz?" He opens the car door. "Hop in, both of you. Let me give you the grand tour." As we slide into the plush leather seats, I can't help but think about the woman at the airport. If Breezy Point is full of scatterbrained idiots like her, Runyon and I are going to have words. As Runyon guides us through Breezy Point, I can't help but be impressed. The place is a masterpiece of exclusivity and discretion. "And here's Main Street," Runyon announces, gesturing to a quaint stretch of pastel-colored buildings. "We've got everything from gourmet cafes to high-end boutiques, all the comforts of civilization without the riffraff." I nod, taking it all in. "Not bad, Run, but I'm more interested in the security setup." He grins, tapping the side of his nose. "Thought you might be. We've got state-of-the-art surveillance systems, facial recognition, the works. Plus, our natural geography is a security wet dream." "And the estate?" I ask, adjusting my collar. "Saving the best for last, my friend." We pull up to a sprawling mansion perched on a cliff overlooking the bay. It's a modern marvel of glass and steel, all clean lines and sharp angles. "Damn it," I mutter despite myself. Runyon's grin widens. "Wait till you see inside." The interior is just as impressive. Floor-to-ceiling windows offer panoramic views of the ocean, and the open floor plan practically screams power move. "So, what do you think?" Runyon asks, leaning against a sleek kitchen island. "Perfect for your clandestine operations, right?" I arch an eyebrow. "You've done your homework." He shrugs. "Had to make sure I was pitching to the right guy. This place isn't just a home, Dean. It's a fortress. Private helipad, secure communications, the works." "And what's in it for you?" I ask, never one to beat around the bush. Runyon chuckles. "Always suspicious. Look, having the Brock Group here, it's a win-win. You get your secure HQ, and Breezy Point gets an added layer of protection. Plus, let's be real, your presence alone will boost property values." I can't argue with his logic, but something still nags at me. "Why me? Run. You've got billionaires knocking down your door, I'm sure." He looks me straight in the eye, all traces of joviality gone. "Because I trust you, Dean. We may have been punk kids back in the day, but I always knew you had integrity. This place, it's special. I need someone who gets that." I nod slowly, processing his words. It's odd, sure, but I can't deny the appeal. A secure base of operations away from prying eyes and ears. It's exactly what I need. "All right," I say finally. "I'm in." Runyon's face splits into a grin. "Hot damn. Welcome to Breezy Point, you uptight bastard." As we shake hands, I can't help but feel like I've just stepped into a new chapter. One with a hell of a view.
Chapter 2. Diane. I dash out of my house, nearly tripping over my own feet as I fumble with my suitcase. Veronique's sleek convertible pulls up, and I can't help but grin at her perfectly coiffed hair. "Girl, you look like you just rolled out of bed," she calls out, lowering her oversized sunglasses. "That's because I did," I laugh, tossing my bag in the back seat. "Thanks for the ride, V. You're a lifesaver." "Anything for my favorite party planner," she winks. "Coffee stop?" "God, yes. I need caffeine like I need air right now." We cruise down Main Street, the quaint storefronts of Breezy Point, a blur of pastel and white brick. Veronique pulls into her cafe's parking lot, and we hop out. "So, Spill," she says as we wait in line, What's got you so amped about this convention? I can't contain my excitement. V, this is huge. We're talking next-level party planning insights, the kind of stuff that'll make our billionaire residents' jaws drop. As if they don't already worship the ground you walk on, Veronique teases. Please, they expect perfection, and I aim to deliver. I lean in, lowering my voice. Word is there's going to be a session on incorporating AI into event experiences. Can you imagine? Personalized holographic hosts for each guest. Veronique's eyes widen. Damn, girl, you're gonna leave those stuffy old money types in the dust. We grab our coffees and head back to the car. As we merge onto the highway, my thoughts drift to Chelsea. I can't wait to see my baby girl, I say softly, my heart aching. The care home says she's making progress with her speech therapy. Veronique reaches over and squeezes my hand. That's fantastic, Di. How long can you stay with her this time? Just overnight. But every moment counts, you know. I sigh, sipping my coffee. Sometimes I wonder if I'm doing the right thing, being so far away. Hey, you're giving her the best care possible. That takes sacrifice. I nod, grateful for her understanding. And who knows? Maybe this convention will lead to even bigger opportunities. Chelsea deserves the world, and I'm going to give it to her. As we approach the airport, my excitement builds again. Watch out, Richmond. I grin. Diane Carthage is coming to town, and she's ready to party plan like a boss. I stride through the airport, my heels clicking against the polished floor. The ticket counter's in sight, and I'm feeling good about making my flight on time. That's when it happens. Wham! A solid mass slams into me, nearly knocking me off my feet. My coffee cup teeters precariously, threatening to spill its contents all over my best blazer. Crap! I exclaim, steadying myself. I'm so sorry. I'm late for The words die on my lips as I look up. And up. A tall, imposing man with wavy reddish blonde hair and sea blue eyes stares down at me. His face is a mask of cold indifference. Beside him, a leggy blonde regards me with a mixture of boredom and disdain. Maybe you should watch where you're going, I hear him declare, his tone oozing contempt. The man's gaze flicks over me, dismissive and cold. Without uttering a single word, he adjusts the grip on his sleek steel case and expensive-looking computer bag, then sweeps past me as if I'm nothing more than an inconvenient piece of furniture, cluttering his pristine world. For a moment, I'm left standing there stunned and a bit rattled, my heart pounding in my ears. The blonde follows in his wake, her stilettos clicking against the floor. They move in perfect sync, like two swans gliding across a pond, if swans were rude and had a superiority complex. Seriously? I call after them, my temper flaring. Not even an I'm sorry? They don't even pause. The man's broad shoulders don't so much as twitch in acknowledgement. I stand there, mouth agape, as they disappear into the crowd. The nerve of some people. I've dealt with my fair share of entitled attitudes in Breezy Point, but this takes the cake. Hell, it takes the whole bakery. I'm used to the occasional snub from the billionaire set, but this duo's rudeness is on another level entirely. Unbelievable, I mutter, smoothing down my suit with hands that are still a little shaky from the encounter. A quick check confirms no coffee stains, thank God. I'd hate to show up at the convention looking like I'd lost a fight with a vending machine. That's the last thing I need when I'm trying to network and drum up new business. As I continue toward the ticket counter, my mind buzzes with indignation. Who do they think they are? I've never seen them around Breezy Point before, but they've certainly got the attitude down pat. I reach the counter, still seething. The ticket agent greets me with a smile. Good morning. How can I help you today? I take a deep breath, forcing a smile. Hi there, I have a ticket to Richmond, Virginia. I'm still fuming as I hand over my ID to the ticket agent, when Veronique's voice cuts through my anger like a cool breeze. Di, are you okay? I saw that whole thing. Talk about a royal jerk. I turn to face her, forcing a smile. I'm fine, V. Just another day in the glamorous life of Diane Carthage, party planner extraordinaire and human bumper car. Veronique's eyes narrow. That guy is definitely easy on the eyes, though. Gotta give credit where it's due. Sure, if you're into the whole chiseled jaw, piercing eyes thing, I scoff, rolling my eyes. Too bad his personality's as appealing as week-old sushi. And that blonde? Veronique whistles low. Legs for days. Yeah, well, those legs were attached to an equally charming personality, I mutter, grabbing my boarding pass. Here's hoping they're just passing through. I don't need that kind of energy in Breezy Point. Veronique leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. You never know, Di. Maybe he's our newest billionaire resident. Wouldn't that be something? I groan. Don't even joke about that. I'd rather plan a toddler's birthday party in a china shop. Well, if he is sticking around, at least you'll have some eye candy to ogle while you're setting up those fancy soirees, Veronique teases. Hard pass, I say, shouldering my bag. I'll stick to ogling the catering staff, thank you very much. At least they know how to say excuse me. Veronique pulls me into a quick hug. All right, girl, go knock 'em dead at that convention. And give that sweet Chelsea a big kiss from Auntie V. Will do, I promise, my heart warming at the thought of my daughter. Thanks again for the ride. I owe you one. You bet you're behind you do. Veronique grins. I expect a full report on all the party planning gossip when you get back. I settle into my seat on the plane, my mind still buzzing from the encounter at the airport. The image of that infuriating man flashes through my thoughts, and I can't seem to shake it. Those piercing blue eyes, that chiseled jaw. Get it together, Diane. I mutter to myself, earning a curious glance from my seatmate. I rummage through my bag, desperate for a distraction. My fingers brush against a familiar shape, and I pull out the worn photograph of Chelsea. Her smile, so pure and bright, instantly melts away my frustration. Soon, baby girl, I whisper, tracing her face with my fingertip. Mommy's coming. The elderly woman next to me leans over. What a beautiful child, she says, her voice warm. Is that your daughter? I nod, unable to keep the pride from my voice. Yes, this is Chelsea. She's 3. She has your eyes, the woman observes. You must miss her terribly when you're away. More than anything, I admit. But I'm on my way to see her now. As the plane takes off, I find myself sharing Chelsea's story with this kind stranger. It's oddly cathartic, talking about my daughter's challenges and triumphs with someone who has no preconceptions. You're doing an incredible job, she assures me. It's clear how much you love her. I smile, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Thank you. Sometimes I wonder if I'm making the right choices, you know? Honey, you're moving mountains for that little girl. Don't ever doubt yourself. Her words stay with me as I watch the clouds drift by. I check my watch, counting down the minutes until I can hold Chelsea in my arms again. The convention suddenly seems less important in comparison. As the flight attendant comes by with drinks, I catch a glimpse of wavy reddish blonde hair, a few rows ahead. My stomach does an unwelcome flip. It couldn't be him, could it? I crane my neck, trying to get a better look. Looking for someone? My seatmate asks, amusement in her voice. I slump back in my seat, embarrassed. No, Just thought I recognized someone. Turns out it wasn't them after all. She gives me a knowing look. Ah, I see. Well, whoever they are, they're clearly on your mind. I laugh, shaking my head. Trust me, it's not like that. Just a rude guy I bumped into at the airport? Literally. She hums, not looking convinced. Well, sometimes the ones who get under our skin the most are the ones worth paying attention to. I roll my eyes, but can't help smiling. I'll keep that in mind. For now, though, I'm focusing on this little face right here. I tap Chelsea's photo. She's all that matters. As the plane begins its descent into Richmond, my excitement builds. In just a few short minutes, I'll be reunited with my baby girl. The thought of her giggles, her soft curls, and her tiny arms wrapped around my neck push everything else from my mind.
Chapter 3. Dean. I stand on the balcony of my new seaside mansion, surveying the organized chaos below. Moving trucks line the winding driveway, their backs open like hungry maws, ready to devour the contents of my life. The salty breeze ruffles my hair as I bark orders into my phone. No, the Rembrandt goes in the study, not the living room. And for Christ's sake, be careful with those servers. They're worth more than your yearly salary. I end the call with a frustrated sigh, adjusting my collar. The move to Breezy Point is a logistical nightmare, but it's necessary. DC had become too crowded, too nosy. Here I can conduct my business in peace. As I watch the movers scurry about like ants, I realize I need a strong cup of coffee to deal with this nonsense. I snatch my keys and make my way to my sleek Aston Martin convertible, praying a breezy cruise with the top down will soothe my frayed nerves. The drive down Park Avenue is mercifully short. I park in front of a quaint little place called Café Veronique. The bell chimes as I push open the door, the aroma of freshly ground coffee beans hitting me like a jolt of electricity. Behind the counter stands a woman with a Jackie Kennedy vibe, all elegance and poise. She looks up as I approach, a smile spreading across her face. "Well, hello there, handsome stranger," she says, her voice warm and inviting. "What can I get for you?" I lean against the counter, offering her my most charming smile. "The strongest coffee you've got. I'm Dean, by the way. Dean Brock. Just moved in up the coast." "Ah, so you're the mysterious new resident everyone's been buzzing about. I'm Veronique, owner of this little slice of caffeinated heaven." She extends her hand, which I shake firmly. As Veronique prepares my coffee, I notice a gunmetal gray Persian cat perched on a nearby stool, watching me with unblinking green eyes. Its diamond-studded collar catches the light, sparkling ostentatiously. "And who's this little diva?" I ask, reaching out to pet the cat. Veronique glances over her shoulder. "Oh, that's Gigi. She's the real boss around here, and I'd be careful if I were you. She's not easily impressed by newcomers, no matter how handsome they might be." As if to prove Veronique's point, Gigi lets out a disdainful meow and turns her back on me, tail swishing haughtily. I chuckle, withdrawing my hand. "Message received, Your Highness. I know when I'm not wanted." Veronique slides a steaming cup of coffee across the counter. "Don't take it personally. Gigi's particular about her company. Unlike me," she adds with a wink. I take a sip of the coffee, savoring the rich, bold flavor. Damn, that's good. I think I've found my new favorite spot in Breezy Point. I exit Café Veronique, the lingering scent of coffee still enveloping me. The quaint allure of Park Avenue stretches out before me, a stark contrast to the hectic streets of D.C. "Well, crap," I mutter, taking another sip of my coffee. "This place might actually grow on me." I stroll down the sidewalk, observing the mix of locals and tourists. A group of silver-haired ladies gossip outside a chic little bakery, their Chanel bags swinging as they laugh. Further down, a couple of kids on skateboards weave through the crowd, narrowly avoiding a man walking 3 impeccably groomed poodles. "Watch it, you little brats!" the man yells, his crisp linen suit a stark contrast to his colorful language. I can't help but chuckle. Even the profanity here has a touch of class. As I near my car, I spot a sleek yoga studio. Through the window, I see a group of toned Lululemon-clad women contorting themselves into impossible shapes. It's like a live-action Cirque du Soleil, minus the creepy makeup. Definitely not missing the DC gym, I mutter, sliding into my Aston Martin. I take a moment to savor my coffee, enjoying the feel of the leather seats and the warm sun on my face. This is the life. Peace, quiet, and a damn good cup of joe. Suddenly, a flash of movement catches my eye. I look up to see a familiar figure striding down the sidewalk. It's her, the woman I bumped into at the airport last week. Even from this distance, I can see the determination in her stride, the way she carries herself with a mix of grace and purpose. I watch as the woman struggles with her load of folders and portfolios. Just as she passes my car, a gust of wind catches her papers, sending them flying in all directions. She lets out a frustrated groan that carries over the breeze. Damn it, I mutter, adjusting my collar. Part of me wants to drive off and pretend I didn't see this comedy of errors unfold, but my conscience, and maybe something else, won't let me. I put down my coffee and step out of my convertible, sighing heavily. "Need a hand?" I call out, striding towards her. She looks up, amber eyes widening in recognition. "Oh, it's you," she says, her tone a mix of surprise and annoyance. "Don't sound so excited," I retort, bending down to scoop up a handful of papers. "I could always get back in my car and leave you to this mess." She huffs, blowing a stray curl out of her face. "Well, since you're already here." We work in silence for a moment, chasing down errant sheets of paper. As I grab a portfolio that's skittered under a nearby bench, I can't help but notice her long, toned legs. I shake my head, trying to dispel the thought. "So," I say, clearing my throat, "you're still in Breezy Point. I thought you were just passing through." She straightens up, arms full of reclaimed documents. "I live here, actually. Have for over a decade." Her eyes narrow, unlike some people who just breeze in and act like they own the place. I feel my jaw tighten. "Look, if this is about the airport—" "Oh, you mean when you and your arm candy nearly knocked me over without so much as an excuse me?" She arches an eyebrow. "No. Why would I still be thinking about that?" I hand her the last of the papers, our fingers brushing briefly. A jolt of something, definitely not attraction, courses through me. "Well, I'm helping you now, aren't I say, gesturing to the restored pile in her arms. She rolls her eyes. "My hero!" she deadpans. "I suppose I should thank you for your overwhelming generosity." I clear my throat, adjusting my collar. "Look, we got off on the wrong foot. Let's start over." I extend my hand. "Dean Brock, I just moved here from D.C. She eyes my hand warily before shaking it. Her grip is firm, confident. "Diane Carthage." "Nice to meet you, Diane." The words feel stiff on my tongue. "So, what do you do here in this slice of paradise?" She shifts the pile of papers in her arms. "I run soiree nights, a party planning business. These billionaires don't throw their own shindigs, you know." I nod, trying to look interested. "Sounds festive." "And you?" she asks, arching an eyebrow. "What brings a DC hotshot to our humble abode?" I hesitate, adjusting my collar again. "I run an international investigative firm. Needed a change of scenery. Less prying eyes." "Ah, so you're the mysterious new neighbor everyone's been gossiping about." She smirks. "Gotta say you're not quite living up to the hype." I feel my jaw clench. Sorry to disappoint. An awkward silence stretches between us. I rack my brain for something to say. "So, you like it here?" I cringe internally at the banality of the question. Diane shrugs. "It's home. Great for business if you can get past the egos. I nod, unsure how to respond. Well, thanks for the warm welcome. Oh, is that what this is? She quirks an eyebrow. I force a chuckle. I'm trying here. You're welcome, I guess, she says, her tone softening slightly. And thanks for the help with the papers. Anytime, I reply, surprised by the sincerity in my voice. We stand there for a moment, the air thick with unspoken words and lingering tension. I clear my throat, suddenly aware of the awkward silence that settled between us. Well, I should probably get going. Lots of unpacking to do. Diane nods, shifting the stack of papers in her arms. Right. And I've got a client meeting in. She glances at her watch. Crap. 10 minutes ago. Punctuality isn't your strong suit, huh? I can't help but smirk. She narrows her eyes. I was doing just fine until someone decided to play Good Samaritan. Next time I'll let the wind have its way with your paperwork, I retort, adjusting my collar. There's the warm welcome I've come to expect, Diane says, rolling her eyes. Enjoy your unpacking, Mr. Brock. Try not to knock over any unsuspecting locals on your way home. I watch as she turns on her heel, striding away with purpose. The sunlight catches her hair, highlighting the subtle auburn undertones. I shake my head, trying to clear the thought. Hey, Diane, I call out before I can stop myself. She pauses, glancing back over her shoulder. Yes? Good luck with your meeting. Don't let those billionaire egos get you down. A hint of a smile plays at the corners of her mouth. Thanks, and Dean, try not to be such a jerk. It might actually suit you. With that, she's gone, leaving me standing on the sidewalk like an idiot. I run a hand through my hair, feeling strangely off balance. My heart's racing, and I tell myself it's just the caffeine hitting my system. I climb back into my Aston Martin, gripping the steering wheel tighter than necessary. As I pull away from the curb, I catch a glimpse of Diane in my rearview mirror, her long legs carrying her swiftly down the street. Get it together, Brock, I mutter to myself, adjusting the collar of my shirt once more. She's just another local. Nothing special.
Chapter 4. Diane. The bell above Café Veronique's door chimes as I step inside, the aroma of freshly ground coffee beans and warm pastries enveloping me. Veronique's perfectly coiffed hair catches the morning sunlight streaming through the windows as she looks up from behind the counter. Diane, you're just in time. I've got so much to tell you, she gushes, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I raise an eyebrow, sliding onto a stool at the counter. Oh, what's got you all worked up this morning? Veronique leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. That new guy, Dean Brock, he came in yesterday. My God, Diane, he's even more gorgeous up close. I roll my eyes, trying to ignore the little flutter in my stomach at the mention of his name. Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting him yesterday. He helped me pick up some papers I dropped. And? What did you think? Veronique presses, sliding a steaming latte across the counter to me. I shrug, aiming for nonchalance. He seemed fine. A bit stiff, maybe. Definitely not as charming as you're making him out to be. Veronique's eyes narrow. Diane Carthage, you're holding out on me. I saw the way you looked when I mentioned his name. I don't know what you're talking about, I mutter, taking a sip of my latte to hide my face. A soft meow interrupts us, and I glance down to see Gigi, Veronique's gunmetal gray Persian, staring up at me with her usual air of superiority. Even Gigi's intrigued by him, Veronique says, reaching down to scratch behind the cat's ears. Though she's playing it cool, aren't you, sweetie? Gigi blinks slowly, her diamond-studded collar catching the light as she turns away, clearly unimpressed. At least someone around here has some sense, I say, but I can't help the small smile tugging at my lips. So he's sticking around the point, huh? Veronique nods eagerly. Apparently, he's moved into one of those big mansions on the coast. Can you believe it? I take another sip of my latte, trying to appear casual as I ask, so did he come in with that blonde woman, the one from the airport? Veronique's perfectly arched eyebrow rises. Blonde woman? No, he was alone. Actually, I haven't seen her since that day at the airport. Maybe she was just passing through? My heart does a little flip at this information, and I immediately hate myself for it. I set my cup down with a bit more force than necessary, causing Gigi to look up at me with disdain. Well, that's interesting, I guess, I mutter, reaching for a napkin to fiddle with. Veronique leans in, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Diane, darling, you wouldn't happen to be interested in our new resident, would you? I scoff, tossing the crumpled napkin at her. Please. I'm just curious about the new guy in town. That's all. Uh-huh, she says, unconvinced. And I'm the Queen of England. Your Majesty, I say with a mock bow, grateful for the chance to deflect. Gigi chooses this moment to hop onto the counter, strutting between us like she owns the place, which, to be fair, she kind of does. See? Even Gigi doesn't believe you, Veronique says, scratching under the cat's chin. I roll my eyes, but I can feel a traitorous warmth spreading through my chest. Whatever. He's probably just another rich guy looking for a tax haven or something. The bell above the cafe door chimes, and I nearly choke on my latte as Dean Brock strides in, his presence immediately filling the small space. His sea blue eyes scan the room before landing on me, and I feel a jolt of electricity shoot through my body. Diane, he says, his voice carrying a hint of relief. I'm glad I caught you. I need a favor. I set my cup down, trying to keep my voice steady. Oh, what kind of favor? He slides onto the stool next to me, his long legs brushing against mine. I need a party planner. I'm hosting a sort of gala next month, and I could use your expertise. I can't help the groan that escapes me internally. Of course he needs a party planner, and of course he's asking me. I force a smile, but it feels more like a grimace. I'm sure there are far better party planners you can get from DC. They'd probably be more suited to your caliber of event. Dean's eyebrow quirks up. Are you turning down business, Miss Carthage? I bite my lip, my mind racing. The truth is, I desperately need this contract. Chelsea's care home fees are due soon, and this gig could potentially cover her expenses for an entire year. The thought of my little girl's face, her amber eyes, so like mine, flashes through my mind. I can't let my personal feelings about Dean get in the way of providing for her. No, I'm not turning it down, I say, my voice softer now. I just want to make sure you prefer my services. Of course, I'd be happy to help with your event. Dean's face lights up with a smile that's equal parts charming and infuriating. Excellent. I knew I could count on you, Diane. I resist the urge to roll my eyes. So what exactly did you mean by sort of gala? That's not typically a phrase I hear from clients. He leans back, his arm brushing against mine. The contact sends an unwelcome shiver down my spine. Well, it's my inaugural gala, you could say. A welcome bash for everyone here at Breezy Point. Everyone? I ask, raising an eyebrow. Well, the residents, of course. He clarifies, adjusting his collar. Not the help, naturally. I'm also inviting some big wigs from D.C. and The Hague. It needs to be impressive. My stomach churns at his casual dismissal of the help. I force a tight smile. I see. And when you say big wigs, just how big are we talking? Dean's eyes sparkle with excitement. Think ambassadors, CEOs, maybe even a senator or two. This isn't just a party, Diane. It's a statement. A statement of what, exactly? I can't keep the edge out of my voice. He doesn't seem to notice my tone. That Breezy Point is the new place to be, of course. That we're not just some sleepy coastal town, but a hub for the world's elite. I bite the inside of my cheek, trying to keep my composure. Right, of course. And I assume you'll want the catering staff to be invisible? Perhaps we could just have the food magically appear on plates. Dean laughs, clearly missing my sarcasm. That would be perfect. See, this is why I need you, Diane. You get it? I force another smile, my jaw clenching. Oh, I get it all right. Veronique, who's been pretending not to eavesdrop, catches my eye. She gives me a sympathetic look, which I return with a subtle eye roll. So, Dean continues, oblivious to my discomfort. When can we start planning? I was thinking we could meet at my place tomorrow. Say around 10. The thought of being alone with him in his mansion makes my skin crawl, but I remind myself of Chelsea's face, of the care home bills. I swallow hard. Tomorrow at 10 works fine. I'll bring some preliminary ideas. Perfect, he says, standing up. I look forward to it, Diane. As Dean strides out of the cafe, I can't help but steal a second glance at him. His long legs carry him with an easy grace, and the morning sunlight catches his wavy reddish-blonde hair, giving it an almost ethereal glow. Just as I'm about to look away, he turns his head, and our eyes lock for a brief electric moment. We both quickly avert our gazes, but the damage is done. My heart races, and I silently curse myself for being so obvious. A low growl breaks the tension, and I look down to see Gigi, her fur bristling as she glares at the door Dean just exited through. I hear you, girl, I mutter, reaching out to scratch behind her ears. He's trouble with a capital T. Veronique leans across the counter, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Oh, come on, Diane. You can't deny there's something there. I saw that little moment you two just had. I roll my eyes, focusing on petting Gigi to avoid Veronique's knowing gaze. The only thing there is annoyance and a paycheck. Uh-huh, Veronique says, clearly unconvinced. That's why you were checking out his butt as he left. I was not, I protest, a little too loudly. A couple at a nearby table glances over, and I lower my voice. Look, did you hear what he said about the help? The guy's a grade A jerk. Veronique's smile falters a bit. Okay, yeah, that was pretty tactless. But come on, Diane. It's just another paying job. And from the sounds of it, a pretty big one. I sigh, my fingers absently tracing the rim of my coffee cup. I know, it's just... God, V, I can't stand people like that. Acting like we're invisible unless they need something from us. Hey, Veronique says softly, reaching out to squeeze my hand. I get it. But think about Chelsea. This gig could really help with her care home fees, right? The mention of my daughter's name sends a pang through my chest. I pull out my phone, bringing up a photo of Chelsea's smiling face. Her amber eyes, so like mine, stare back at me, full of innocence and joy. You're right, I admit, my resolve strengthening as I look at my little girl. I can put up with Dean Brock's attitude for Chelsea's sake. Veronique grins, giving my hand another squeeze. That's my girl. And who knows, maybe you'll be able to teach Mr. High and Mighty a thing or two about treating people with respect. I snort, but can't help smiling back. Yeah, right. And maybe Gigi will start barking like a dog. As if on cue, Gigi lets out an indignant meow, hopping off the counter and sauntering away with her tail held high.
Chapter 5. Dean. I pull up to the mansion, the engine purring as I cut it off. The sea breeze ruffles my hair, carrying the salty tang of the ocean. As I step out, I spot Runyon's sleek Tesla gliding up the driveway. Well, if it isn't the man of the hour, Runyon calls out, his grin wide as he exits his car. How's the move treating you, Dean? I adjust my collar, a habit I can't seem to shake. Stressful, but I can't deny this place is a dream run. It's exactly what I needed. We fall into step, heading towards the main house. The sprawling lawn stretches out before us, dotted with carefully manicured hedges and vibrant flower beds. It's a far cry from the concrete jungle of D.C. Glad to hear it, Runyon says, clapping me on the back. Ready to check out the outbuildings? I nod, leading the way down a winding path. You bet. I've got big plans for the Brock Group's new HQ. We approach the first outbuilding, a modernized barn that's been converted into a state-of-the-art communications center. I punch in the security code, and the door slides open with a soft hiss. Jesus, Runyon whispers as we step inside. This looks like something out of a spy movie. I can't help but smirk. That's the idea. We need to stay ahead of the game in this business. The room is filled with monitors, each displaying different data streams and satellite feeds. In the center, a holographic display shows a 3D map of the globe. And this is just the tip of the iceberg, I say, leading Runyon back outside. Wait till you see the rest. We make our way to the next building, a nondescript structure that houses our secure server room and archives. As we walk, Runyon turns to me with a mischievous glint in his eye. So, Dean, I couldn't help but notice you chatting up Diane Carthage in town the other day. I can't help but roll my eyes at Runyon's insinuation. It's not what you think, Run. I'm just hiring her for my welcome bash. Runyon raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, and here I thought you were finally showing interest in something other than work. Cut the crap, I growl, adjusting my collar. What can you tell me about her? Is she any good? Runyon chuckles, shaking his head. Man, where do I even start? Diane's not just any party planner. She's the go-to for every big name in Breezy Point. I raise an eyebrow, skeptical. That good, huh? Better, Runyon says, his tone serious. She's a damn fixture in this community. Focused, deadline-oriented, and works her tail off. The billionaires around here wouldn't even dream of using anyone else. I whistle low, impressed despite myself. No way. Nope, Runyon confirms with a grin. Remember that insane bash the Rothschilds threw last summer? The one that had everyone talking for months? I nod, recalling the gossip that had reached even my ears in D.C. That was all Diane. And let me tell you, she pulled off miracles. We're talking a full-scale recreation of ancient Rome, complete with the entire Colosseum. Jesus, I mutter, adjusting my collar. That must have cost a fortune. Runyon laughs. Oh, it did. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. She's handled events for tech moguls, oil tycoons, even a few heads of state. I lean in, intrigued. Anyone I might know? Let's just say she's got friends in high places, Runyon says with a wink. Trust me, Dean, if you want to make a splash with your welcome bash, Diane's your girl. I nod, processing this information. Maybe I'd underestimated Miss Carthage. I don't know, Run. Does she really have it all together? Every time I've seen her, she's been a whirlwind of chaos. Papers flying, coffee spilling. It's like watching a one-woman disaster movie. Runyon throws his head back, laughter echoing across the manicured lawn. Yeah, that's our Diane. Always got a million things on her plate. But let me tell you something, Dean, he says, his tone growing serious. When the chips are down, there's no finer planner on the planet. I raise an eyebrow, skeptical. That's so? Damn straight. Runyon nods emphatically, leaning in closer as if he's about to share a state secret. You should see her in action when it counts. It's like watching a general command an army. Every detail accounted for, every contingency planned. Hell, I've seen her turn potential disasters into triumphs with nothing but a smartphone and sheer force of will. The woman's got a mind like a steel trap and nerves of titanium. I can't help but furrow my brow, trying to reconcile this description with the walking tornado I've encountered. I mull this over, adjusting my collar. Interesting. What else can you tell me about her? Where's she from? Family? Runyon's eyes narrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, well, well. Maybe you're interested in more than just her services, huh? Cut it out, Run. I growl, feeling my jaw tighten. It's a security thing. I need to know who I'm working with. Sure, Runyon says, holding up his hands in mock surrender. Whatever you say, man. But just so you know, if you were interested, I wouldn't blame you. Diane's quite the catch. I roll my eyes, trying to ignore the way my pulse quickens at the thought. Just give me the facts. Runyon chuckles, shaking his head. All right. She's originally from California. Vallejo, I think. Been here in Breezy Point for over a decade now. Built her business from the ground up. Single mom, works her tail off. I nod, filing away the information. And her kid? Chelsea, Runyon says, his voice softening. Sweet girl, she's in a care home in Richmond. Some kind of long-term illness, I think. Diane doesn't talk about it much. Okay, but can she be discreet? I ask, subtly hinting at the high-profile guest list. My fingers find their way to my collar, adjusting it unconsciously. Runyon's eyes sparkle with amusement. Dean, my man, you're talking about Diane Carthage here. She's not just discreet, she's a goddamn vault. I raise an eyebrow, skeptical. Truly? Absolutely, Runyon nods emphatically. She may not be from our circles, but she knows how to keep things locked down tighter than Fort Knox. I let out a low whistle. High praise coming from you, Run. But I've got some seriously sensitive guests coming. We're talking international diplomats, corporate bigwigs. And spies? Runyon interjects with a smirk. I shoot him a warning glance. You know I can't confirm or deny that. Runyon holds up his hands in mock surrender. Hey, I get it, but trust me, Diane's handled her fair share of hush-hush affairs. Remember that tech mogul's business retreat last year? I nod, recalling the rumors that had circulated. The one that was actually a covert merger negotiation? Bingo, Runyon grins. Diane orchestrated the whole thing. Not a single leak, not even a whisper. Hell, she even managed to keep the staff in the dark. I let out a low whistle, impressed despite myself. Damn, that's actually pretty impressive. You're telling me? Runyon chuckles. I've seen her in action, Dean. She's got this way of making everyone feel at ease while simultaneously running a tight ship. It's like watching a maestro conduct an orchestra. I mull this over, my mind already racing with possibilities. And you're sure she can handle the scale of what I'm planning? Runyon's face grows serious. Dean, I wouldn't steer you wrong. Diane's not just good. She's the best. Your guests will be blown away, and your secrets will stay buried deeper than Jimmy Hoffa. I can't help but laugh at that. All right. You've made your point. I'll give her a shot. My type? Run. I don't have a type. I don't have time for a type. That's ridiculous, and you know it, Runyon counters. When was the last time you even went on a date? I feel my jaw clench. I didn't come here for relationship advice, Runyon. I came here to work, to build something. The Brock Group is my priority right now. Runyon shakes his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. All right. I'll drop it. But promise me you'll at least try to enjoy yourself at this party of yours. Who knows? You might surprise yourself. I force a smile more to appease him than anything else. Sure, Run. I'll try. Now, can we get back to business? I've got a lot to do before this shindig kicks off.
I thought I was getting a fake marriage. but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 6. Diane. I slide into my usual seat at Café Veronique, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee enveloping me like a warm hug. Veronique, looking effortlessly chic as always, sets a steaming mug in front of me. "Double shot?" she asks, one perfectly arched eyebrow raised. "Make it a triple," I groan, glancing at my watch. "I've got that meeting with Mr. High and Mighty in an hour." Veronique chuckles. "You mean our dashing new resident? The one who's got half the town in a tizzy?" I roll my eyes. Please, he's about as dashing as a bulldozer in a china shop. The bell above the door chimes, and Maria bursts in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Ladies, you won't believe what just happened." "Let me guess," I drawl. "You've been abducted by aliens and they've appointed you their fashion guru?" Maria plops down next to me, swatting my arm playfully. "Even better. Dean Brock just hired me to do all the window treatments for his mansion and those fancy new buildings of his." Veronique gasps. "No way. Spill the tea, darling." As Maria launches into a detailed account of her meeting with Dean, I can't help but feel a twinge of something. Jealousy, curiosity, indigestion from last night's leftover pizza. And he wants everything done in shades of blue and gray. "Can you believe it?" Maria finishes, practically bouncing in her seat. "Sounds thrilling," I mutter into my coffee. Veronique leans in, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "But why Breezy Point? A man like that could set up shop anywhere." I snort. "Maybe he's on the run from the fashion police. Did you see that tie he was wearing yesterday?" Maria ignores my jab. "It is odd, isn't it? I mean, don't get me wrong, Breezy Point is paradise, but for a global company like his..." "Maybe he's got a thing for small-town charm," Veronique suggests, absently stroking Gigi, who's perched on the counter like the cafe's feline overlord. "Or maybe," I say, draining the last of my coffee, "he's got something to hide." The words hang in the air, and for a moment we're all silent, contemplating the mystery that is Dean Brock. I can't help but roll my eyes at Maria's starry-eyed enthusiasm. "For whatever reason he's here, I don't care," she gushes, practically bouncing in her seat. "He's handsome and he's loaded. What more could a girl want?" "How about basic human decency?" I mutter, stabbing at the remnants of my croissant with more force than necessary. "Trust me, your Prince Charming is more like a toad in designer loafers." Maria leans in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. "What do you mean? What's got you so riled up about our dashing new neighbor?" I take a deep breath, the memories of our less than stellar encounters flooding back. Where do I even start? First, there was the airport incident. Mr. High and Mighty and his leggy blonde sidekick nearly bulldozed me over without so much as an "excuse me." And then, when he was talking about his big fancy party, he made it crystal clear that the help, that's us by the way, aren't invited. Maria's brow furrows. That doesn't sound like the charming man who just hired me. Yeah, well, maybe he saves his charm for the billionaire set, I retort, unable to keep the bitterness out of my voice. Veronique gives me a knowing look. But you're still planning his party, aren't you? I sigh, deflating a little. Yeah, I am. Look, I can't stand the guy, but I'd be lying if I said the money wasn't great. Chelsea's care home isn't getting any cheaper, and this gig could cover her expenses for a whole year. So you're swallowing the bad with the... Well, I guess we can't really call it good, Maria quips, earning a snort from me. More like choking it down with a gallon of coffee and a prayer, I reply, raising my mug in a mock toast. Here's to selling my soul to the corporate devil. May his party be so fabulous, he chokes on his own caviar. Better this corporate devil than any other, Veronica chimes in, a mischievous glint in her eye. Word on the street is our new resident isn't just loaded. We're talking B for billionaire. I can't help but choke on my coffee. Billionaire? I sputter, grabbing a napkin to dab at my chin. You're kidding, right? Honey, the Breezy Point gossip mill never lies, Veronique says with a wink. And let's face it, a man doesn't buy half the coastline without some serious cash to burn. Maria's eyes widen, her fingers absently tracing the rim of her teacup. Well, I can't argue with that, she murmurs, a dreamy look crossing her face. No wonder he didn't blink an eye at my quote for the window treatments. I roll my eyes, tossing the crumpled napkin onto the table. Great. So he's not just insufferable. He's insufferably rich. That's just peachy. As I'm about to take another sip of my coffee, the cafe door flies open with a bang. Stephanie bursts in, her blonde hair windswept and her eyes wild with excitement. I have the best news, she exclaims, practically vibrating with energy. I raise an eyebrow. Let me guess. Dean Brock asked you to bedazzle his entire mansion? Stephanie lets out a high-pitched squeal that makes me wince. Close. He's hired me to make custom bejeweled gathering ties for all the window treatments in his new place. Maria gasps. No way. That's amazing, Steph. I know, right? Stephanie gushes, sliding into the booth next to Maria. It's going to be at least a 5-figure deal, maybe even 6. The cafe erupts into a flurry of congratulations and excited chatter. I force a smile, but inside my stomach churns. Great. Another person falling under the Dean Brock spell. This is fantastic news, Veronique says, refilling everyone's cups. Looks like our new neighbor is going to be good for business after all. Maria nods enthusiastically. First my window treatments, now Stephanie's jeweled ties. Who knows what other opportunities he'll bring our way? I can't help but roll my eyes. Yeah, because what Breezy Point really needs is more gaudy displays of wealth. Veronique shoots me a look. Come on, Diane. Maybe it isn't all bad. Think about it. With a client like Dean Brock, we could all see a serious boost in business. She's right, Maria chimes in. This could be huge for all of us. Even you, Miss Party Planner. I sigh, twirling my spoon in my coffee. I know. It's just something about that guy rubs me the wrong way. Stephanie leans across the table, her eyes sparkling. Well, maybe you should let him rub you the right way instead. I nearly choke on my coffee. Stephanie? She winks. What? He's gorgeous, loaded, and clearly appreciates quality work. Sounds like a catch to me. Yeah, if you're into arrogant jerks with more money than manners, I mutter. Veronique places a hand on my arm. Look, I get it. He didn't make the best first impression. But think about Chelsea. A client like this could mean real security for her future. Yeah. If I don't strangle him with his own silk tie first, I grumble, but I can't deny the little spark of excitement that flares in my chest. A billionaire client could mean more than just covering Chelsea's care. It could mean a cushion, maybe even a chance to bring her home someday. Veronique slides a fresh croissant onto my plate, her expression softening. Look, I know he rubbed you the wrong way, but maybe give him another chance. For all we know, he could be your knight in shining Armani. I snort, tearing off a piece of the buttery pastry. More like the dragon I have to slay to get to the treasure. But fine, I'll play nice. For now, I feel my resolve weakening. She's right, of course. As much as I can't stand Dean Brock, I can't deny the potential impact he could have on my business, and by extension, on Chelsea's care. Maria grins. That's the spirit. Who knows? Maybe he'll surprise you. I snort. Yeah, and maybe Gigi will start barking like a dog. Right on cue, Gigi leaps onto my lap, her gunmetal gray fur a stark contrast against my dark slacks. I glance down at her, those intelligent feline eyes meeting mine. Something's not right with that guy, I whisper, my voice barely audible over the cafe chatter. Gigi nuzzles against my hand, her purr rumbling through my body like a tiny motor. It's almost as if she understands, agreeing with my suspicions about our new resident billionaire. Oh, look who's decided to grace us with her presence, Veronique coos, reaching over to scratch behind Gigi's ears. I swear, that cat's more particular than half our clientele. I snort, running my fingers through Gigi's silky fur. Maybe she's got the right idea. A little suspicion never hurt anyone. I stand up, smoothing down my blazer, and taking a deep breath. The weight of my portfolio feels like an anchor, grounding me in reality as I prepare to dive into the shark-infested waters of Dean Brock's world. Well, ladies, I say, forcing a smile, wish me luck. I'm off to plan the party of the century for our resident billionaire. Veronique gives me a reassuring pat on the arm. You've got this, Diane. Just remember, he may have the money, but you've got the talent. Yeah, and if he gives you any trouble, just imagine him in his underwear. Maria chimes in with a wink. I can't help but laugh. Thanks for that mental image. I'll be sure to use it if things get tense. As I turn to leave, Gigi lets out a soft meow, almost as if she's wishing me luck too. I give her a quick scratch behind the ears. Don't worry, I'll keep my guard up.
Chapter 7. Dean. I stand in the center of the ballroom, my eyes sweeping over the grand space. The polished marble floors reflect the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow across the room. Ornate chandeliers hang from the vaulted ceiling, their crystal droplets catching the light and scattering rainbows across the walls. Damn, I mutter, adjusting my collar with a frown. This place is gonna need some serious work. It's like stepping into a time capsule from the last century. I pull out my phone, tapping notes as I walk the perimeter, my shoes clicking against the marble floor. Gonna need to move that grand piano. It's blocking the flow. Maybe set up a small stage for live music in that corner. And those drapes? They've gotta go. Jesus, they look like something my grandmother would have hung. The sound of rapid footsteps echoes down the hall, growing louder with each passing second. I ignore it, laser-focused on my task at hand. There's too much to do to get distracted now. The double doors burst open with a bang, startling me out of my reverie. Runyon storms in, his eyes wild and his breath coming in short gasps. For a moment I tense, ready for action. But when I realize it's just my old school chum, I relax and turn my attention back to the room. Jesus, Runyon. You trying to give me a heart attack? I mutter, adjusting my collar. What's got your panties in a twist? Runyon paces back and forth, his hands gesticulating wildly. Dean, we've got a problem. A big problem. I sigh, already losing interest. Look, whatever it is, I'm sure it can wait. I'm trying to plan this damn gala and... No, you don't understand! Runyon interrupts, his voice rising an octave. I glance up briefly, then return to my phone. Take it easy, Runyon. You'll give yourself a stroke. But Dean, you need to listen. Look, I interrupt, gesturing around the room. I'm thinking we set up the bar over there, by the east wall. Maybe some high-top tables scattered around for mingling. What do you think? Runyon's eyes are wide, his chest heaving. Dean, please, this is important. I hold up a hand, cutting him off. Calm down, man. Whatever it is, it can wait. I've got to get these ideas down for Diane before I forget. But seriously, Runyon, I say, my tone sharp. Take a breath. You're gonna pop a blood vessel or something. I turn back to the room, already picturing the transformation. Now, about the lighting. Runyon shakes his head, distressed at my nonchalance. His eyes dart around the room like he's searching for something to ground him. Dean! Seriously, you need to listen! He insists, voice cracking slightly. I sigh and realize his insistence must be addressed if I want to get back to my task. I give him a nod to continue. Okay, Runyon, what's up? Runyon takes a deep breath, running a hand through his short-cropped hair. I just got off the phone with Dick Pacone. Dick who? I ask, frowning. The bartender at Eastmont Inn Lounge, he explains, waving his hand dismissively. Let's just say he's got connections. And what he told me, it's not good, Dean. Not good at all. Why the hell should I care about some bartender's gossip? I snap, taking a few steps away to pace, irritation seeping into my voice. I've got bigger fish to fry, Runyon. Runyon steps closer, lowering his voice as if the walls have ears. Because this isn't just gossip. It's serious. I sigh, rubbing my temples. All right, give me the highlights. Runyon paces, still agitated, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Dick talked to Roy Mauser. I pause, finally looking up from my phone. Roy? That childhood outlaw from NYC. What's he got to do with us? Runyon's eyes dart around the room as if the walls themselves might have ears. He's not just a former friend, Dean. He runs the El Dorado Casino in Atlantic City now. Great, I mutter, leaning against the wall. Good for him. Runyon inches closer, his expression serious. Dean, Roy's not exactly running a clean establishment. What do you mean? I ask, intrigued now. Shady? He touches his finger to his nose, his version of a hush signal. Mob connected. But you didn't hear that from me. I raise an eyebrow, skepticism etched across my face. Why should we care about what some mobster's doing in Atlantic City? We've got enough on our plate without diving into his dirty laundry. I cross my arms, leaning against the wall, waiting for Runyon to spill whatever's festering in his brain. Roy's flying in tomorrow, he says, lowering his voice as if the walls might listen. He wants to talk business. Business? I arch an eyebrow, the word rolling off my tongue like a bad taste. What kind of business? Runyon runs a hand over his forehead, looking more like he's prepping for a fight than a chat about real estate. The kind that smells like trouble. He made it sound like he's got a deal in mind. I push off the wall and step closer. Curiosity piqued. Deal? You mean... Yeah, he nods, glancing around again as if Roy's henchmen might jump out from behind the curtains. A take-or-else proposal. Great, I scoff, shaking my head. Just what I need. More drama in my life. Runyon's brow furrows deeper. This isn't just drama, Dean. Roy doesn't play nice when he doesn't get his way. I exhale sharply through my nose, annoyance bubbling up. So, what does he want? A piece of the pie? A cut of the Brock Group? Runyon shakes his head, his brows furrowed like a storm cloud hovering over him. The gravity in his expression makes my stomach clench. Dean, he says, clearing his throat as if he's about to deliver bad news. His eyes dart around the room again, and I resist the urge to grab him by the shoulders and shake the information out of him. I'm the owner of the last strip of undeveloped coastline near Breezy Point. I'm afraid Roy wants it. I raise an eyebrow, leaning against the wall with my arms crossed. Isn't that a good thing for you? Sounds like prime real estate. His frustration bubbles over, hands flying in the air. He's not looking for a vacation home, Dean. I step forward, intrigued. So what are you saying, then? Runyon takes a deep breath, pacing like a caged animal. This isn't just some developer looking to build another mansion. This is Roy Mauser we're talking about. He doesn't play by the rules. If he's got his sights set on my land, it'll be for something shady. Shady how? I ask, curiosity piqued despite myself. It may be for drug running or money laundering. He spits out the words like they taste bitter on his tongue. Who the hell knows? It'll be something bad, though. I can feel it in my gut. I run a hand through my wavy hair, feeling a tension knot in my gut. The coastal beauty of Breezy Point suddenly feels more like a target than an escape from DC's prying eyes. My mind races with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. Breezy Point's isolation suddenly takes on a new, sinister significance. The coastal access, the privacy, the tight-knit community, the state-of-the-art security. It's a perfect setup for all sorts of operations, both legal and otherwise. I've seen enough in my line of work to know that where there's opportunity and secrecy, there's often someone willing to exploit it. And if Roy Mauser's involved, I'd bet my last dollar it's nothing good. Then don't sell it to him, I say, adjusting my collar. The solution seems simple enough. It's not that simple, Dean, Runyon replies, running a hand through his hair like he's trying to tame a storm. Roy's got ways of making things happen. Pressure tactics. You know how these guys operate. I shoot him a skeptical look. You're telling me you're just going to roll over? This is your land, man. He huffs, pacing again like he's got ants in his pants. It's not just about the land, Dean. You don't get it. He stops suddenly, his voice lowering as if someone might be eavesdropping through the walls. Roy doesn't play by the rules. If I refuse him outright, well, let's just say it could get messy. Messy how? I ask, irritation creeping into my tone. Runyon hesitates, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. His eyes dart around the opulent ballroom like he's scanning for hidden cameras, making me wonder what's got him so spooked. Come on, man, you're not still keeping secrets from me, are you? I cross my arms, annoyance bubbling beneath my calm facade. This isn't some schoolyard game, and I'm not in the mood for cryptic nonsense. He clears his throat, looking anywhere but at me. It's complicated, he mutters, as if that explains anything. His voice is barely above a whisper, like he's afraid the walls have ears. Complicated. Try me, I insist, leaning in closer. After everything we've been through, you owe me that much. Just then, a cacophony of voices and shouts spills in from the hallway, breaking our tense standoff. The sudden interruption shatters the heavy atmosphere, and I feel a surge of adrenaline. What was that? I ask, irritation giving way to curiosity and a touch of concern. Runyon raises an eyebrow, his expression shifting from panic to intrigue as he leans toward the door. I don't know. His voice trails off, and for a split second, we're both frozen, wondering what fresh chaos has just erupted outside.
Chapter 8. Diane. I step into Dean's estate, my heels clicking on the marble floor. The sound echoes through the cavernous entryway, making me feel small and insignificant. Hello? I call out. Mr. Brock, it's Diane Carthage. No answer. Great, I check my watch. I'm right on time, so where is he? I take a deep breath and decide to let myself in. As I walk further into the mansion, my eyes widen. This place is enormous. The ceilings soar above me, adorned with intricate moldings. Crystal chandeliers hang like frozen waterfalls, catching the sunlight streaming through floor-to-ceiling windows. Holy crap, I mutter under my breath. This guy's loaded. A mix of excitement and apprehension swirls in my stomach. On one hand, this could be the biggest opportunity of my career. On the other, well, money like this often comes with strings attached. I continue my exploration, running my hand along a mahogany banister. "Mr. Brock?" I call out again. "Anyone home?" The silence that greets me is almost eerie. I shake off the feeling and focus on the task at hand. I pull out my tablet and start taking notes on the space. The foyer alone could fit my entire apartment. As I jot down measurements, my mind races. What kind of party does a man like Dean Brock throw? Who does he invite? I bite my lip, remembering his dismissive comment about the help. Will I be dealing with a room full of snobs? But then I think of Chelsea, my little girl's face lighting up when I visit. This job could pay for her care for months, maybe even a year. I square my shoulders. I can handle a few entitled rich folks if it means giving my daughter the best care possible. As I approach the ballroom, voices drift through the air, catching my attention. I slow my steps, straining to hear. "Drug running?" "Are you serious, Runyon?" Dean's voice, low and tense. My heart skips a beat. Did I hear that right? "I'm afraid so," Runyon replies, his usual jovial tone replaced with something darker. "And that's not all. Money laundering might be on the table, too." I press myself against the wall, hardly daring to breathe. This can't be happening. Not in Breezy Point. "Crap," Dean mutters. "How deep are you in this?" I didn't know," Runyon stammers. I clench my fists. Runyon, involved in this mess? It doesn't make sense. He's always been so kind, so community-oriented. "And Dick?" Dean asks. "The bartender?" "He's the one who tipped me off," Runyon explains. "But I think he might be more involved than he's letting on." My mind reels. Dick, too? The same Dick who always has a smile and a dad joke ready? "Damn," Dean growls. "This is not what I signed up for when I moved here." I bite my lip, torn between fleeing and bursting in to demand answers. Part of me wants to believe I've misunderstood, that there's a reasonable explanation for all this. But the other part remembers Dean's dismissive attitude, his casual cruelty. It whispers that I knew something was off about him from the start. That arrogant tilt of his chin, the cold calculation in those sea blue eyes, it all screams danger. I've worked too hard and sacrificed too much to let myself get tangled up in whatever web Dean's weaving. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. What do I do now? Do I confront them? Go to the police? Or pretend I never heard a thing? As I stand there, paralyzed by indecision, I hear footsteps approaching. Panic surges through me. I turn on my heel, ready to bolt, when, "Hello, Dean? You in here, man?" Crap, it's Ben. I whip around, spotting his tall frame and broad shoulders as he strides towards me. Before he can utter another word, I rush over, grabbing his arm. "Ben!" I hiss, yanking him towards me. "Keep your voice down." His brows furrow, confusion etched across his rugged features. "Diane, what's going on?" I press a finger to my lips, glancing nervously towards the ballroom. "We need to hide. Now?" Without waiting for a response, I drag him behind a massive potted palm near the wall. Ben stumbles after me, his muscular frame barely fitting behind the foliage. "What the hell, Diane?" he whispers, crouching down beside me. "I'm here to talk to Dean about ice sculptures for the gala. Why are we hiding behind a plant?" I take a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. "Keep your voice down. I've overheard something. Something bad." His eyebrows shoot up. Bad? What do you mean? I lean in close, my voice barely above a whisper. I heard Dean and Runyon talking. They mentioned drug running and money laundering. And Dick from the Eastmont is involved somehow. Ben's eyes widen for a moment before he shakes his head, a small chuckle escaping his lips. Come on, Diane, you've got to be kidding me. I'm serious, Ben, I insist, frustration creeping into my voice. I know what I heard. He puts a hand on my shoulder, his touch gentle but firm. Look, I know you've got a wild imagination, but this is Breezy Point, not some crime thriller novel. I shrug off his hand, irritation flaring in my chest. You think I'd make this up? Why would I do that? Ben sighs, running a hand through his hair. I'm not saying you're lying. Maybe you just misheard or took something out of context. I open my mouth to argue, but he cuts me off. Think about it, Diane. Dean's some big shot from D.C., right? And Runyon's the mayor. They're probably just talking business. Investments, real estate deals, that kind of thing. I want to believe him. God, do I want to believe him, but the knot in my stomach won't let me. But what about the drugs? And Dick being involved? I press. Ben shrugs. Maybe they were talking about a charity event? Drug awareness or something? And Dick could be helping organize it at the Eastmont. I bite my lip, uncertainty creeping in. Could I have misunderstood? The conversation I overheard was pretty damning, but as I'm about to respond to Ben, a familiar voice pierces the air. Hello, anyone home? Maria's high-pitched call echoes through the mansion. Crap, I hiss, grabbing Maria's arm as she rounds the corner. Get down! What the? Maria starts, but I clap a hand over her mouth. Shh, I whisper urgently. We're hiding. Maria's eyes widen, darting between Ben and me. I slowly remove my hand. Hiding? Why are we? But it's too late. Heavy footsteps approach, and Dean's voice cuts through the air. Is someone there? Panic floods my system. I lock eyes with Ben, silently pleading for help. He gives a slight nod, then stands up, pulling Maria and me with him. Hey, Dean, Ben calls out, his voice unnaturally cheerful. We were just, admiring your plants. Dean and Runyon appear, their faces a mix of surprise and, is that fear? What are you all doing here? Dean demands, his sea blue eyes narrowing. I force a smile, willing my voice to stay steady. Party planning, of course. We were just discussing some ideas for the gala. Behind a potted plant? Runyon asks, skepticism dripping from his words. Maria, bless her, jumps in. Oh, you know how Diane is with her dramatic flair. She wanted to show us how the greenery could frame the entrance. Dean's gaze locks onto mine, searching. I meet it head on, praying he can't hear my heart hammering against my ribs. Is that so? He says slowly, adjusting his collar. I watch as Ben and Maria exchange a glance, their eyes darting between Dean and me. The tension in the air is so thick you could cut it with a knife. Well, Ben clears his throat. We should probably get started on those measurements for the ballroom. Right, Maria? Maria nods a bit too enthusiastically. Oh, yes, absolutely. Lots of work to do. Come on, Ben. They shuffle towards the ballroom, Maria throwing one last curious look over her shoulder before disappearing through the ornate double doors. I turn to face Dean and Runyon, my heart pounding in my chest. Dean's sea blue eyes are fixed on me, his expression unreadable. Mr. Saffridge, I begin, hoping my voice doesn't betray my nerves. I was hoping to discuss some details with Mr. Brock about the gala. Perhaps we could have a moment? Runyon shifts uncomfortably, glancing at Dean. I think it's best if I stay. After all, as mayor, I should be involved in the planning process. Dean adjusts his collar, his jaw tightening almost imperceptibly. Runyon, I'm sure Miss Carthage and I can handle the initial planning. We'll loop you in later. But Runyon stands his ground, crossing his arms. I insist. The air feels charged with unspoken tension. I'm caught between wanting to confront Dean about what I overheard and the fear of what might happen if I do. My job, my daughter's care. Everything could be at risk if I've misunderstood or if they decide I know too much. Dean's eyes narrow slightly, and I can almost see the gears turning in his head. All right, he says finally, his voice cool and controlled. Why don't we all sit down and discuss this? As we move towards the sitting area, my mind races. Do I dare bring up what I heard? Or do I play it safe, stick to party planning, and try to figure out what's really going on later? I take a deep breath, Chelsea's face flashing in my mind. Whatever I decide, I know one thing for certain. I need to tread carefully, very carefully.
Chapter 9. Dean. I sit across from Diane in the sitting room as Runyon slips into the armchair adjacent to us, surrounded by the faint scent of fresh paint and varnished wood. The sunlight filters through the tall windows, casting intricate shadows on the polished floor. She fidgets with her pen, tapping it against her notebook like it's a metronome trying to keep time with her racing thoughts. Okay, so for the welcome gala, she stammers, glancing up, only to quickly look back down at her notes. We'll need, caterers and, decorations? Her eyes dart around as if searching for an escape route. Diane, I interrupt, leaning forward. You seem a bit off today. What's going on? She glances at me, her amber eyes wide and momentarily startled. Off? No, I'm not off. Just excited. Yes, excited. She swallows hard, adjusting in her seat like it's suddenly too small. Excited? I raise an eyebrow. You're about as excited as a cat in a bathtub. Her lips twitch into what might be a smile or a grimace. Hard to tell. I press further, my voice low and steady. Did you overhear anything earlier? Between me and Runyon? Diane freezes for just a second too long. I watch her hesitate. She bites her lip before forcing out a response. No, of course not. Just planning the gala here. But even as she speaks, I can see that uncertainty flickering behind those sharp eyes. I lean back in my chair and cross my arms. Look, I know when someone's dodging questions, so let's cut the crap. She takes a breath that makes her shoulders rise like she's preparing for battle. Fine, she says finally, each word deliberate as if they're heavy stones dropping into place. I overheard you talking about drug running and money laundering. Crap, Runyon curses, running a hand through his hair. What are you really doing here? Her voice sharpens. There's no mistaking the fire in her gaze now. I open my mouth to respond, but catch myself. Why does it feel like we've crossed some invisible line? A mix of irritation and curiosity courses through me. What am I up to? I counter instead. Why don't you tell me what you think? I think you're not just some party-loving billionaire moving in to throw galas, she shoots back defiantly. Billionaire? The corner of my mouth quirks upward despite the seriousness of this moment. That's a new one. But she doesn't laugh. Instead, Diane leans forward, daring me with those piercing eyes. What do you want with Breezy Point? I open my mouth to respond, but Runyon cuts me off, his voice urgent and strained. Don't blame Dean, he interjects, leaning forward in his chair. I can explain. Diane's eyes narrow, darting between us. I lean back, crossing my arms, curious to see where this is going. Runyon takes a deep breath, his shoulders sagging. Look, in my youth, I did some things I'm not proud of. What kind of things? Diane asks, her pen forgotten in her hand. Cat burglaries, Runyon admits, his voice barely above a whisper. In Greenwich Mansions. I raise an eyebrow. This is news to me. With a no-good school chum named Roy Mauser, he continues. We were young, stupid, thought we were invincible. Diane's jaw drops. You? But you're the mayor. Runyon nods, a bitter smile on his face. That's exactly the problem. That life is well behind me. But Roy, he's out to blackmail me. Blackmail? I ask, sitting up straighter. Why didn't you tell me this before? I was ashamed, Runyon says, his eyes downcast, and afraid. If I don't comply with whatever he wants, he'll ruin me, personally and professionally. You mean, Diane starts. I'd be kicked out of Breezy Point if my past came to light, Runyon finishes for her. I could lose everything I've worked for all my life. I feel the blood rushing to my face as Runyon's words sink in. My hands clench into fists, and I stand up abruptly, my chair scraping against the polished floor. You've got to be kidding me, I snarl, pacing the room like a caged animal. Was this the real reason you pushed me to move my business here? Runyon's face crumples and he nods slowly. Yes, he admits, his voice barely above a whisper. I thought Roy would leave me alone if the Brock Group was headquartered at Breezy Point. I laugh, but there's no humor in it. Christ, Runyon. You thought a known criminal would back off because of my company. Are you out of your goddamn mind? I didn't think. Damn right you didn't think. I cut him off, running a hand through my hair. You just inadvertently set me up. Do you have any idea what this could do to my business? To my reputation? Diane sits silently, her eyes darting between us like she's watching a tennis match. I'd almost forgotten she was there. Dean, I'm sorry, Runyon pleads. I never meant for this to happen. I thought your presence would deter Roy, not encourage him. I stop pacing and fix him with a hard stare. Well, you thought wrong. It seems it only spurred Roy on to investigate why a highly renowned clandestine organization planted itself in this exclusive enclave. I didn't realize. No, you didn't, I snap. You didn't realize that your little scheme could potentially compromise everything I've worked for, everything my father built. The room falls silent, save for the ticking of an antique clock on the mantel. I take a deep breath, trying to rein in my anger. I watch Runyon hurry out, his shoulders slumped like a scolded schoolboy. The door slams shut behind him, and the sound echoes through the cavernous room. Turning back to Diane, I see her eyes wide with shock, her pen forgotten in her hand. Crap, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. I'm sorry you had to witness that, Diane. This isn't exactly how I planned our meeting to go. She blinks, seemingly coming back to herself. I don't even know what to say. I let out a humorless chuckle. Yeah, join the club. I pace for a moment, then stop, facing her. Look, I need you to understand something. This mess with Runyon, it has nothing to do with me or my business. I'm as blindsided by this as you are. Diane nods slowly, her amber eyes studying me. So you're not involved in any illegal activities? Christ, no, I say, shaking my head vehemently. The Brock Group operates strictly within the law. Always has, always will. She seems to relax a bit at that, her shoulders dropping slightly. Okay, I believe you. I take a deep breath, steadying myself. I appreciate that. But Diane, I need to ask you for something important. The situation with Runyon, it needs to stay under wraps. For security reasons. Her eyebrows furrow. Security reasons? Yeah, I nod, leaning against the desk. If word gets out about Runyon's past or this Roy character, it could cause a lot of problems. Not just for Runyon, but for Breezy Point as a whole. And frankly, for my business too. I can't afford that kind of attention. Diane chews on her lower lip, considering. I understand. Relief washes over me. Thank you, I mean it, We stand there in awkward silence for a moment, the weight of everything that's been revealed hanging between us. I adjust my collar, a nervous habit I've never been able to shake. "Look, Diane," I start. "I hate to do this, but I don't think I can focus on gala details right now. My head's not in the right space." She nods, already gathering her things. "Of course, we can reschedule." "Yeah, that'd be great," I say, grateful for her understanding. "How about we meet again? Say, tomorrow?" Diane hesitates, her amber eyes darting around the room as if searching for an escape route. I can practically see the gears turning in her head, weighing the pros and cons of spending more time with me. Finally, she takes a deep breath and meets my gaze. "All right," she says, her voice steady despite the uncertainty in her eyes. "How about we meet at the Eastmont Inn patio lounge tomorrow? Say, 7 p.m.? We can have dinner and drinks after working hours." I feel a sudden rush of anticipation, which I quickly tamp down. "Sounds perfect," I reply, trying to keep my tone neutral. I hear their seafood is top-notch. "It is." Diane nods, a small smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "The view's not bad either." "I bet," I say, then immediately regret it. Am I flirting? Christ, get it together, Brock. Diane starts gathering her things, shoving papers into her portfolio with more force than necessary. I watch her, noticing the way her brow furrows in concentration, the slight purse of her lips as she organizes her documents. "So, tomorrow at 7, I confirm, adjusting my collar. "I'll see you then." She nods, slinging her bag over her shoulder. "Yes, tomorrow at 7. I promise not to be late." I chuckle. "I'd appreciate that," I reply, walking her to the door. As she steps out onto the porch, Diane turns back to me. For a moment, we just stand there, the air between us charged with something I can't quite name. Anticipation? Wariness? Both? "See you tomorrow, Dean," she says finally, her voice soft. "Right," I respond, watching as she makes her way down the path. After shutting the door, I lean against it and exhale slowly. What on earth am I doing? I came here seeking security and privacy, a place to run my business without prying eyes. Yet somehow, I found myself possibly caught up in this chaos, not to mention that even the party planner is aware of it. There's too much at stake, my business, my clients, my carefully constructed life. I push off from the door and stride towards my office. It's time to do what I do best, investigate and strategize.
Chapter 10. Diane, I arrive at the Eastmont Inn 30 minutes early, my portfolio clutched tightly to my chest. The sea breeze whips at my hair as I make my way across the patio, scanning for an empty table with a good view of the ocean. "Miss Carthage." Dick, the bartender, calls out. "Your usual?" I nod, grateful for the familiar face. "Thanks, Dick. And maybe some liquid courage while you're at it." He chuckles, already reaching for the top-shelf vodka. "Big meeting?" "You could say that," I mutter, settling into a chair. The waves crash against the rocky shore below, a soothing rhythm that does little to calm my nerves. As Dick brings over my drink, I spread out my papers, trying to focus on the task at hand. But my mind keeps drifting back to the overheard conversation at Dean's mansion. Drug running? Money laundering? The words echo in my head, refusing to be silenced. "Get it together, Diane," I whisper to myself. Taking a sip of my martini, the alcohol burns pleasantly down my throat, but does nothing to quell the doubt swirling in my mind. Can I really trust Dean? Sure, he explained it away, but something still feels off. And yet, the potential payday. I pull out my phone, scrolling to a picture of Chelsea. Her big brown eyes stare back at me, a reminder of why I'm here, why I'm considering working with a man I barely know. "This is for you, baby girl," I murmur, tracing her face on the screen. Mommy's gonna make sure you get the best care, no matter what. I set the phone down, squaring my shoulders. Dean Brock may be a mystery, maybe even dangerous, but I've faced worse odds. For Chelsea, I'd walk through fire. This is just another hurdle to overcome. As I review my presentation one last time, I can't help but glance at my watch. Any minute now, Dean will walk through those doors, and I'll have to decide, trust my gut or trust the promise of financial security for my daughter. The sun dips lower on the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and pinks. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for whatever comes next. I'm halfway through my martini when Dean bursts onto the patio, his hair tousled and tie askew. He spots me and makes a beeline for our table. "Sorry I'm late," he says, dropping into the chair across from me. The tech setup is a nightmare. I arch an eyebrow. Rough day at the office? He lets out a dry chuckle. You have no idea. Dick materializes at our table, notepad in hand. "What can I get you folks?" "I'll have the prime rib, medium rare," Dean says, loosening his tie. "I'll have the garden salad," I add. "And can I get another sour apple martini?" "Make that too," Dean chimes in. As Dick heads off, I take in the ambience. The setting sun paints the sky in brilliant hues, reflecting off the glass-smooth surface of the infinity pool. The soft murmur of conversation mingles with the crash of waves against the rocky shore below. "So," I begin, pulling out my portfolio. "Let's talk gala requirements." Dean leans forward, all business now. "Right. We'll need top-notch serving staff and catering. I'm thinking a marquise tent for the main event space." I nod, jotting notes. "I can arrange all that. Anything else?" "Security," he says, his voice dropping. "I'll be handling that personally. We're talking state-of-the-art surveillance. The works." I blink, caught off guard. That's intense. I've never had to consider that level of security before. Dean's eyes lock onto mine, dead serious. "This isn't your typical breezy point soiree, Diane. We're talking about high-profile private investigators from Europe, covert operators who demand absolute privacy. One leak, one security breach, and it could be catastrophic." A chill runs down my spine. What have I gotten myself into? I manage, taking a generous sip of my martini. "Care to elaborate on these guests?" Dean shakes his head. "The less you know, the better. Just trust me on this, okay?" Trust? There's that word again. I study him across the table, trying to reconcile the enigmatic businessman before me with the man who nearly knocked me over at the airport. "All right," I say finally. "I'll take care of the party. You handle the cloak and dagger stuff." A hint of a smile plays at the corner of his mouth. "Deal." I lean back in my chair, the martini glass cool against my palm. "So, about this Roy Mauser character," I say, trying to keep my voice casual. "Should I be worried?" Dean's eyes narrow. "What do you mean?" "Come on, Dean. A mobster at Breezy Point? That's not exactly good for business." I tap my pen against my portfolio. "My business specifically." He sighs, running a hand through his hair. "Look, Diane, I've got this under control. My team will monitor Mauser and whatever goons he brings along." "Your team?" I raise an eyebrow. "What? Do you have a secret army of spies or something?" A ghost of a smile plays on his lips. "Something like that. Trust me, I've dealt with worse thugs than some two-bit casino owner, with delusions of grandeur." I lean forward, lowering my voice. "But what if he tries something during the gala? I can't have my reputation ruined because some wannabe Tony Soprano decides to make a scene." Dean's eyes lock onto mine, intense and unwavering. That won't happen. I promise you, Diane. Your gala will go off without a hitch. There's something in his tone that makes me want to believe him, but I can't shake the unease. And Runyon? What about him? Runyon's a big boy, Dean says, his jaw tightening. He got himself into this mess. He can deal with the consequences. I chew my lower lip, considering. I don't know, Dean. This whole thing feels dangerous. He reaches across the table, his hand covering mine. The warmth of his touch sends a jolt through me. Hey, he says softly. I've got your back, okay? Nothing's going to happen to you or your business. You have my word. I look into his eyes, searching for any sign of deception, but all I see is sincerity and something else I can't quite name. All right, I say finally, pulling my hand away. But if anything goes sideways, I'm holding you personally responsible. Dean grins, raising his glass. Okay. I look out over the coastline, the soft breeze caressing my skin as the quiet surf laps at the shore. The sun has dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in deep purples and blues. It's breathtaking, but I can't shake the unease that's settled in my stomach. More diners are trickling onto the patio, their chatter growing louder. Dean leans in, his voice low. How about we take a walk on the beach? We can talk more privately out there. I hesitate, weighing the pros and cons. On one hand, I barely know this man. On the other, I need this gig. All right, I say finally, but I'm keeping my phone on me. Dean grins, raising an eyebrow. Expecting an important call? You never know, I reply, slipping off my heels. The cool wooden planks of the deck feel good under my feet. Dean follows suit, removing his brogues and rolling up his pant legs. Shall we? He asks, gesturing towards the beach with his drink. We make our way down to the shore, the sand cool and damp between my toes. The rhythmic sound of the waves is soothing, and I find myself relaxing despite my reservations. So, Dean says, breaking the silence, how'd you end up in party planning? I laugh, taking a sip of my drink. Would you believe it started with a disastrous Sweet 16? Do tell, he says, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Picture this, a gaggle of teenage girls, a DJ who only played polka, and a cake that looked more like the Leaning Tower of Pisa than a birthday treat. Dean winces. Sounds rough. It was a nightmare, I agree. But by the end of the night, I'd somehow managed to turn it around. The birthday girl hugged me and said it was the best party ever. And that's when you knew? I nod, smiling at the memory. I realized I had a knack for problem solving under pressure. Plus, I genuinely enjoy making people happy. That's admirable, Dean says, his voice softer than I've heard it before. We walk in comfortable silence for a moment, the waves lapping at our feet. I sneak a glance at Dean, noticing how the moonlight catches in his hair. What about you? I ask, curious despite myself. How does one become a whatever it is you do? Dean chuckles, running a hand through his hair. It's a family business, actually. My dad started it after leaving Pinkerton's. Pinkerton's? Like the old-timey detectives? The very same, he nods. He saw a need for more discreet investigative services. I grew up surrounded by case files and stakeout stories. I raise an eyebrow. Sounds like an interesting childhood. It had its moments, Dean admits, but it also meant never really staying in one place for long. Always looking over your shoulder, you know? There's a vulnerability in his voice that catches me off guard. For a moment, I see past the polished exterior to the man underneath. Is that why you moved here? I ask softly. To finally put down roots. Dean's quiet for a long moment, his eyes fixed on the horizon. Maybe, he says finally, or maybe I'm just running from something else. As we approach Pirate's Cove, the moonlight dances on the water, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape. Dean's hand brushes against mine, sending a shiver up my spine that I tried desperately to ignore. This place is incredible, Dean grins, taking in the sight of the open-air sea cave. Wait till you see the inside, I say. We duck into the cave and Dean gasps. The private lagoon stretches out before us, the water so still it looks like glass. Above, the night sky is a tapestry of stars, unobstructed by the usual light pollution. Wow, Dean whispers, unable to contain his awe. I let a soft chuckle escape. I thought you might like it. It's secretive. Dean settles onto the warm sand and taps the spot beside him, gesturing for me to join. We sit quietly for a while, and I can't help but be aware of how near Dean is. I clear my throat, trying to dispel the tension. So, what made you choose Breezy Point? He leans back on his elbows, his gaze fixed on the stars. Honestly, I was tired of the rat race in D.C., needed somewhere quieter, somewhere I could, I don't know, breathe. I nod, understanding all too well. I get that. It's why I stayed here after everything. Dean turns to me, his expression softening. What about you, Diane? What are your dreams? The question catches me off guard. I fidget with the hem of my dress, suddenly feeling exposed. I dream of giving Chelsea the best life possible, of making my business a success. Is that all? Dean presses gently. I bite my lip, considering. Sometimes I dream of finding someone who understands, someone who doesn't see Chelsea as a burden. She's lucky to have you, he says softly. The moment stretches between us, charged with something I'm not ready to name. Oh, I exclaim, glancing at my watch. Is that the time? I completely forgot. I have another appointment. Dean's brow furrows. At this hour, I scramble to my feet, brushing sand from my dress. You know how it is in this business. Always on call. He stands too, skepticism clear on his face. Diane, if I've made you uncomfortable... No, I interrupt, forcing a smile. It's not that at all. I really need to go. I turn and hurry out of the cave, leaving Dean standing alone in the moonlight. My heart pounds as I make my way back to the beach, torn between regret and relief. What just happened? And more importantly, what am I going to do about it?
Chapter 11. Dean. I stand in the grand ballroom of my mansion, surveying the bustling activity around me. Ben, the rough-and-ready sculptor, approaches with a portfolio tucked under his arm. "Got some sketches for those ice sculptures you wanted," he says, his voice gruff but friendly. "Thought you might want to take a look." I nod, grateful for the distraction from my thoughts. "Let's see what you've got." As Ben lays out his sketches, Maria bustles by, her arms full of fabric. "Dean, darling," she calls out, "I'm just hanging these custom window treatments. They're going to look absolutely divine." "I'm sure they will," I reply, forcing a smile. My eyes drift to the empty space where Diane should be, coordinating all of this. Stephanie sidles up, a handful of sparkling curtain ties in her grasp. "These gem-encrusted beauties are ready to go," she says, batting her eyelashes at me. "Want to see how they look?" "Go ahead," I say, my tone more clipped than I intend. I adjust my collar. A nervous tick I can't seem to shake. As Stephanie affixes the ties, I try to focus on the preparations, but my mind keeps wandering to Diane. Did I come on too strong at the cove? Damn it. I'm not used to second-guessing myself like this. Earth to Dean, Ben's voice cuts through my reverie. These ice sculpture designs good to go? I blink, realizing I've been staring at the sketches without really seeing them. Yeah, they look great. Go with it. Ben raises an eyebrow but doesn't comment. As he walks away, I pull out my phone, checking for the 100th time. Diane's text from last night still sits there, unanswered. Sorry for leaving so abruptly. Can we meet again tomorrow to discuss gala details? 5 p.m., same place? I've been putting off replying, unsure of what to say. But now, surrounded by all this activity, her absence is palpable. I need to smooth things over, keep things professional. This gala is too important to let personal, whatever this is, get in the way. All right, everyone, I call out, my voice carrying across the room. Great work so far. Let's take a break and regroup in an hour. As the others file out, I stay behind, finally tapping out a response to Diane. 5 p.m. works, see you then. I hit send before I can overthink it. Now to get through the next few hours without driving myself crazy, wondering if she'll show up. I stride into my office, the polished mahogany desk reflecting the late afternoon sun. Tony, my right-hand man, is already hunched over the computer, typing furiously. He glances up as I walk in, a mix of concern and curiosity on his face. Hey, Dean, you might want to take a look at this. Tell me what you got, I say, settling into my chair. He turns the monitor toward me. I pulled up some info on Roy Mauser. You're not going to like this. I lean forward, scanning the screen filled with mugshots and criminal records. Give it to me straight. Tony clicks through tabs, highlighting key points. He's got a history. Organized crime connections out of New York, suspected money laundering, and he's been tied to some pretty nasty stuff in Atlantic City. Great, I mutter, rubbing my temples. Just what we need in Breezy Point. Tony raises an eyebrow. You think he's here to play nice? Hardly. I glance at my watch. 5 p.m. already? Damn it. What's the plan if he shows up with his entourage? I ask, pushing back from the desk. I've got security teams on standby. We'll have eyes on him the moment he steps foot on the island. He taps a finger against his chin thoughtfully. But if it comes down to it... It'll come down to it, I interrupt. We can't risk anything happening at that gala. Tony nods slowly. Agreed. But you should know that Mauser has a way of getting what he wants. He might try to leverage whatever dirt he thinks he has on Runyon. I scowl at the thought. Runyon doesn't deserve this crap after everything he's done for Breezy Point. What kind of leverage are we talking about? He could threaten to expose Runyon's past, Tony replies quietly. Then we'll make sure that doesn't happen, I say firmly, leaning back in my chair and crossing my arms. A moment passes before Tony shifts in his seat, looking like he's about to say something more. I cut him off again. Time isn't on my side today. Listen, let's tighten up our security plans and keep our distance from Mauser until we have something concrete. I swiftly snatch my keys and exit the door before Tony can utter another word. I wheel up to the Eastmont Inn, the tires of my convertible crunching on the gravel. The sun's just starting to dip, casting a warm glow over the manicured lawn. As I make my way to the Mariside Patio restaurant, the scent of sea salt mingles with the aroma of grilled seafood. The ambience hits me as soon as I step inside. A crackling fireplace casts dancing shadows on the knotty pine walls. Soft jazz floats through the air, mingling with the murmur of conversation and the clink of glasses. It's cozy, intimate, the kind of place where deals are made and secrets are shared. That's when I spot her. Diane's at the bar, not at our table. She's leaning in close to Dick Picone, the bartender, laughing at something he said. My jaw clenches involuntarily. I remember what Runyon told me about Dick's connections. This isn't good. I swallow the bitter taste in my mouth and approach them. Evening, Diane. Dick. Diane turns, her smile faltering for just a second. Dean, you made it. She slides off the bar stool, smoothing down her dress. Shall we grab our table? I nod, leading her to a spot right by the floor-to-ceiling windows. The view is breathtaking. Endless ocean stretching to the horizon, painted in shades of orange and pink by the setting sun. A gentle breeze carries the salt air through the open windows. Quite a view, Diane says, settling into her chair. It'll do, I reply, my eyes still on her. So you and Dick seem friendly. She waves a hand dismissively. Oh, he's harmless. Just a good listener. I lean back, signaling for the waiter. Harmless, huh? I wouldn't be so sure about that. Diane's eyebrows furrow. What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, I say, adjusting my collar. Let's just say I don't think it's a good idea for you to be cozying up to the hired help. I watch Diane's expression harden, her amber eyes flashing with indignation. Crap. I've done it again. Excuse me, she says, her voice low and controlled. Who I associate with is none of your business, Dean. I don't nose around in your affairs, do I? I open my mouth to respond, but she cuts me off. And what's this about hired help? These are people, Dean. My friends, not some disposable workforce for you to look down on. Diane, I didn't mean... She holds up a hand, silencing me. Save it. I think we're done here. I watch helplessly as she fumbles in her purse, pulling out her phone. Her fingers fly over the screen, and she frowns at whatever she sees there. I've got a courier delivery I need to sign for, she says, not meeting my eyes. We can finalize the gala details over the phone. Before I can get another word in, she's on her feet, grabbing her jacket. Goodbye, Dean. I stand, adjusting my collar nervously. Diane, wait. But she's already striding towards the exit, her heels clicking sharply against the hardwood floor. The other diners turn to watch her go, then swivel back to me with curious glances. I sink back into my chair, running a hand through my hair. How did I manage to screw this up so spectacularly? The waiter approaches cautiously. Sir, would you like to order? Just bring me a scotch, I mutter. Make it a double. As he hurries off, I stare out at the darkening ocean. My mother's voice echoes in my head, chiding me for my lack of manners. Dean Alexander Brock, she'd say, I raised you better than this. She did. And somehow I've managed to forget every lesson she taught me about treating people with respect. When did I become such an elitist jerk? The scotch arrives, and I down half of it in one gulp. The amber liquid reminds me of Diane's eyes, flashing with anger. Christ, I'm in deep here, aren't I? I pull out my phone, debating whether to text her an apology. But what would I even say? Sorry for being a condescending jerk? I down the rest of my scotch, the burn in my throat a poor distraction from the anger simmering in my gut. Pushing back from the table, I throw a couple of bills down and stride towards the exit. As I near the bar, I catch Dick's eye, the bastard smirking at me, a knowing glint in his eyes that makes my fists clench. Rough night, Mr. Brock, he calls out, his voice dripping with false sympathy. I pause, turning to face him. Nothing I can't handle, Piccone. Unlike some people, I don't need to hide behind a bar to feel important. He's about to retort when we notice a few patrons watching us with interest. This isn't the time or place for a confrontation. I adjust my collar, forcing myself to take a deep breath. I turn on my heel and head for the door, Dick's chuckle following me out. The cool night air hits my face as I step outside, but it does little to calm the storm brewing inside me. I want nothing more than to go back in there and wipe that smug look off Dick's face. But I know better. I've got bigger fish to fry, and Piccone? He's just small fry in a big pond. I slide into my convertible, the leather seat cool against my back. As I start the engine, I make a mental note to have Tony dig deeper into Dick's background. Something tells me there's more to our smarmy bartender than meets the eye. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. and you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 12. Diane. I push open the door to Café Veronique, the familiar jingle of bells announcing my arrival. The rich aroma of freshly ground coffee beans hits me. But it's not enough to mask the bitter taste in my mouth as I spot Dean and Stephanie at a window table. They're huddled close, Dean's sea blue eyes crinkling with laughter at something Stephanie said. Her hand rests on his arm, fingers playing with the cuff of his crisp white shirt. I freeze, my hand still on the door handle. Well, isn't this cozy? I mutter under my breath. Dean throws his head back, a deep chuckle escaping him. Stephanie leans in, her golden hair catching the sunlight streaming through the window. They look like a perfect couple from a glossy magazine spread. I consider turning around and leaving, but my caffeine addiction wins out. Besides, I refuse to let Dean Brock dictate where I can and can't go in my own town. Squaring my shoulders, I march up to the counter. "Morning, V," I say to Veronique, trying to keep my voice light. "The usual, please?" Veronique raises an eyebrow, her gaze flicking between me and the laughing couple. "You okay, hun?" "Peachy," I reply, drumming my fingers on the countertop. "Just need my fix." As Veronique busies herself with my order, I can't help but steal another glance at Dean and Stephanie. They're still deep in conversation, completely oblivious to my presence. Dean gestures animatedly, his long fingers cutting through the air. Stephanie hangs on his every word, nodding and smiling. "Here you go, Di," Veronique says, sliding my latte across the counter. "Want to sit and chat for a bit?" I shake my head, forcing a smile. "Thanks, but I've got a ton of work to do. Gala prep and all that." "Right. The big Brock bash?" Veronique nods, her eyes darting to Dean again. "How's that going?" I take a sip of my latte, buying time. "Oh, you know, the usual challenges of dealing with demanding clients." Veronique snorts. "I bet. Well, if you need to vent, you know where to find me." "Thanks, V," I say, genuinely grateful for her friendship. I might take you up on that soon. As I turn to leave, I catch Dean's eye. He pauses mid-sentence, his smile faltering for a moment. I lift my chin and stride past their table, pretending I don't notice the way his gaze follows me. The bells jingle again as I push open the door, the sound oddly final. I take a deep breath of the crisp morning air, willing my racing heart to slow down. It doesn't matter, I tell myself. Dean Brock can flirt with whoever he wants. I've got a job to do, and I'm going to do it well. Then I can wash my hands of him and his world of secrets and shady connections. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white as I speed towards the Eastmont. The image of Dean and Stephanie laughing together plays on repeat in my mind, fueling my anger. "Get it together, Diane," I mutter to myself. He's just a client. A rich, infuriating client. I pull into the Eastmont's parking lot with a screech of tires. Glenn, head chef of Eastmont, is waiting outside, his chef's hat slightly askew. "Whoa there, Leadfoot," he chuckles as he climbs in the passenger seat. "You trying to break the sound barrier?" I force a smile. "Sorry, Glenn, just eager to get started on the menu." "Right," he says, eyeing me skeptically. "Well, let's get on with it then." As we cruise along the coastal road, Glenn chatters about canapes and wine pairings. I nod mechanically, not taking my eyes off the road. "So I'm thinking escargot served in tiny ice cream cones," Glenn says suddenly. Sounds great," I reply absently. Glenn bursts out laughing. Earth to Diane. I just suggested serving snails in ice cream cones. And you agreed. I blink, heat rising to my cheeks. Oh God, I'm sorry, Glenn. I'm just distracted, he finishes, raising an eyebrow. This wouldn't have anything to do with a certain new resident, would it? What? No, I protest too quickly. Well, yes, this gala of his has been keeping me busy. That's all. Glenn nods, but I can tell he doesn't buy it. We pull up to Dean's estate, and I steel myself in case he's back home. I breathe a sigh of relief as we enter the ballroom, grateful for the absence of Dean's towering presence. Glenn whistles, his eyes scanning the opulent space. Damn, girl, you weren't kidding about this gig being big time, he says, running a hand over his closely cropped hair. I snort, pulling out my tablet. Tell me about it. Now let's talk seating arrangements before my sanity decides to take a vacation. We spend the next hour debating the merits of round versus rectangular tables, the politics of who sits next to whom, and whether we can get away with not inviting the insufferable Hendersons. Look, Glenn says, pointing at the seating chart. If we put the Johnsons here and the Smiths there, we might avoid World War III breaking out over the crab cakes. I chuckle, making the adjustment. Good call, though I'm tempted to stick them together just to see the fireworks. As we wrap up, Glenn gives me a sideways glance. So you gonna tell me what's really eating at you? What? Nothing's eating at me, I protest, pocketing my tablet. Uh-huh, and I'm Gordon Ramsay, he retorts, crossing his arms. I roll my eyes, heading for the door. Come on, Chef Not Ramsay, we're done here. As we step outside, the warm breeze carries the salty scent of the ocean. I'm about to suggest grabbing a quick lunch when I spot her, the leggy blonde from the airport. She's strolling along the beach, her long hair tied back with a black scarf, and oversized sunglasses perched on her nose. The tiny black bikini she's wearing leaves little to the imagination. I freeze, my hand on the car door. The woman pauses, dropping her shades to look directly at me. Her gaze is cold, assessing. Then, as if dismissing a particularly annoying insect, she pushes her sunglasses back up and continues her walk. Diane? Glenn's voice snaps me back to reality. You okay? I don't answer. Instead, I yank open the car door and slide behind the wheel, my hands gripping the leather so tightly my knuckles turn white. Whoa, what's the rush? Glenn asks as he climbs in. I start the engine, my jaw clenched. Nothing. I just remembered I have a thing. As we peel out of the circular driveway, tires squealing, I catch a glimpse of the blonde in my rearview mirror. She hasn't even turned around. A player and a snob, I mutter under my breath. What a perfect pair. We drive back to Eastmont, my mind buzzing like a wasp's nest. Glenn chatters away about some culinary creation, but I'm only half listening. The image of Dean and Stephanie, not to mention that blonde, lingers like a bad taste in my mouth. He doesn't get to just swan in and charm the entire island, while I'm left to pick up the pieces. No way. Diane, Glenn nudges me as we pull into the parking lot. You still with us? Yep, totally. I force a smile that doesn't quite reach my eyes. As I stride toward the lounge, I can feel Dean's presence even before I spot him. He's seated at a corner table on the open-air patio, his long legs stretched out, fingers drumming on the table. A sharp glare flashes my way as if he can sense my irritation from across the room. Dick greets me with an exaggerated grin as I enter. Well, well, if it isn't our party planner extraordinaire, ready to rock this gala? Just about, I say, keeping my tone light. Let's go over the open bar arrangements. Sure thing. Dick leans closer than necessary, his body language too familiar for my taste. You know, it's not every day we get a bigwig like Brock in town. I roll my eyes inwardly, but keep a smirk plastered on my face. Right? Lucky us. As Dick launches into his mixology ideas, infused vodkas and signature cocktails, I can't help but glance back at Dean. He's still watching us, eyes narrowed like a predator sizing up its prey. So what are you thinking for this bash? Dick asks, leaning on the bar with his elbows. I've got some killer ideas that'll wow 'em. Sure, I say absently, while keeping an eye on Dean's rigid posture from the corner of my vision. He shifts in his seat and crosses his arms tightly across his chest. Two can play at this game. With a playful smile aimed at Dick, I lean forward slightly and say loudly enough for Dean to hear, I was thinking we could do something extravagant, like a champagne fountain, or maybe even craft cocktails that match the theme. Dick grins back, obviously enjoying the attention. Champagne fountain? Now you're talking. Absolutely, I reply, glancing sidelong at Dean again. His glare intensifies as he leans back in his chair with an incredulous expression. Why not throw in some ice sculptures while we're at it? Dick continues. I mean, why not go all out? My voice carries a challenge as I relish Dean's fuming reaction. Dick laughs heartily and slaps his palm against the bar top. You're right. Let's give them something to remember. Dean's eyes narrow further. He looks ready to snap something harsh and defensive in our direction, but no matter how much he stares me down like I'm beneath him, it doesn't bother me anymore. Two can definitely play at this game. I push open the door to Crothier's general store, the familiar jingle of bells a welcome respite from the chaos in my head. The scent of old wood and fresh produce wraps around me like a comforting hug. Well, if it isn't my favorite party planner, Jim's gravelly voice calls out from behind the counter. What can I do for you today, Diane? I grab a basket and start filling it with essentials. Just picking up some supplies, Jim. Oh, and I need to send a card to Chelsea. Jim's weathered face softens at the mention of my daughter. How's our little princess doing? She's hanging in there, I say, my throat tightening. I grab a colorful card from the rack, one with a cartoon unicorn on the front. Chelsea loves unicorns. As I approach the counter, Jim eyes me carefully. Something on your mind, kiddo? You look like you're carrying the weight of the world on those shoulders. I sigh, setting down my basket. Is it that obvious? Spill it, he chuckles. I chew on my lower lip, considering. What do you know about Dean Brock? Jim's bushy eyebrows shoot up. Ah, our new resident billionaire. Quite the mystery man, isn't he? That's an understatement, I mutter. I'm working on his welcome gala, and there's just something about him I can't read. Jim starts ringing up my items, his movements slow and deliberate. Well, I've heard some things. Man's got a reputation for being brilliant in his field. Is that so? I lean in, intrigued despite myself. Yep, and word is, he's got a heart of gold under all that bravado. Donates a hefty chunk of change to children's charities every year. My heart skips a beat at that. Children's charities? Jim nods, a knowing glint in his eye. Thought that might pique your interest. But there's something else you should know. I've heard whispers about a fella named Roy Mauser sniffing around town. I freeze. Roy Mauser? What do you know about him? Not much good, I'm afraid. He's got a reputation for being a bit of a shark in business dealings. Some say he's got connections to less than savory characters. I feel my stomach drop. And what's his connection to Dean? Jim shrugs. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? But listen, Diane, don't go judging our new neighbor too harshly just yet. Sometimes a book's got a lot more depth than its glossy cover lets on. I nod, mulling over his words. Thanks, Jim. You always know just what to say. He winks, handing me my bags. That's what I'm here for, kiddo. Now go write that card to Chelsea. And don't forget to give Dean Brock a fair shake. You might be surprised. As I leave the store, card in hand, I can't help but wonder if there's more to Dean Brock than meets the eye. Maybe it's time I stopped judging and started really looking.
Chapter 13. Dean. I drop Clarissa off at Breezy Airport, her long legs striding ahead of me, turning heads as she passes. The sun glints off her honey blonde hair, and I can't help but smile. Catch you later, I say, leaning in to plant a quick kiss on her cheek. She waves me off with that effortless grace of hers, gliding toward the terminal. As I make my way back to baggage claim, I notice a familiar figure lingering near the entrance. Diane stands there, arms crossed tight against her chest, eyes narrowed like she's scrutinizing a suspicious package. Something twists in my gut at the sight of her. I stride past the coffee shop, where the rich aroma of fresh brews mingles with the chatter of travelers. That's when our gazes lock. She's been watching me say goodbye to Clarissa. Great. Fancy meeting you here, I say, attempting a casual tone but failing miserably. Diane's expression doesn't shift from cold to warm. It stays frozen somewhere in between annoyance and disbelief. I'm just here for some cargo, she replies tersely, her voice clipped as if each word is an exercise in restraint. I'm taken aback by the chill radiating off her. Me too. Documents for the Brock Group. She nods once, as if that explains everything. So, floral arrangements? I venture, trying to thaw the ice between us. Exotic blooms for the gala. Her eyes dart past me as if I'm not worth her time. Great. Now we're both here for work, and neither one of us seems keen on sharing pleasantries. Just when I think it can't get more awkward, she breaks eye contact first and fiddles with something in her purse. Why are you acting so cold? I finally ask. Her gaze sharpens back on me. Maybe because you've been so cozy with everyone in Breezy Point, including my friend Stephanie, even if you obviously have a girlfriend. Girlfriend? I challenge. I saw the two of you just a minute ago, she scoffs. She's not my girlfriend, I say, turning to face her. It's not at all what you think. Diane blinks at me like I've just revealed a magic trick. And I'm supposed to believe that because it's the truth, I say sternly. I notice Diane seems taken aback by my directness, her eyes widening just a fraction. The atmosphere between us shifts subtly, charged with an unspoken tension. For a moment, neither of us says a word. The silence stretching between us feels almost palpable. I can see the wheels turning in her mind, trying to reconcile my words with what she thinks she knows. I'm sorry. That wasn't very professional. Or polite of me. Diane finally admits, her tone softening just a touch. I nod, feeling the tension begin to ebb. You don't have to apologize. I take a breath, shifting my weight. I haven't been completely amiable either. I've been acting like the rich snob you probably expected. She raises an eyebrow, the corner of her mouth twitching. Can't argue with that. A chuckle escapes me, breaking the ice even further. So we're both being foolish here? Seems that way, she replies, a reluctant smile creeping in. I should have given you the benefit of the doubt. Likewise. I extend my hand toward her as if we're sealing some kind of truce. The tightness in her shoulders relaxes. Can we start over? How about we go grab a coffee at Skyward Lounge? The view from up there is stunning, and maybe we can finalize those gala plans without any more misunderstandings. Skyward? I ask, still not well acquainted with the spots at Breezy Point. Yeah, it's got floor-to-ceiling windows, perfect for watching planes take off and land. She motions toward the lounge area at the airport, a little hopeful. I glance toward the entrance where the sunlight filters in through glass panels. Sure, gesturing my hand to let her lead the way. As we walk side by side to Skyward Lounge, I can feel my heart rate returning to normal. Finally, something resembling civility between us. Inside, it's warm and inviting. The aroma of fresh coffee dances around us as we find a table by a window overlooking the runway. Sunlight pours in, casting bright patches across our faces. So, I start as we settle in, looking at the bustling airport scene outside. We need to discuss transportation options for the gala. Diane stirs her coffee thoughtfully before glancing back at me. Right. We need to coordinate on guest arrivals so I can have limousines for anyone who needs transfers. And security, I add casually, trying to gauge her reaction. Security? She raises an eyebrow again. Yeah, I say with nonchalance but mean it seriously. Private jet arrivals demand some level of discretion. She purses her lips thoughtfully while swirling her coffee cup in circles on the table. Right, you're the expert on the matter. That I am, I quip lightly. Diane smirks but doesn't deny it. There's something refreshing about this back-and-forth banter. It feels oddly natural now, less like a negotiation and more like, well, whatever this is between us. While we're on the topic of security, what do you propose we do about Mauser? Diane starts, her brow furrowing slightly. I've heard some things, bad things. What do you know? I take a sip of my drink, letting the cool liquid settle before answering. Only tangentially, but yeah, we've dug up a few things. I lean in closer, lowering my voice as if we're sharing secrets. Roy Mauser's reputation is pretty grim. He's got his fingers in some nasty pies across Europe. Drug running, money laundering, you name it. Diane nods slowly, her amber eyes narrowing as she absorbs the information. And Runyon might be tangled up with him. Looks that way, I reply, feeling a weight settle in my chest. I've been digging into Mauser's past with a colleague of mine. Diane leans forward slightly, intrigued. What did you find? Not much that's solid, I admit, rubbing the back of my neck absent-mindedly. He's slippery, implicated in all sorts of operations, but never charged due to lack of hard evidence. That sounds ominous, she remarks dryly. It is, I agree, glancing out at the runway where planes take off like large birds escaping a cage. But what baffles me is why he'd set his sights on Runyon and Breezy Point of all places. Maybe he sees it as an easy mark, Diane suggests, crossing her arms again as if protecting herself from the very thought. Could be, I say thoughtfully. But why go after someone like Runyon? He's not exactly a high-profile target anymore. Her eyes flicker with concern and curiosity as she studies me. You think he might be planning something bigger? A power play? I don't know, I reply honestly. The truth is that I'm still piecing this puzzle together myself, but it doesn't sit right with me. What are you going to do? She asks, concern lacing her tone. I exhale sharply, weighing my options like they're a stack of papers in front of me, too many unknowns clouding my judgment. Keep my ear to the ground and watch Mauser closely. The last thing we need is for him to make a move while we're unprepared. Diane taps her fingers on the table, clearly deep in thought. The tension hangs between us like a taut wire ready to snap. And if he does? She finally asks. I lock eyes with her and feel an electric pulse course through me. Then we'll handle it. I watch Diane's face, her amber eyes clouding with concern as she processes the information about Mauser. She bites her lower lip, a habit I've noticed when she's deep in thought. I'm worried, Dean, she says, her voice barely above a whisper. What if Mauser tries something during the gala? There'll be so many people. I lean in, my voice low and reassuring. Act normal. I'll have a guard on you the entire evening. Her eyebrows shoot up. A guard? Is that really necessary? It's for peace of mind, I say, adjusting my collar. Yours and mine. A hint of color rises to Diane's cheeks, and I can't help but smile. It's the first time I've seen her flustered, and it's endearing. I find myself unexpectedly drawn to this softer side of her, stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. The way she averts her eyes for just a moment, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, stirs something within me. I push the feeling aside, reminding myself to stay focused on the task at hand. We're about to stand when movement outside catches my eye. A sleek Learjet touches down on the runway, its red, white, and blue paint job gleaming in the sunlight. Gold letters spell out Mauser along the fuselage. Is that? Diane begins to say, our eyes meeting in shared dismay. Damn, I mutter, already reaching for my phone. I dial my manager, speaking quickly. Tony, Mauser just touched down. Get eyes on him. Now. Diane's watching me, her face a mix of curiosity and apprehension. I end the call and turn to her. We need to go. I'll walk you to your car. As we hurry through the airport, I can't shake the feeling of unease settling in my gut. My hand finds the small of Diane's back, guiding her through the crowd. She doesn't pull away, and I'm surprised by how right it feels. Dean, she says as we reach the parking lot. What's going to happen now? I meet her gaze, struck by the vulnerability I see there. I don't know, I admit. But I promise you, I'll handle it. She nods, and I realize I don't want to let her go. The urge to protect her is overwhelming, and it's not just about the job anymore.
Chapter 14. Diane. I peer out of the passenger window as Dean slides into the driver's seat of my car. The arrival of Mauser has set my nerves on edge, but Dean's calm presence beside me helps keep me grounded. You okay? Dean asks, his eyes flickering to me as he navigates the winding roads away from the airport. I nod, trying to keep my voice steady. Yeah, just processing. I didn't expect Mauser to show up so soon. Me neither, Dean admits, his jaw clenching. But we've got this under control. My team's on it. As we drive, I can't help but steal glances at Dean. His profile is sharp in the fading sunlight, and I find myself admiring the way his hands rest easily on the wheel. I shake my head, trying to clear these thoughts. So, I say, desperate to break the tension, what's your game plan for dealing with our unexpected guest? Dean's lips quirk into a half smile. Wouldn't you like to know? I roll my eyes. Come on, Dean. I'm in this mess too, remember? He chuckles, a low sound that sends an involuntary shiver down my spine. Fair point. We'll keep tabs on him, gather intel. The key is to act normal, like we discussed. No tipping our hand. We lapse into silence as Dean turns onto my street. As we pull up to my modest bungalow, I feel a sudden wave of self-consciousness. It's nothing like the palatial mansions on the coast, but it's mine. Dean kills the engine and looks at my place, his expression unreadable. Nice digs. I snort. No need for false flattery. I know it's not up to your billionaire standards. He turns to me, his sea blue eyes serious. I mean it. It's homey. Suits you. I blink, surprised by his sincerity. Thanks, I mumble, fumbling with my seatbelt. You, want to come in for a drink? I need something to calm my nerves with all this Mauser stuff going on. Dean hesitates, and for a moment I think he's going to refuse, but then he nods, a small smile playing on his lips. Lead the way. As we walk up the path, I can't help but feel a mix of nerves and excitement. Dean Brock in my humble abode, who would have thought? As I push open the front door, I can't help but feel a twinge of nervousness. I watch Dean's face carefully as he enters, half expecting a look of disdain or pity. To my surprise, his eyes widen with genuine appreciation. "Wow, Diane," he says, scanning the living room. "This is really nice." I can't help but smile. "Thanks. I've put a lot of work into it." Dean runs his hand along the back of my vintage leather sofa, admiring the worn patina. I can tell it's got character. "You don't need a fortune to live well," I say, heading towards the kitchen. "Want that drink?" "Sure," he replies, still taking in the details of my home. "Scotch, if you've got it." I pull out 2 tumblers and my bottle of Glenlivet. It's not top shelf, but it'll do. As I pour, I can feel my hands shaking slightly. The reality of Mauser's arrival is starting to sink in. Dean notices my unsteadiness. "Hey, you okay?" I take a deep breath. Just a little rattled, I guess. Seeing Mauser's jet land, it made everything feel real. He steps closer, his presence oddly comforting. "I get it, but remember, we've got this under control." I hand him his drink, our fingers brushing. "Easy for you to say. You're not the one throwing a party for a bunch of international spies with a mobster lurking around." Dean chuckles, the sound low and warm. "When you put it that way, it does sound pretty crazy." I take a sip of my scotch, savoring the burn. "Welcome to my world." "Look," Dean says, his tone serious. "I'm not going anywhere until I know things are safe. My team will keep us updated." I nod, grateful for his reassurance. As we settle onto the couch, I can't help but notice how Dean seems to be relaxing, his eyes roaming over the eclectic mix of flea market finds and cherished mementos that make up my home. "You know," he says, a hint of wonder in his voice, "I think I'm starting to see the appeal of your lifestyle, Diane." I raise an eyebrow. "Oh? Finally realizing money isn't everything?" He grins, raising his glass in a mock toast. "Let's not go crazy, but it's nice. Homey, you seem happy here." "I am," I reply, surprised by the softness in my voice. "It might not be much, but it's mine." As we sit there, sipping our drinks and waiting for news, I can't help but feel a shift in the air between us. As the night deepens, Dean and I settle into a comfortable silence on my worn leather couch. The scotch warms my insides, easing some of the tension from earlier. I can't help but wonder about the man beside me, this enigma who stormed into Breezy Point and turned everything upside down. "So, Mr. Billionaire," I say, breaking the quiet, "do people like you still have dreams? Or is it all yachts and private islands at this point?" Dean chuckles, the sound low and rich. "Of course we do. You can have all the material traps you want, but that can still leave an empty heart." I raise an eyebrow. "Profound. Care to elaborate?" He takes a sip of his drink, his eyes distant. "I dream of purpose, I guess, beyond the next big deal or acquisition, something that matters." "And the Brock Group doesn't cut it?" "It does good work," he admits. "But sometimes I wonder if it's enough." I nod, understanding all too well the weight of unfulfilled dreams. "I get that. My dreams, they're a bit more concrete these days." Dean turns to me, his sea blue eyes curious. "Oh yeah? Do tell." I take a deep breath, steeling myself. "I have a daughter, Chelsea. She's 3. His eyebrows shoot up. "Yeah, Runya mentioned you had a daughter." "Yeah, well," I trail off, twirling the scotch in my glass. "She's in a care home in Richmond. Special needs, severe cognitive disabilities. Dean's face softens. Diane, I'm so sorry. That must be incredibly difficult. I nod, feeling the familiar ache in my chest. It is. I visit her every chance I get, even if she doesn't really know I'm there. My ex wants nothing to do with her. Jesus, Dean mutters. What a jerk. I let out a humorless laugh. Yeah, well, no amount of money will make things better for any of us. The care home is expensive as hell. That's why I work so hard. Dean reaches out, his hand hovering over mine before he thinks better of it. I watch Dean's face, noticing the subtle shift in his expression. His sea blue eyes, usually so guarded, seem to soften as he takes another sip of scotch. You know, he says, his voice low, I understand loss too. My mother, she passed away from cancer a few years back. I lean in, surprised by his openness. I'm so sorry, Dean. That couldn't have been easy. He nods, his gaze fixed on the amber liquid in his glass. It wasn't. But what's worse is the regret, you know. I was always so busy, always chasing the next big deal. I didn't do enough for her when she was alive. I'm sure you did what you could, I say softly, resisting the urge to reach out and touch his arm. Dean lets out a bitter laugh. Did I? I had all the money in the world, Diane. I could have gotten her the best treatments, taken her on trips, made her last days comfortable. But I was too caught up in my own world. I watch as he runs a hand through his wavy reddish blonde hair, a gesture that seems more vulnerable than I've ever seen him. You know what I've learned? He continues, his voice barely above a whisper. No amount of money can heal an aching heart. It can't buy back time. It can't erase regrets. Dean, I say, my voice gentle. You can't blame yourself. Grief has a way of twisting things, making us see only what we didn't do. He turns to me, his eyes searching mine. Maybe, but it's changed me, Diane. Made me realize there's more to life than just accumulating wealth and power. I nod, understanding all too well the transformative power of loss. Is that why you came to Breezy Point? A fresh start? Partly, he admits. I thought a change of scenery might help. As I listen to Dean's words, a wave of compassion washes over me. I've misjudged him, I realize. This man isn't just some cold, calculating billionaire. He's human, with real pain and regrets. Dean, I say softly, reaching out to touch his arm. I had no idea. I'm sorry for assuming. He looks up, his sea blue eyes meeting mine. Don't apologize. I haven't exactly been an open book. I laugh, the sound a little shaky. Yeah, well, neither have I. We fall into a comfortable silence, sipping our drinks. The scotch has warmed me from the inside out, loosening my tongue and my inhibitions. You know, I start. I used to think people like you had it all figured out. Money, power, success. But I guess we're all just fumbling through life, huh? Dean chuckles, the sound low and warm. Ain't that the truth? Sometimes I think I'd trade it all for, a simpler life. A real connection. Our eyes lock, and suddenly the air feels charged. I'm acutely aware of how close we're sitting, how easy it would be to lean in just a little closer. A connection, huh? I murmur, my heart racing. That sounds nice. Dean's hand finds mine, his touch electric, sending a shiver up my spine. Yeah, he says, his voice husky and filled with something I can't quite name. It does. Before I can talk myself out of it, I close the distance between us. Our lips meet, soft and tentative at first, like we're testing the waters. But then the kiss deepens, urgency taking over. I feel myself getting lost in the moment, in Dean. His hand moves to the small of my back, pulling me closer, and I can't help but respond, my fingers threading through his hair. Every worry, every doubt melts away as we give in to the connection we've both been craving.
Chapter 15. Dean. My fingers sink into Diane's back, pressing through the soft fabric of her shirt, and I can feel the heat radiating from her skin. It's intoxicating, matching the rhythm of her breath as our mouths connect. Our tongues dance together, each movement charged with a desperate urgency. The taste of her lips, a tantalizing blend of sweetness and spice, drives me wild, igniting a fire deep within me. I can feel my desire building, straining against the confines of my pants, demanding to break free. Our breaths grow heavier, more frantic, and the symphony of our lips smacking together, intertwined with soft moans, fills the room, drowning out everything else. "Dean, take me," she urges me in between moans. "As you wish," I breathe into her mouth. I reach for Diane's hand, my fingers wrapping around hers as I guide her off the sofa. The thrill of the moment sends my heart racing. I lead her toward the bedroom, the air thick with anticipation. Once we're inside, I gently seat her on the bed, my gaze locked on hers, hungry and intent. Leaning down, I press my lips against hers, igniting a spark that quickly becomes a wildfire. Our kiss deepens, growing more intense with every heartbeat. It's as if we're both losing ourselves, surrendering to the primal urges that pulse between us. This woman embodies everything I've ever desired, and I'm hell-bent on making her mine. Gently, she runs her hands over my chest, her fingers dancing over each button as she undoes them one by one. With every piece of clothing that falls away, I can feel the heat of her anticipation rising, almost palpable in the air between us. When her fingers finally reach my belt buckle, she expertly releases it, a spark igniting in my core. The way she moves on to unbuttoning my pants sends a thrill through me. As her hand glides over me, she teases me, applying just the right pressure, and I can't help but groan at the sensation. "Please, Dean, make love to me," she begs, her breathing heavy. The room echoes with the symphony of our moans and gasps, a melody of desire that wraps around us like a blanket. Our bodies intertwine, moving together in perfect harmony, as if choreographed by some unseen force, driving us deeper into ecstasy. The air is thick with heat, and every breath we take feels electric, igniting the fire between us even further. And then, like a wave crashing over us, we both cry out in ecstasy. The world around us fades, and for that brief moment, we're suspended in time, locked in each other's arms. It's a moment of pure bliss, a shared experience that electrifies the air between us. I can feel the warmth of her body against mine, the softness of her skin, and the way our breaths mingle in a rhythm that feels both intimate and exhilarating. I pull Diane closer, our bodies still humming from the aftermath of what just happened. Her hair spills over my arm like silk, and I can't help but smile at her teasing grin. "I didn't know billionaires could be so good in bed," she says, her eyes dancing with mischief. I shake my head, trying to play it cool. It's all part of the package, you know. Business skills translate well to the bedroom. She laughs softly, the sound warming me more than it should. "I think I may have been wrong about you." "Oh?" I raise an eyebrow, intrigued. "What exactly were you wrong about?" "Let's just say, I thought you were just a cold fish with a huge bank account." I chuckle. "You've got it all figured out, huh?" "Not quite," she admits, shifting on the bed to face me fully. The static electricity crackling between us feels palpable now, almost like an invisible thread pulling us together. "What do you mean?" Diane hesitates, her gaze flitting away for a moment, as if she's weighing her words carefully. "It's just... every time we're near each other, there's this tension, like something is brewing under the surface." "Yeah," I agree. tracing a finger along her arm, feeling the goosebumps rise under my touch. It's been hard to ignore. I guess we both felt something, she muses quietly, biting her lip as if she can't quite believe it herself. It was never easy between us, I admit, my heart racing as we both reflect on those moments filled with conflict and frustration. She nods slowly. Every interaction felt charged, like we were playing with fire. Fire? More like a goddamn inferno, I reply with a smirk. Her laughter rings out again, light and free, and I find myself lost in those amber eyes that seem to sparkle with possibility. As our laughter fades into a comfortable silence, I pull her even closer. The world outside falls away. It's just us wrapped up in each other's warmth. We drift off together, cocooned in our shared space, both anxious and exhilarated about what comes next. The dawn light spills through the curtains, casting a soft glow over Diane's peaceful form. I sit up, careful not to disturb her, and swing my legs over the side of the bed. The floor feels cool beneath my feet as I reach for my clothes strewn across the chair. I catch a glimpse of her, hair tousled, mouth slightly parted, and lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. For a moment, I just watch her breathe, each rise and fall pulling me deeper into thoughts I never expected to have. She stirs slightly but doesn't wake. My heart tugs in a way that's new to me, something warm and unsettling all at once. This woman, this amazing woman, has managed to crack through my icy exterior in ways I can't quite wrap my head around. As I pull on my shirt, I can't help but wonder what life would be like if we were more than just two ships passing in the night. What if she were a permanent fixture in my life? A real family starting with Diane and her daughter. The thought sends an unexpected rush of hope coursing through me. With jeans snugged into place and shoes laced up tight, I lean down for one last look at her sleeping face. My fingers brush against her forehead gently, lingering there for just a moment before placing a tender kiss. "I'll see you later," I whisper, hoping she can hear me even in her dreams. Stepping outside, the brisk, salty air greets me like an old friend. It carries with it the sense of the ocean mingling with early morning dew, a refreshing reminder that this isn't just any ordinary place. It's Breezy Point. The coastal charm fills me with warmth as I take in the beauty around me, the waves lapping against the shore and seagulls calling out to each other overhead. The world is waking up around me while my mind dances with possibilities about our future. Diane could be so much more than just another fling or a business arrangement. She could be my partner in crime, sharing everything from mundane mornings to exciting adventures. A smile creeps onto my lips as I picture us together. Weekends spent on the beach with Chelsea, building sandcastles, family dinners where laughter fills the air as we try to teach her how to swim like her mother did back in California. What am I doing? This isn't like me at all, but hell, maybe it's time for something different. A change worth fighting for rather than running from. Maybe Breezy Point could be our sanctuary, our little slice of paradise away from prying eyes and judgmental gazes. Damn, I mutter under my breath as I walk toward my car parked outside. What have you done to me?
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 16. Diane. I wake in the middle of the night, heart racing. Surrounded by a cocoon of warmth, Dean lies beside me. his bare chest rising and falling softly under the glow of the moonlight, filtering through the curtains. I can't help but watch him, my fingers itching to reach out and trace the lines of his body. There's something intoxicating about him, something that pulls at me like the tide. What am I doing? I scold myself silently. This is insane, but my gaze lingers on him. He looks so peaceful, so unguarded. The tension from our earlier conversations slips away in the stillness of the night, in the aftermath of our lovemaking. I shift slightly, careful not to disturb him. He stirs just a bit, a low murmur escaping his lips. I can't decipher what he says, but it makes my stomach flutter with a strange mixture of affection and desire. Just one touch. That's all it would take to send a spark through me. I inch closer, drawn by an invisible thread that connects us. My fingertips brush against his arm, and it's electric. The kind of electric that has nothing to do with work or money or that damn gala we're planning. "Diane," he mumbles sleepily, cracking one eye open. I lift myself up closer to him until my lips hover next to his ear. "I want more of you, Dean," I admit, my voice thick with desire. Just lay still. Before I can second-guess myself, I straddle him. Feeling the heat radiating from his body beneath me, leaning down, I kiss him, parting his lips and letting my tongue dance with his. He groans in satisfaction, the sound rumbling deep in his chest like a thunderstorm brewing just off the coast. His hands find their way to my waist, fingers gripping me as if he's afraid I'll slip away. The heat between us intensifies, sparking a fire that threatens to consume us both. "Damn," he murmurs against my mouth, his breath warm and tantalizing. "Your trouble." "Only for you," I reply, pulling back just enough to meet his eyes. They shimmer with a mix of hunger and something softer. Vulnerability? "I can handle trouble," he says with that signature cockiness that both annoys and excites me. "I've dealt with worse." I raise an eyebrow. "Oh, really? Like what? A botched international negotiation?" "More like some high-maintenance clientele who think they own the world." His smirk is infuriatingly charming. "Sounds riveting," I tease, leaning down again to kiss him deeply. Our mouths move together like we've been doing this forever, like we fit perfectly into each other's rhythm. His hands slide from my waist to my thighs, gripping them firmly as he shifts beneath me. There's a wildness in his eyes that sends another jolt through me. As we kiss, the world around us fades into a distant hum. I can feel Dean growing tense beneath me, his muscles tightening as my lips explore the curve of his jaw and the stubble that brushes against my skin. There's something powerful in this moment, an undeniable chemistry that thrums between us. I pull back slightly, biting his lip playfully before trailing kisses down his torso. My mouth moves with deliberate slowness, savoring every inch of him. His breath hitches as I plant soft kisses on his collarbone, lingering there for just a second too long. "Diane," he breathes, and I feel the way the sound vibrates through him. It sends shivers up my spine. With each kiss, I make my way further down, across his chest, feeling the tautness of his muscles beneath my lips. He arches slightly at my touch. A mixture of surprise and pleasure flickers in his sea blue eyes. "Are you trying to drive me crazy?" he murmurs, but there's no real annoyance in his tone, just a hint of playful desperation. I glance up at him, my lips hovering above his stomach. "Maybe." The word slips from my mouth with a teasing lilt, and I let my tongue dart out to taste him. Just a flick against the skin that makes him gasp. Dean's hands grip the sheets tightly, as if he's trying to anchor himself to reality while being swept away by this delicious wave of desire. I trail more kisses along the defined line of his abs, feeling their strength beneath me. "God," he groans, eyes narrowing with concentration, as if trying to fight against the rising tide of pleasure. I can't help but smirk at the sight of him unraveling like this, beneath my touch. It's a rush of power that sends a thrill through me. "Isn't this what you wanted?" I whisper teasingly against his skin, my breath warm and playful. With a teasing kiss, I descend lower still, savoring the way he responds to every flick of my lips. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. I can feel his excitement building, a palpable energy crackling between us. It's intoxicating, and I sense I'm just moments away from pushing him over the edge. As his body tenses beneath my touch, I pull back slightly, my gaze locking onto his. A sly smile spreads across my lips as I take in the raw lust burning in his sea blue eyes, a reflection of our shared desire. "Is that all you've got for me, Dean?" I purr. As I lay sprawled across Dean, our bodies still tangled together, a satisfied smile creeps onto my face. The moonlight bathes us in a silvery glow, and I can't help but relish the warmth radiating from him. "That was amazing," he whispers, his voice low and thick with post-coital satisfaction. I nod, unable to form words, too busy basking in the afterglow. There's a thrill in knowing I surprised him. A man like Dean Brock isn't used to women who take charge. I drift into a hazy slumber, with his arm draped protectively around me, feeling as if I've conquered something monumental. But when dawn breaks, the peaceful atmosphere shatters under the weight of reality. I wake to find Dean gently kissing my forehead before slipping out of bed. His movements are so graceful, so confident. It makes my heart race again for all the wrong reasons. Pretending to be asleep, I keep my eyes closed while internally grappling with what just happened between us. Physically fulfilled? Yes. But what about that leggy blonde? Maybe this night of passion was a horrible mistake. What if Dean thinks of it as just a one-night stand? He's got the kind of life that screams billionaire. And I'm just me, running a party planning business on the outskirts of Breezy Point and managing a daughter who lives in care. As he quietly leaves the room, doubt creeps in like an unwelcome intruder. What did I expect from this? A fairy tale? Did I really think he'd fall for me after one night? A pang of disappointment washes over me. My heart sinks like an anchor dragging me down. The door clicks shut behind him, and silence envelops me. I let out a long breath, finally allowing myself to open my eyes and stare at the ceiling. The soft morning light filters through the curtains. It feels both comforting and cruel. I sit up slowly, pulling the sheets around me like armor against my own thoughts. What am I doing here? Was it worth it? In that moment of reflection, reality hits harder than any physical touch could. This might have been fun for him, but for me, it complicates everything. My focus is supposed to be on Chelsea and building soiree nights into something substantial. What if he doesn't want more than this? My heart races at the thought of him moving on with someone else while I'm left wrestling with these feelings alone. Get it together, I whisper to myself, as if that could somehow quell this storm brewing inside me, as much as I'd love to convince myself otherwise. Last night has shifted something fundamental between us, like opening Pandora's box without any idea how to close it again. Chapter 17. Diane. I stride across the manicured lawn of Dean's estate, clipboard in hand, my heels sinking slightly into the soft grass. The air buzzes with activity as workers scurry about, preparing for tomorrow's gala. I take a deep breath, pushing thoughts of Dean and our night together to the back of my mind. Today, I'm all business. All right, people, I call out, clapping my hands. Let's make sure everything's perfect for these high rollers. I spot Veronique setting up an elegant outdoor cafe area, her movements graceful as she arranges delicate china on pristine white tablecloths. Stephanie hovers nearby, adjusting flower arrangements with meticulous care. How's it going over here, ladies? I ask, approaching them. Veronique flashes me a smile. Darling, it's coming along swimmingly. These tables will make the queen herself jealous. If the queen had a tail and whiskers, Stephanie quips, nodding towards Gigi, who's prowling between the tables, her nose twitching with curiosity. I can't help but chuckle. Gigi, honey, try not to knock anything over, okay? We can't afford any catastrophes. Veronique rolls her eyes at my pun, but grins. She's been surprisingly well behaved. I think she approves of the setup. Well, Her Royal Highness's approval is crucial, I tease, bending down to scratch behind Gigi's ears. The cat purrs, then promptly loses interest in me, sauntering off to investigate a nearby flower arrangement. So, Diane, Stephanie says, a mischievous glint in her eye. Any juicy gossip about our mysterious host? You've been spending an awful lot of time with him lately. I feel heat creep up my neck, but keep my voice steady. Sorry to disappoint, but it's all strictly professional. Now, how are those centerpieces coming along? Veronique raises an eyebrow, clearly not buying my deflection. Professional. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? I'm saved from responding by a crash from the kitchen tent. Duty calls, I say, perhaps a bit too eagerly. Keep up the great work, ladies. And Gigi, behave yourself. I rush into the kitchen tent, my heart pounding, but as I burst through the flap, I'm greeted by a scene of controlled chaos rather than disaster. What happened? I ask, scanning the area. Glenn looks up from where he's directing a young server, mopping up a small puddle. Just a minor hiccup, Diane. Nothing to worry your pretty head about. I raise an eyebrow. My pretty head is responsible for this whole shindig, Glenn. Spill it. He chuckles. Poor choice of words. Literally just a spill. One of the new kids got a little overzealous with the soup tureen. I nod, relief washing over me. Thank goodness. How's everything else coming along? Glenn gestures grandly around the tent. See for yourself. We're running like a well-oiled machine. I take in the bustling activity. Chefs are expertly arranging hors d'oeuvres on silver platters, while others tend to steaming pots and sizzling pans. The air is thick with mouth-watering aromas. The chafing dishes? I ask. All set up and ready to go, Glenn assures me. We've got a system in place to keep everything at the perfect temperature. I make my way to the table settings area, where a team is meticulously arranging fine china and gleaming silverware. These look fantastic, I say, running a finger along the edge of a crystal wine glass. Only the best for Breezy Point's elite, Glenn says with a wink. Satisfied with the kitchen's progress, I head out to check on the bar situation. I spot Dick near the poolside, unpacking bottles and arranging them with practiced efficiency. How's it going over here? I call out as I approach. Dick looks up, a sly grin spreading across his face. Well, if it isn't the party queen herself, come to make sure I'm not sampling the merchandise? I roll my eyes. Please? I trust you to be professional, Dick. Most of the time, anyway. He laughs, a sound that grates on my nerves more than it should. Relax, sweetheart. I've got everything under control. These fancy folks won't know what hit 'em once I start mixing my specialties. Just stick to the approved menu, I warn. No need for any of your creative concoctions tonight. Dick holds up his hands in mock surrender. You're the boss, but if you change your mind, I've got a killer new recipe I've been dying to try out. I shake my head, unable to keep a small smile from forming. Maybe next time. For now, let's focus on making this night perfect. I shield my eyes from the sun's glare as I look up at Dean's mansion from the poolside. The gleaming windows reflect the afternoon light, reminding me of the countless tasks still ahead. Maria should be inside, taking final measurements for the gowns and tuxedos. Time to check on her progress. I make my way into the cool interior, my heels clicking on the marble floor. The sound echoes through the vast foyer, a reminder of just how much space we have to work with for this gala. Maria, I call out, my voice bouncing off the high ceilings. You up here? In here, darling, Maria's lilting voice responds from a nearby room. I follow the sound and find her surrounded by a sea of fabric, pins stuck between her lips as she adjusts the hem on a stunning emerald gown. How's it going? I ask, carefully stepping over swaths of silk and tulle. Maria removes the pins from her mouth and grins. Like a dream, Diane. These billionaires may have more money than sense, but they sure know how to wear a gown. I laugh, running my hand over a nearby tuxedo jacket. And the men's suits? Perfect fits, every single one, she says with a wink. Though I had to take in the waist on more than a few. Seems our resident tycoons have been indulging a bit too much in Veronique's pastries. Well, let's hope they can still squeeze into them for tomorrow night, I quip. Need any help? Maria waves me off. I've got this under control. Go make sure the rest of your minions are behaving themselves. With a mock salute, I head out to find Ben. I spot him near the grand staircase, muscled arms straining as he positions an ice sculpture stand. Need a hand there, Michelangelo? I tease, approaching him. Ben grunts, giving the stand one final shove. Nah, I got it. Though I wouldn't say no to a cold beer after this. I chuckle. Sorry, cowboy. No drinking on the job. How are the sculptures coming along? They'll be ready in time, he assures me, wiping his brow. Just hope these rich folks appreciate the art before it all melts away. They better, I say with a grin, or I'll have them licking the puddles off the floor. Ben's laughter follows me as I head outside to check on Jim. I find him directing a small army of workers, unloading tables and chairs from his ancient pickup truck. Jim? I call out, waving. How's the furniture situation? The old man turns, a twinkle in his eye. Right on schedule, Miss Diane. These tables have seen more Breezy Point shindigs than I care to count. I run my hand over the smooth wood of a nearby table. They look great, Jim. Thanks for always coming through. He tips his worn baseball cap. Wouldn't miss it for the world, though I gotta say, this Brock fella's party might just take the cake for fanciest yet. I nod, a mix of excitement and nerves bubbling in my stomach. Let's hope it lives up to the hype. I spot Dean out front, his tall frame cutting an imposing figure against the backdrop of his sprawling estate. Taking a deep breath, I stride towards him, clipboard clutched to my chest like a shield. Dean, I call out, my voice steady despite the flutter in my stomach. Got a minute, I've got updates on the gala prep. He turns, those sea blue eyes locking onto mine. Diane, he nods, adjusting his collar. What have you got for me? I launch into my report, ticking off items on my mental checklist. Catering's on track, Ben's ice sculptures are coming along nicely, and Maria's got the wardrobe situation under control. We're looking good for tomorrow night. Dean listens intently, his brow furrowing slightly. And security? Your team's been coordinating with... I start, but the words die in my throat as a sleek black limousine glides up the circular drive. Dean's posture stiffens. "Damn," he mutters under his breath. The limo door swings open, and out steps Runyon, looking uncharacteristically tense. He's followed by a man I don't recognize. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. "Diane," Dean says urgently, his hand on my arm. "I need you to disappear. Now." I bristle at his tone. "What? No, Dean. I can handle myself." "Please," he hisses, his eyes darting between me and the approaching men. The less you Mauser is acquainted with Breezy Point residents, the better. This is for your safety. I open my mouth to argue, but the look in Dean's eyes stops me cold. There's something there I've never seen before. Fear? "Fine," I concede, backing away. "But this isn't over." I jog towards the guard shack, my heels sinking into the manicured lawn. As I reach the small building, I see Dean's security team hunched over monitors, their faces grim. From this vantage point, I can just make out the conversation unfolding on the driveway. The newcomer's voice carries, smooth and dangerous as an oil slick. "Dean Brock," he says, extending a hand. "Roy Mauser, I've heard so much about you." Dean's reply is too low to hear, but his body language screams discomfort. I chew on my lower lip, fighting the urge to march back over there and demand answers.
Chapter 18, Dean. I take a deep breath, steadying myself for the encounter with Mauser. As Runyon steps out of the limousine, I plaster on my most convincing smile. "Dean, my friend," Runyon calls out, his voice a touch too enthusiastic. "I want to introduce you to someone." There, Roy Mauser emerges, his commanding presence and formidable stature sharply contrasting with the laid-back, airy vibe of Breezy Point. I extend my hand as he approaches, meeting Mauser's firm grip. "A pleasure, Mr. Mauser. Welcome to Breezy Point." Mauser's eyes, cold and calculating, scan me from head to toe. "Call me Roy," he says, his voice gruff. "Heard a lot about you, Brock." "All good things, I hope," I quip, maintaining my composure. Runyon chuckles nervously. "Roy and his associates have been staying at my place since they landed. Didn't want any hotel paper trails, you know how it is." I nod, understanding the implication. "Of course. Well, let me give you a tour of the estate. Any friend of Runyon's is a friend of mine." As we walk, I point out various features of the property, keeping my tone light and welcoming. "Over there is where we'll set up the marquee for the gala. And just beyond that is the helipad. Quite convenient for quick getaways." Mauser grunts, his eyes darting around, taking in every detail. "Impressive setup you've got here, Brock. Must have cost a pretty penny." I shrug, adjusting my collar. You know what they say? Go big or go home. "And which one are you doing?" Mauser asks, his tone sharp. I meet his gaze, unflinching. "I prefer to think of it as going smart, Roy. But tell me, what brings you to our little slice of paradise?" I watch Roy carefully as he sidesteps my question. I've been hearing good things about Breezy Point, so I thought why not check it out for myself. "Is that right?" I keep my tone light, but my mind's racing. What the hell has this mobster heard about our little slice of paradise? And more importantly, why is he so interested? We continue our stroll, and I can practically feel Roy's eyes boring into the back of my skull. The guy's got Predator written all over him, from his sharkskin suit to his cold, calculating gaze. "So, Brock," Roy says, jerking his chin towards the far end of the estate, "what's the deal with those outbuildings over there?" I adjust my collar, buying time. "Oh, those. Just housing a startup. Paper products, boring as hell, if you ask me." Roy nods, but his eyes stay glued to the buildings. He's not buying it. Runyon, bless his panicked little heart, jumps in. "Hey, speaking of boring, is there anything Roy or I can do to help with tomorrow's gala? You know, heavy lifting, taste testing the hors d'oeuvre? I force a chuckle. Thanks, but I think we've got it covered. You two just focus on looking good for the cameras. Right, Roy grunts, still eyeing the outbuildings. I clap my hands together. Well, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure, but duty calls. I've got a million things to do before tomorrow night. Of course, Runyon says, a little too quickly. We'll get out of your hair. As I walk them to their car, Roy turns to me. Looking forward to seeing what you've done with the place, Brock. Should be illuminating. I meet his gaze, refusing to flinch. I'm sure it'll be a night to remember, Roy. See you both tomorrow. As I walk away, I catch Roy's voice drifting over to me. How about you show me the rest of the Breezy Point coastline? Runyon's reply is all too eager. Sure, it'll be my pleasure. But I can tell from the tension in his voice that it will be anything but. The last thing we need is Mauser snooping around more than he already is. I shake my head, frustration gnawing at me. After they drive off, I stride toward the guard shack, my mind racing with possibilities and threats. When I step inside, I see Diane there, her brows furrowed as she flips through some papers. A surge of relief washes over me that she stuck around. Diane, I say, my voice betraying more relief than I'd meant to show. She looks up, her amber eyes sharp with concern. What happened? I'll tell you in a second, I say, urgency edging my tone. I face my team. All right, listen up. We need to escalate the Mauser case. No more waiting around. I want 2 of our best on him. Stat. Full surveillance. 24/7's tail, taps if necessary, and I want updates every 2 hours. I don't want Mauser to get too comfortable. We don't miss a step, understood? Let's tighten the noose. My team answers with a unified, yes, sir. The moment the last team member files out, leaving just Diane and me, the tension in the air thickens. I lean against the desk, arms crossed, trying to project calm even though my mind races. Did you hear what Mauser said? I ask, looking her straight in the eye. She nods, her amber gaze steady but concerned. I did. What do you think he's planning? I scrub a hand through my wavy hair, feeling the weight of uncertainty settle over me. Honestly, I'm not sure yet, but whatever it is, it can't be good. Diane crosses her arms defensively, a move I notice all too well. He's not exactly here to make friends. No kidding, I mutter, pacing a few steps away before turning back to her. He's like a shark circling a school of fish. Only these fish are billionaires who think they're untouchable. Diane shifts her weight from one foot to the other, her frustration palpable. What if he tries to push Runyon into something shady? You know how desperate people can get when they feel cornered. Right, I say, running my fingers over my collar as I try to keep my cool. But we're not going to let that happen. What if Mauser tries something during the gala? She presses, worry flickering across her face. I take a deep breath, steeling myself for the conversation I know I need to have. About that, I start, my voice trailing off as I try to find the right words. Diane, I think it might be best if you sit this one out. Her amber eyes widen in disbelief. Excuse me? Look, I say, running a hand through my hair. I've got to play host to a bunch of high-profile guests, not to mention keep an eye on Mauser. I can't be everywhere at once, and I can't guarantee your safety. Diane's jaw sets, her eyes flashing with determination. Dean, I'm not some damsel in distress. I'm a professional, and this is my event. I know that, I say, trying to keep my voice level. But this isn't your typical Breezy Point soiree. We're dealing with dangerous people here. She crosses her arms, her stance defiant. And I'm not your typical party planner. I've never abandoned an event, and I'm not about to start now. I feel my frustration rising. Damn it, Diane, this isn't about your professional pride. This is about keeping you safe. And what about everyone else? She challenges. Are you going to tell all the staff to stay home too? Or is it just me you're trying to sideline? I adjust my collar, buying time to think of a response that won't sound patronizing. But before I can open my mouth, Diane's already striding away, her head held high, her long legs carrying her swiftly across the room. Damn, she's magnificent when she's angry. I'm torn between admiration for her dedication and frustration at her stubbornness. Can't she see I'm just trying to keep her safe? But as I watch her go, a part of me can't help but feel a surge of pride. Damn it, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. This Mauser situation is spiraling out of control faster than I'd anticipated, and now Diane's right in the thick of it. Just then, one of my guards, Mike, pokes his head in. Boss, the team comm headsets are live and ready to go. Perfect timing, I say, grabbing one off the nearby desk. As I fit it over my ear, an idea starts to form. Mike, I need you to grab Johnson and Ramirez. Tell them we've got a special assignment. Mike nods. All business. You got it, boss. What's the job? I lean in, lowering my voice. Tomorrow night I want the three of you on Diane. Shadow her from the moment the gala starts until it's over. Keep it covert. She doesn't need to know you're there. Mike's eyebrows shoot up. The party planner? What's she got to do with Mauser? Nothing if I can help it, I growl. But she's stubborn as hell and refuses to sit this one out. So we're going to make damn sure nothing happens to her. Mike nods, a knowing look in his eye. Got it, boss. We'll keep her safe, don't you worry. As he turns to leave, I call out, And Mike, if Mauser so much as looks at her funny, I want to know about it immediately. You got it, Mike says, disappearing out the door. I sink into a nearby chair, the weight of everything suddenly pressing down on me. This gala was supposed to be my grand entrance into Breezy Point society, a chance to establish the Brock Group's new headquarters without raising suspicion. Now it feels like I'm sitting on a powder keg, just waiting for Mauser to light the fuse. And Diane. God, Diane. I close my eyes, remembering the fire in her amber gaze as she stood up to me. She's not some damsel in distress, that's for sure. But that's exactly what makes her so damn irresistible, and so infuriatingly stubborn. I shake my head, trying to clear my thoughts. I've got a job to do, and I can't let my feelings for Diane cloud my judgment. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy.
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
And you might got the money.
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
But that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. Everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you?
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 19. Diane. I push open the door to Café Veronique, the little bell above tinkling softly. The usual morning hustle and bustle is conspicuously absent, replaced by an eerie calm that sets my nerves on edge. Gigi, Veronique's typically aloof Persian, is curled up on the windowsill, her gunmetal gray fur catching the early morning light. Morning, V, I call out, making my way to the counter. Quiet day, huh? Veronique looks up from wiping down the espresso machine, her Jackie Kennedy-esque bob, swaying slightly. Hey, Di. Yeah, it's like a ghost town in here. Everyone's at Dean's place, putting on the finishing touches for tonight's shindig. I nod, trying to ignore the flutter in my stomach at the mention of Dean's name. Hit me with the usual, will you? As Veronique busies herself with my coffee, I settle into my favorite corner booth. The movement stirs Gigi from her slumber, and before I know it, she's leapt onto my lap, purring contentedly. Well, hello to you too, Your Highness. I chuckle, scratching behind her bejeweled collar. Veronique slides into the seat across from me, pushing my steaming mug of coffee forward. So spill, what's the deal with this Roy Mauser character? I sigh, wrapping my hands around the warm mug. Honestly, I'm not sure, but something about him gives me the creeps. How so? Veronique leans in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. It's hard to put my finger on it, I admit, absently stroking Gigi's fur. But the way he looked at Dean's property, it was like he was sizing it up for something. Veronique's brow furrows. You think he's after Dean's business? I shake my head. No, it's bigger than that. I overheard him asking Runyon to show him the rest of the Breezy Point coastline. Why would a casino owner from Atlantic City be interested in our little slice of paradise? Maybe he's looking to expand, Veronique suggests, but her tone lacks conviction. Maybe, I mutter, not convinced. But my gut tells me there's more to it, the way Dean reacted. He's worried, V, and if Dean's worried, we should all be worried. The bell above the door chimes again, and I look up to see Maria and Stephanie burst in, their faces flushed and hair slightly disheveled. Water, Maria pants, dramatically collapsing into the booth next to me. Veronique chuckles, sliding 2 glasses of ice water across the table. Rough day, ladies? Stephanie gulps down half her glass before answering. You have no idea. We've been running around like crazy trying to finish everything for tonight. But, Maria interjects, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All the gowns are ready and waiting at my shop. We can have our own little pre-party there while we get ready. I feel a genuine smile spread across my face for the first time today. That sounds perfect. A little girl time before the chaos begins. Ooh, yes. Stephanie claps her hands. We can gossip about all the mysterious guests arriving in town. We make plans to meet at Maria's Fashions later, and I find myself actually looking forward to it. It's a welcome distraction from the knot of anxiety that's been growing in my stomach all day. As I pull up to Dean's estate, I take a deep breath, steeling myself for another argument about my attendance at the gala. I grip the steering wheel for a moment, gathering my thoughts. When I finally look up, I spot him striding towards me, his long legs effortlessly eating up the distance. His expression, much to my surprise, is calm, almost serene, a stark contrast to the heated exchanges we've had lately. There's no hint of the usual tension in his sea blue eyes. Need a hand? He calls out, reaching for a box of supplies in my trunk. I blink, momentarily thrown off guard. Sure, thanks. We fall into an easy rhythm, directing caterers and staff to their stations. Despite our dispute yesterday, the air between us feels lighter, almost playful. You know, Dean says, a hint of a smirk playing at his lips. I've never seen anyone get so worked up over napkin folding before. I roll my eyes, but can't help the laugh that escapes. Hey, those swans aren't going to fold themselves. Oh, of course not, he teases, his voice dripping with mock seriousness. Heaven forbid we have subpar waterfowl at this shindig. I swat his arm playfully. Keep it up, Brock, and I'll demote you to balloon duty. His eyes widen in mock horror. Not the balloons, anything but that. We both dissolve into laughter, and for a moment I forget about Roy Mauser. my doubts, and everything else except the warmth of Dean's smile and the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he laughs. It's a rare sight. As we continue working, I sneak glances at him, appreciating the ease with which he moves, the confidence in his stride. As the sun dips below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, I turn to Dean with a smile. I better head out and get ready. Don't worry, I'll be back before the guests arrive. Dean's sea-blue eyes crinkle at the corners as he returns my smile. All right, but don't be late. I need my party planner extraordinaire here to make sure everything runs smoothly. I roll my eyes playfully. Please, as if I'd let you handle this shindig on your own, you'd probably end up serving caviar on paper plates. He chuckles, adjusting his collar. Hey, I'll have you know I throw a mean frat party. I'm sure you do, I tease, heading towards my car. See you soon. As I drive back into town, I find myself humming along to the radio, my mind blissfully free of thoughts about Roy Mauser or any other potential party crashers. The road stretches out before me, empty and peaceful in the gathering twilight. Suddenly, a pair of headlights appear in my rearview mirror. Growing larger at an alarming rate, my hands tighten on the steering wheel as I realize it's some kind of massive black SUV, like a monster Hummer on steroids. What the hell? I mutter, my heart rate picking up as the behemoth vehicle gets closer and closer. The SUV is so close, I can barely see its grille in my mirror. I grip the wheel tighter, my knuckles turning white as I try to maintain control. The road ahead curves sharply, and for a terrifying moment, I think I might veer off into the ditch. Just as I'm about to pull over, the SUV roars past me, its engine drowning out my startled gasp. It cuts in front of me so closely that I have to slam on the brakes to avoid hitting it. Jesus! I exclaim, my heart pounding in my chest. The SUV barrels down the road, nearly colliding with an oncoming car. Horns blare in the night, the angry sound echoing through the trees. I grip the steering wheel tighter, my heart still racing from the close call with the first SUV. The road ahead stretches dark and empty, the trees on either side casting eerie shadows in the moonlight. I take a deep breath, trying to calm my nerves. Get it together, Diane, I mutter to myself. It's just some jerk with more horsepower than brains. Just as I'm starting to relax, another set of headlights appears in my rearview mirror. My stomach drops. You've got to be kidding me, I groan, pressing down on the accelerator. The second SUV roars up behind me, closing the distance rapidly. As it passes, I catch a glimpse of the sleek black vehicle, immediately recognizing it as one I've seen parked near Dean's outbuildings. For a split second, relief washes over me. Thank God, I breathe out. Dean's men are watching out for me, but that relief quickly turns to anger, hot and sharp in my chest. How dare he? I'm not some damsel in distress who needs constant protection. I'm a grown woman, for crying out loud. That arrogant, overprotective son of a... I seethe, slamming my palm against the steering wheel. I grip the steering wheel tighter, a surge of defiance coursing through me. Men aren't the only ones who can roar around town. If Dean thinks he can play protector and keep tabs on me, he's got another thing coming. Time to show these boys how it's done, I mutter, hitting the throttle. The engine roars to life, and I feel a thrill of exhilaration as I press the pedal to the metal. The landscape blurs past in a rush of color and light. Trees, houses, and quaint little shops flash by as I speed towards Maria's boutique. The wind whips through my hair, and for a moment, I feel free. Free from doubts, free from fears, free from Dean's overbearing presence. I navigate the twists and turns of Breezy Point with practiced ease, my focus razor sharp. As I round a bend, I spot another SUV parked inconspicuously by the side of the road. Dean's men again. It fuels my determination even more. Not today, boys, I say to myself, grinning as I floor it. The tires screech slightly on the pavement as I make a sharp turn onto Main Street. The pastel-colored clapboard buildings and knotty pine storefronts come into view. It's almost serene, if not for my engine's roar cutting through the tranquility. I spot Maria's shop up ahead, its large windows showcasing elegant gowns and finely tailored suits. I pull into the parking lot with a flourish, skidding to a halt in front of Maria's fashions. As I kill the engine, I can't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Take that, Dean Brock. Chapter 20. Diane. I burst through the door of Maria's Fashions, my heart still racing from the drive. The shop's interior is a stark contrast to my frazzled state. All sleek lines and soft lighting, with racks of designer gowns and tailored suits lining the walls. The air smells faintly of lavender and new fabric. Diane, Veronique calls out, waving from near a mannequin draped in shimmering silk. We were starting to wonder if you'd make it. Sorry, I say, trying to catch my breath. Got held up by some traffic issues. Stephanie emerges from behind a rack of evening gowns, her arms laden with glittering jewelry. Traffic? In Breezy Point? That's a new one. I'm about to retort when I spot a familiar face. Gloria, I exclaim, genuine joy pushing aside my lingering frustration. I didn't know you'd be here. Gloria, the better half of Eastmont Inn's Chef Glenn, gives me a warm smile. Wouldn't miss it for the world, honey. Glenn's got the kitchen under control, so I thought I'd join the party. Maria bustles over, tape measure draped around her neck like a scarf. Ladies, we've got work to do. These gowns won't fit themselves. As we scatter to our respective fitting areas, I can't help but feel a surge of excitement. Despite the drama with Dean and the mysterious SUVs, there's a palpable buzz in the air. We've all poured our hearts into this gala, and tonight, we get to see it come to life. I still can't believe we pulled this off, Gloria says, twirling in front of a mirror. This gala is huge. It's going to put Breezy Point on the map. Veronique nods, adjusting her necklace. And it's all thanks to our resident party planning genius. Diane, you've outdone yourself this time. Let's not forget Mr. Billionaire's hefty contribution. Stephanie quips, her thumb and forefinger sliding against each other in the universal gesture for money. Stephanie's casual mention of Dean sends a jolt through me, and I force myself to lean in closer. The air in Maria's Fashions buzzes with laughter and the clinking of champagne glasses. I sip mine, a small burst of courage warming my insides. So, Steph, I begin, feigning nonchalance. You seem pretty cozy with Dean lately. What's going on there? Laughter erupts around the room, bouncing off the pastel walls. Veronique raises an eyebrow, clearly amused. Coziness? Please, Stephanie laughs. It was all for you, Diane. We just wanted to get some intel on Mr. Billionaire. Yeah? Gloria adds, waving her hand as if swatting away a fly. We didn't want him to think we were all chasing him like puppies. Oh, really? I raise my glass to hide my surprise. Maria chuckles as she spins a golden gown around her finger like a prize ribbon. We drew straws to see who'd get to sidle up to him at the cafe. Guess who picked the short straw? Stephanie grins sheepishly. All four of us burst into laughter again. The sound brightening the room, even more than the soft glow from the chandeliers above. You mean it was a team effort? I ask, still laughing but feeling a twinge of guilt. So you're not interested in him? Oh no, Veronique shakes her head emphatically. Not even close. He gives off that I'm too important for small talk vibe. And he's got that whole billionaire brooding thing down pat, Maria adds with a smirk. Not really my type. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Good to know. Gloria looks at me knowingly as she leans forward, resting her chin on her palm. You're still thinking about him, though, aren't you? I feel warmth creeping up my neck and clear my throat. No, well, maybe. It's complicated. The laughter dies down and suddenly everyone's eyes are on me, curious and expectant. Diane, Stephanie says softly, nudging me with her elbow. You don't have to pretend with us. I glance away, fiddling with my champagne flute as their gazes weigh heavily on me. Sensing my reluctance to discuss Dean further, Veronique claps her hands. All right, ladies, let's see these gorgeous gowns in action. Who's first? Gloria jumps up, her eyes sparkling. Me, I've been dying to try this on. She disappears behind a velvet curtain and emerges moments later in a stunning off-the-shoulder gown. The deep burgundy fabric clings to her curves before cascading to the floor in a waterfall of silk. Damn, girl, Stephanie whistles. Glenn's gonna need smelling salts when he sees you in that. Gloria twirls on the podium, the dress shimmering under the soft lighting. You think? I was worried it might be too much. Honey, there's no such thing, Maria assures her with a grin. Veronique goes next, slipping into a champagne-colored sheath dress with intricate beadwork that catches the light with every movement. The high neckline and long sleeves give her a regal air. You look like you stepped out of a 1920s speakeasy, I say, admiring the vintage-inspired design. Stephanie follows, donning a bold emerald green mermaid gown that hugs her body before flaring out dramatically at the knees. The plunging neckline is adorned with her own handcrafted jewels. If that doesn't make every head turn, I don't know what will, Veronique says, eyeing the dress appreciatively. Finally, it's my turn. I step behind the curtain and slide into my gown, a sleek black number that leaves most of my back exposed. The fabric feels cool against my skin as I emerge and step onto the podium. Oh my God, Diane, Gloria breathes. You look incredible. Seriously, you're going to stop traffic in that, Stephanie adds, her eyes wide. As my friends shower me with compliments, my smile suddenly vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer terror. My eyes widen, and I feel the blood drain from my face. In the mirror's reflection, I catch a glimpse of something that makes my heart skip a beat. A man's silhouette, dark and menacing, peering through the shop's plate glass window. I spin around, my hands flying to my mouth to stifle a scream that threatens to tear from my throat. The sound comes out as a muffled gasp, my fingers trembling against my lips. There, I manage to choke out, pointing towards the window with a shaky hand. Did you see him? The others jump up, startled by my sudden outburst. Veronique nearly spills her champagne, while Stephanie stumbles in her heels. What? Where? Gloria asks, her eyes darting between me and the window. Maria rushes to the front of the store, peering out into the darkened street. I don't see anyone, Diane. Are you sure? I nod vigorously, my heart still pounding. Yes, I swear. There was a man watching us through the window. Stephanie joins Maria at the window, cupping her hands around her eyes to block out the shop's interior light. The street's empty, not a soul in sight. Diane, honey, are you okay? Veronique asks, placing a comforting hand on my bare shoulder. You look like you've seen a ghost. I take a deep breath, trying to steady myself. I'm not crazy. I saw someone. I swear. I take a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. The silky fabric of my dress suddenly feels constricting, and I fight the urge to tear it off and run. Listen, I say, my voice quivering slightly. I know what I saw. It was one of those goons who's been following Runyon around with Roy Mauser. I'm sure of it. Veronique frowns, her perfectly manicured brows knitting together. Diane, honey, are you sure? I mean, why would they be interested in us? Yeah, Stephanie chimes in, twirling a strand of her hair nervously. We're just a bunch of small-town business owners. What could we possibly have that they'd want? I shake my head, frustration bubbling up inside me. I don't know, but I'm telling you, he was there. Maria steps forward, her face a mixture of concern and skepticism. Diane, I think you might be letting your imagination run wild. Look, she says, pulling out her phone. My security system would have alerted me if anyone was lurking outside. See? Not a single notification. I glance at her phone, then back at the window. The street outside is dark and empty. No sign of the menacing figure I'd seen moments ago. But I trail off, doubt creeping into my mind. Gloria places a comforting hand on my arm. Sweetie, you've been under a lot of stress lately. This gala, Dean, all of it. Maybe you're just seeing things that aren't there. I want to argue, to insist that I'm not crazy, but the words die in my throat. What if they're right? What if I am just letting my emotions get the better of me? I guess you could be right, I admit reluctantly. But it felt so real. Stephanie lets out a small laugh. Girl, if I had $1 for every time I thought I saw something spooky in this town, I'd be as rich as Dean Brock himself. The tension in the room eases slightly, and I force a weak smile. Yeah, maybe you're right. I'm probably just on edge with everything going on. Maria nods sympathetically. Exactly. And honestly, what would some casino mobster want with a party planner anyway? No offense, Diane, but I don't think you're exactly on their radar. I laugh. The sound a bit hollow even to my own ears. None taken. I guess when you put it that way, it does sound pretty ridiculous. As my friends return to their fittings and chatter, I can't shake the unease that settled in my stomach. I know what I saw, but maybe they're right. Maybe I am just letting my imagination run wild.
Chapter 21. Dean. I adjust my collar one last time, studying my reflection in the dressing room mirror. The white tuxedo shirt and dinner jacket fit perfectly, complemented by the black tux pants and satin cummerbund. My patent leather dress shoes gleam, and the black bow tie adds just the right touch of elegance. Running a hand through my perfectly coiffed hair, I nod in satisfaction. Time to face the music. I descend the circular stairs, each step measured and deliberate. The foyer below buzzes with activity, a hive of last-minute preparations. The scent of fresh flowers mingles with the aroma of gourmet dishes wafting from the kitchen. "Mr. Brock," a young waiter calls out, balancing a tray of champagne flutes. "Where would you like these stationed?" I gesture towards the grand entrance. "Set up a table there. Make sure every guest gets a glass as they arrive." He nods eagerly and scurries off. I continue my survey, pausing to inspect the elaborate floral arrangements adorning the entryway. "Everything to your liking, sir?" A middle-aged woman in a crisp uniform approaches, clipboard in hand. "Almost," I reply, reaching out to adjust a slightly askew orchid. "Perfect now. How are we doing on time?" She consults her watch. "Right on schedule, Mr. Brock. The first guest should be arriving in about 30 minutes. "Excellent. Carry on." I make my way to the ballroom where a team of workers is putting the finishing touches on the table settings. Crystal glasses catch the light from the chandeliers, creating a dazzling display. "Hey, you there!" I call out to a young man fussing with the centerpiece. "Make sure those candles are lit just before the guests enter. We want them at their brightest when people sit down." "Yes, sir," he responds, moving on to the next table. The kitchen is my final stop. Controlled chaos reigns as chefs and their assistants dart about, adding final garnishes and plating hors d'oeuvre. "How we looking, chef?" I ask, addressing the man clearly in charge. He turns, wiping his brow with a cloth. "All under control, Mr. Brock. The menu is prepped and ready to go. We won't disappoint." I never doubted it. I reply with a nod. Keep up the good work. As I exit the kitchen, I can't help but feel a surge of pride. Everything is coming together perfectly, all thanks to Diane. Speaking of, I stride purposefully towards the security command center, my mind racing with concerns about Diane and the potential threats lurking in the shadows. As I enter the room, my team snaps to attention. Gentlemen, I say, my voice low and authoritative. Status report. Jake, my head of security, steps forward. All quiet so far, boss. No alerts from the perimeter sensors or infiltration point alarms. I nod, but the knot in my stomach doesn't loosen. And our guests of honor? Any movement from Mauser or his goons? Nothing unusual, Jake replies. They're still at their accommodations, far as we can tell. I run a hand through my hair, frustrated. Everything is calm. Too calm. I need eyes on Diane and her friends. Now? Jake hesitates. Sir, we've got the secondary team prepped to escort them from Maria's shop. They should be heading into town as we speak. Good, I mutter. But I want confirmation. Get them on the line. As Jake reaches for his radio, my personal phone buzzes. It's a text from my operations manager. Secondary team en route to Maria's. ETA 10 minutes. Diane notified. I let out a breath I didn't realize I was holding. Cancel that, Jake. Looks like we're covered. I allow my shoulders to relax slightly as I watch the security feed. My team's got this covered. We've planned for every contingency. As the first headlights appear on the winding driveway, I straighten my bow tie and head for the grand entrance. Stepping out onto the front steps, I'm greeted by a scene straight out of a Hollywood premiere. Brass lanterns line the drive, casting a warm glow over the procession of arriving vehicles. Valets in crisp black and white dash to and fro, expertly maneuvering Bentleys, Rolls-Royces, and sleek Aston Martins. Good evening, Mr. Brock, my head butler Charles greets me with a slight bow. The first guests have arrived. I nod, watching as a gleaming black limousine pulls up. Everything in order? Absolutely, sir. The under-butlers are ready to receive invitations and escort guests to the marquee. As if on cue, the limo's door opens and out steps the French ambassador and his wife. I plaster on my most charming smile and descend the steps to greet them. Ambassador Dubois, Madame Dubois, welcome to Breezy Point, I say, shaking hands. I trust your journey was pleasant? The ambassador beams. Mais oui, Mr. Brock. Your little slice of paradise is quite impressive. I gesture towards the house. Please, enjoy yourselves. I believe you'll find the champagne particularly exquisite this evening. As they move inside, I catch snippets of conversation from the gathering crowd. The soft strains of a jazz piano float through the air, mingling with the gentle swish of waves in the distance. White lights twinkle in the trees and shrubs, creating a magical atmosphere under the full moon. More guests arrive in quick succession. Tech moguls, foreign dignitaries, and local power players. I greet each one, my mind half on the pleasantries and half on scanning the crowd for any sign of trouble. I scan the bustling foyer, a sense of satisfaction washing over me. The soft glow of chandeliers reflects off polished marble, casting a warm light on the sea of designer gowns and tailored tuxedos. The gentle hum of conversation mingles with the tinkling of champagne glasses. Everything's running like clockwork. I find myself offering subtle nods of satisfaction as my gaze sweeps across the estate. The place is a masterpiece tonight. Damn, I should be giving that nod to Diane instead. Where the hell is she? She's the one who made all this happen. Patience, Brock, I mutter under my breath, adjusting my collar. She'll be here any minute. I plaster on my most charming smile and dive into the crowd. Senator Thompson, glad you could make it, I say, shaking hands with the silver-haired man. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Dean, he replies, clapping me on the shoulder. The shindig's the talk of the town. I nod, already moving on. Enjoy your evening, Senator. I weave through the throng, exchanging pleasantries and air kisses. Moi, moi. Lovely to see you, Contessa. Mr. Yamamoto, how's that merger coming along? Making my way to the pool area, I step out onto the terrace. The cool night air is a welcome respite from the packed interior. Fairy lights twinkle in the trees, reflecting off the still water of the pool. The marquee stands proud, a beacon of white silk against the inky sky. I do a quick sweep, noting the discreet presence of security personnel at key points. Everything's in order, just as it should be. I shake my head, chuckling at my own paranoia. The Brock Group has this place locked down tighter than Fort Knox. No way a two-bit hustler like Roy Mauser is infiltrating this shindig. My phone buzzes in my pocket, and I pull it out to see Diane's name on the screen. A smile tugs at my lips as I answer. Hey, Miss Party Planner. Can't wait to see you. But my playful mood evaporates as soon as I hear her voice. It's shaky, uncertain. Dean, are your men in town already? Or are they just arriving to escort us now? I frown, my grip tightening on the phone. They're heading into town now. Why? What's going on? Oh, it's nothing, Diane stammers. I could have been wrong with what I saw. I'll see you out there soon. The hesitancy in her voice sets off alarm bells in my head. My relaxed, assured manner vanishes in an instant. Diane, wait! But she's already hung up. Damn, I mutter, adjusting my collar. I stride towards the Brock Group outbuildings, my mind racing. Something's not right. I need to double-check that Clarissa has arrived. She should be back in town after digging up more dirt on Mauser in Europe. As I approach the security hub, I bark at the nearest guard. Get me a status update on Clarissa Ward! Now! The guard jumps to attention. Yes, sir, right away. I pace the room, my spidey sense about Roy Mauser back on high alert. What the hell did Diane see? And why isn't Clarissa here yet? The guard returns, looking nervous. Sir, we haven't been able to reach Miss Ward. Her last check-in was 3 hours ago at Dulles International. God damn it, I growl. Keep trying. And get me eyes on Diane and her friends at Maria's shop. I want to know exactly what's going on there. As the team scrambles to follow my orders, I can't shake the feeling that this perfect night is about to go spectacularly wrong. I pace the room, the polished floorboards creaking beneath my dress shoes, each step a reminder of the weight pressing down on my chest. The grand ballroom is all set, the tables adorned with crystal and silver, flowers bursting with color. But that sense of satisfaction feels distant. My mind races, running through the security protocols we've established. Every angle accounted for, every possible breach covered. Yet here I am, stuck in this loop of unease. As I stare at the security monitors watching guests arriving in droves, I realize that no amount of planning will ease this weight until Diane is with me and I ensure we're all safe.
Chapter 22. Diane. As the limousine glides up the winding drive, I can hardly contain my excitement. The estate is stunning, lit up like a jewel under the evening sky. My girls are chattering away, gushing over how beautiful everything looks. Diane, this is your best event yet, Veronique squeals, adjusting her own shimmering gown in the mirror. Absolutely, Maria adds. I can't believe you did all of this. I beam at their compliments, but internally, I'm buzzing even more at the thought of Dean seeing me in this gown. It's sleek and elegant, perfectly tailored to accentuate my long legs and fit frame. I just hope he notices. As we step out of the car, a chill breeze carries the scent of salt water mixed with the sweet notes of blooming flowers. The butler steps forward with a polished smile. Good evening, ladies. Welcome to the Brock estate, he says with a slight nod. Could tell me where I might find Mr. Brock? I'm eager to hear his thoughts on tonight's festivities, I ask, masking my anticipation at seeing him. Of course, Miss Carthage. Mr. Brock is currently at the Brock Group outbuildings. Thanks. I say, my heart racing. Without another thought, I hike up my gown and stride toward the glass-walled structure on the far side of the property. As I approach, I catch sight of Dean through the expansive windows. My breath catches in my throat when I see him leaning casually against a table, handsome as ever in his sharp tuxedo. I feel my heart rate quicken, and I have to remind myself to keep walking at a normal pace. As I draw nearer to the building, my vision focuses, zeroing in on a slender figure beside Dean. It's her, that leggy blonde from before, now stunning in the powder pink satin gown that hugs every curve. Her hair styled perfectly in a chic bun, giving her an air of effortless elegance. I stop short for a moment, my stomach twisting as they lean closer together, their voices muffled but unmistakably intimate. I feel my jaw clench as I watch the two, their heads nearly touching. My stomach churns, a mix of anger and disappointment swirling inside me, making it hard to breathe. I'd been such a fool to think there was something special between us. How could I have been so naive? My chest tightens, and I have to remind myself to keep standing tall. Damn it, Diane, I mutter under my breath. You should know better by now. I spin on my heel, the gravel crunching beneath my stilettos as I march back towards the main event area. The soft sea breeze carries the tinkling of champagne glasses and laughter, a stark contrast to the storm brewing inside me. Hey, Di, there you are, Veronique calls out, waving from near the bar. Did you find Dean? I plaster on a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. Oh, he's busy with his colleague. Let's focus on making sure this party's perfect, shall we? Maria raises an eyebrow. Everything okay? Just peachy, I say, my voice dripping with sarcasm. Now where's Dick? I need to check on the bar situation. I spot the bartender and make a beeline for him, my friend's concerned looks burning into my back. Dick, I call out, how we looking on the champagne supply? He grins, clearly already sampling the merchandise. Flowing like a river, sweetheart. Don't you worry your pretty little head. I bristle at his tone, but push it aside. I snatch a glass of champagne from and down it in one swift gulp, the bubbles tickling my throat as the alcohol burns its way to my stomach. The crisp, dry taste does little to soothe my frayed nerves, but at least it gives me something to do with my hands. Great. Keep it coming. And ease up on your own consumption, yeah? I weave through the crowd, allowing the noise and chatter to saturate my thoughts. I won't let Dean or anyone else distract me from my goal. This party needs to be flawless, and the paycheck that follows will be worth every moment of discomfort. For Chelsea, I remind myself. It's all for Chelsea. As I'm brooding over my champagne, a sudden commotion near the stage catches my attention. I turn, my eyes narrowing as I spot Dean striding confidently towards the podium. He looks impeccable in his tuxedo, and I hate how my heart skips a beat at the sight of him. The crowd hushes as Dean taps the microphone, his voice filling the air. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, I thank you all for being here tonight. Welcome to the official inauguration of the Brock Group's new headquarters. I cross my arms, watching as he launches into his speech. The huge screen behind him flickers to life, displaying a sleek video presentation backed by dramatic music. It's impressive, I'll give him that. For years, the Brock Group has been at the forefront of global security, Dean continues, his voice commanding. Tonight, we celebrate a new chapter in our mission to make the world a safer place. The crowd erupts in applause, and I can't help but roll my eyes. I spot Veronique giving me a concerned look from across the room, but I wave her off. As the presentation rolls on, showcasing the Brock Group's achievements, I notice several distinguished-looking individuals nodding approvingly. One by one, they stand up, each representing a different country. A woman with a crisp British accent takes the mic first. The United Kingdom has long relied on the Brock Group's expertise. Their work in dismantling terrorist cells has been invaluable. She's followed by a tall man with a thick German accent. The Brock Group's ability to track down organized crime members across borders is unparalleled. As more representatives sing Dean's praises, I find myself torn between admiration for his achievements and lingering resentment over the blonde. I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy, remembering how she had draped herself all over Dean earlier. It's ridiculous, I know. I have no claim on him, and yet something about seeing them together had stirred up emotions I didn't even realize I had. I chew on my bottom lip, a habit I thought I'd kicked years ago. I watch from the wings, my eyes fixed on Dean as he delivers his speech. The words wash over me, but I barely register their meaning. My mind is a whirlwind of conflicting emotions, anger, hurt, and an undeniable attraction that I can't seem to shake. "Get it together, Diane," I muttered to myself, smoothing down my gown. "It's just business now. Remember Chelsea." The thought of my daughter steadies me. This paycheck will make a world of difference for her care. I take a deep breath, forcing myself to focus on the task at hand. As the speeches wind down, I make my way towards the grand staircase. The cool night air kisses my skin, a welcome respite from the stuffy tent. I ascend slowly, each step deliberate, when I feel the weight of someone's gaze on me. I turn, my heart skipping a beat as I lock eyes with Dean. He's standing a few steps below, looking up at me with an expression I can't quite read. The intensity of his stare makes my breath catch in my throat. Dean's sea blue eyes seem to pierce right through me, making me feel exposed and vulnerable. Suddenly, my anger and pain melt away. I feel an irresistible pull, compelling us to gravitate towards each other. Meeting halfway up the stairs, the tension between us is palpable, electric. Dean opens his mouth to speak, and I find myself doing the same. But before either of us can utter a word, a commotion erupts from the marquee tent. Shouts and angry replies cut through the night air, shattering the moment. I strain to hear what's going on, my party planner instincts kicking into high gear. "What's going on?" I say, already turning to head back down. Dean catches my arm gently. "Diane, wait. I have to tell you," but whatever he was about to say is drowned out by a particularly loud shout from the tent. We exchange a look, both knowing our conversation will have to wait. "After you," Dean says, gesturing for me to lead the way. As Dean and I rush into the Marquis's tent, the cacophony of raised voices hits us like a wall. The once elegant atmosphere has been shattered, replaced by a tense standoff between two men at the center of the room. I recognize one immediately as Roy Mauser, his face twisted in a sneer. The other, a distinguished-looking gentleman with salt and pepper hair, stands toe-to-toe with him. "You have no right to be here, Mauser," the stranger spits, his accent thick with Dutch inflections. "Your presence is an affront to everything we stand for." Roy laughs, a harsh, grating sound. "And what's that, Peter? Justice? Don't make me laugh. We both know what really goes on behind those closed doors at The Hague." I glance up at Dean, hoping for some explanation, but the worry etched across his face sends a chill down my spine. His jaw is clenched tight, eyes darting between the two men as if calculating his next move. The tension in the room ratchets up another notch. I can feel Dean's muscles coil beneath my touch, ready to spring into action. The other guests have backed away, leaving a clear circle around the two adversaries. "Dean," I hiss, my heart racing. "We have to do something." He nods, his eyes never leaving the confrontation. "Stay here, Diane. I mean it." As Dean steps forward, I can't shake the feeling that something terrible is about to happen. The glint in Roy's eye, the set of Dean's shoulders, it all spells trouble.
Chapter 23. Dean. I watch in disbelief as chaos erupts before my eyes, my carefully orchestrated plans crumbling like a house of cards. The gala I've meticulously planned for months is unraveling faster than I can process, leaving me feeling like I've been sucker punched. My jaw clenches so hard I can almost hear my teeth grinding as I bark into my headset, frustration and anger seeping into every word. How the hell did Mauser get in here without warning? The lack of immediate response from my team only fuels my frustration. I scan the crowd, my eyes narrowing as I spot Runyon jogging towards the altercation. He's trying to play peacemaker, but I know it's too late for that. I edge closer, straining to hear the heated exchange. Peter, my esteemed guest from The Hague, is in Mauser's face, his finger jabbing the air between them. I ought to call intercaller right now, Peter snarls. You're wanted in 3 countries, Mauser. 3! Mauser's laugh is cold and hollow. Go ahead, call your dogs, see where that gets you. I feel a presence beside me and turn to see Glenn and Ben, both looking as bewildered as I feel. My security team is converging on the scene, but it's like watching a train wreck in slow motion. Damn it, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. This isn't just a spectacle anymore. It's a powder keg waiting to explode. This is trouble, and I can feel it in my bones. I scan the crowd, relief flooding me when I catch sight of Diane standing with Gloria. She looks shocked but safe, her amber eyes darting between the unfolding drama and me. Good. If she's with Gloria, I know she's in good hands. Secure the site. Ensure all guests are accounted for. I bark into my earpiece, adrenaline surging through my veins like liquid fire. Check the perimeter and get eyes on all entry points. I want a full sweep, top to bottom, and report back immediately. My heart's pounding, but I force my voice to remain steady, authoritative. This is what I'm trained for, what I live for. And for Pete's sake, keep the civilians calm. We don't need a panic on our hands on top of everything else. Runyon steps up beside me, his brow furrowed. What do we do about Mauser? Get him away from Peter before this escalates. I glance at my guards, nodding sharply. They move into action, manhandling Roy away from the Hague guest. Roy doesn't go quietly. He shoves back against my men, sneering as he tries to break free. You think you can just push me around? You don't know who you're dealing with. Yeah. And you don't know who you're messing with, I mutter under my breath, ready to intervene if needed. Just then, a blood-curdling scream pierces the air, sending chills down my spine. My heart races, pounding against my ribs like a jackhammer as I whip around, my muscles tensing for action. What I see makes my stomach drop. Gloria's face is twisted in sheer panic, her eyes wide with terror. She's frozen in place, her mouth still open from the scream that's echoing in my ears. She's gone! They took her! Gloria yells. What? Who? My gut drops as I scan the area for Diane. I jerk my head towards the staircase, my heart pounding like a jackhammer as I catch a glimpse of Diane being whisked away by 3 of Roy's goons. Their hulking silhouettes move with practiced efficiency, dragging her struggling form between them. They're heading towards the coastline, disappearing into the inky blackness of the night. Damn it! Diane, I yell, my voice raw with desperation. I take a step forward, ready to sprint after them, when more commotion erupts behind me. I whirl around, my heart racing, to see Roy breaking free from my guards with a swift, violent motion. The bastard's grinning like he's won the lottery, his eyes wild with a manic gleam. A gun glints menacingly in his hand, the metal catching the dim light. Damn. I tense, ready to spring into action, my mind racing through possible scenarios and outcomes. Nobody move! Roy shouts, his voice slicing through the tense air as he waves the gun around like a deranged conductor. Or the gal gets it! Screams erupt from the crowd. Guests dive for cover, scrambling over each other in their haste to escape. It's a goddamn circus, and Roy's the ringmaster. You son of a bitch! I snarl, my fists clenching at my sides, nails biting into my palms. The adrenaline surges through me, fueling my anger. You won't get away with this. Roy's laugh cuts through the chaos like a knife. His eyes glint with a mix of arrogance and malice as he leans in closer, his grip tightening on the gun. Watch me, Brock! You're out of your league! Before I can make a move, Roy turns tail and runs, heading in the same direction as his goons. Towards Diane. Damn it! I curse, adjusting my collar as I bark orders into my earpiece. All units, converge on the coastline! We've got a hostage situation! Move now! Runyon appears at my side, his face ashen. Dean, I'm so sorry, I never thought... Save it! I snap, cutting him off. We don't have time for your guilt trip. You're coming with me. I grab his arm, dragging him along as I sprint towards the beach. The night explodes into blinding daylight as Tony flips the switch on the flood lamps. I squint, momentarily disoriented by the sudden shift. The coastline stretches out before us, every grain of sand illuminated in stark relief. It's like a twisted game of hide and seek. Only the stakes are life and death. Spread out! I bark, my voice carrying over the crash of waves. Check every nook and cranny. They can't have gotten far. The beach erupts into a flurry of activity. Billionaires in tailored tuxedos run alongside workers in cheap rental suits, all social barriers crumbling in the face of this crisis. I spot Ben, his hulking frame impossible to miss, leading a group towards a cluster of rocks. The wail of sirens from cop cars cuts through the air, growing louder by the second. Great. Just what we need. More chaos. Tony! I shout into my earpiece. The sheriff's department is here. Coordinate with them. We need all hands on deck. Copy that, boss, comes the crisp reply. I scan the shoreline, my heart pounding. Where the hell are they? The floodlights cast long shadows, turning every dune and outcropping into a potential hiding spot. Wails pierce the night, sending chills down my spine. I whirl around to see Maria, Veronique, Stephanie, and Gloria huddled together near the edge of the lawn. Their faces are streaked with tears, mascara running in dark rivulets down their cheeks. We have to do something, Maria wails, her voice cracking. We can't just stand here. I jog over, trying to project calm I don't feel. Ladies, I need you to stay put. We've got every available person searching. The best thing you can do is stay safe and out of the way. Stephanie grabs my arm, her grip surprisingly strong. But what if they hurt her? What if... Don't! I cut her off, my voice harsher than I intend. We're going to find her. That's not up for debate. I turn back to the beach, adjusting my collar as I survey the scene. The floodlights cast an eerie glow, turning the familiar landscape into an alien terrain. Somewhere out there, Diane needs me, and I'll be damned if I let her down. I stand amidst the chaos, my heart racing, but my mind kicks into high gear. Years of training flood back, and I force myself to breathe deeply, pushing down the panic threatening to overwhelm me. Focus, Dean, think... I scan the landscape, analyzing every detail. The rocky outcroppings to the north, the dense patch of scrub pines to the south. Where would Mauser take her? Runyon! I bark, grabbing his arm with a vice grip. Spill it! Every hiding spot, every nook and cranny along this damn coast. Now? His eyes go wide and he stammers. Theirs. Think, man! I snap, shaking him slightly to jolt his memory. The old lighthouse on Point Rock, he blurts out, his voice trembling. And Smuggler's Bay, just past the bend. Oh, and the sea caves. Sea caves? There's more than one, I demand, my grip tightening. Yeah, a whole network of them, used by rum runners back in the day. I nod sharply, my mind already mapping out a detailed search grid. The urgency of the situation propels me into action. I tap my earpiece, relaying the information to my team with precision. We've got 3 potential sites. The old lighthouse on Point Rock, Smuggler's Bay, and the network of sea caves by Pirate's Cove. I want eyes and ears on all of them now. Alert the Coast Guard. Dean. Stephanie's voice wavers behind me. Please find her. I turn, meeting the tear-filled eyes of Diane's friends. They're huddled together, fear etched on every face. I strip off my dinner jacket, tossing it aside. I'll find her, I say, my voice low and determined. I'll bring her back. That's a promise. With that, I sprint towards the beach, sand flying beneath my feet. The roar of the surf grows louder, matching the pounding of my heart. As I reach the water's edge, I pause, scanning the darkness. Come on, Diane, I mutter. Where are you? The waves crash against the shore, offering no answers. But somewhere out there, in the inky blackness, Diane needs me, and I won't rest until I find her.
Chapter 24. Diane. Let go of me, you creep, I snarl, twisting my body as Roy drags me into Pirate's Cove. The coarse sand scrapes against my skin, ruining my gown. You won't get away with this. Roy yanks me harder, his grip bruising my arm. Shut up, princess. You're my ticket out of here. The sea cave looms before us, dark and foreboding. The sound of waves crashing against the rocks echoes off the walls, drowning out the distant sirens. Roy shoves me inside, and I stumble, falling onto the damp sand. Sit tight, he growls, pacing back and forth at the entrance. His silhouette cuts a menacing figure against the moonlit sky. I struggle against the makeshift restraints, the silk bow ties digging into my wrists and ankles. You're insane if you think you'll escape. Dean will find me. Roy lets out a harsh laugh. Dean. That pretty boy doesn't scare me. He's just another rich idiot playing detective. You don't know him, I snap, my voice dripping with venom. He'll hunt you down. And when he does what? Roy sneers, turning to face me. Face it, sweetheart. You're just a pawn in this game. I scan the cave, my eyes adjusting to the dim light. The goons loom like hulking shadows, blocking any chance of escape. My heart pounds, but I force myself to stay calm. There's gotta be a way out of this mess. Roy paces, his face twisted with frustration. All right, you idiots, he barks at his men. Get your behinds moving. Check if we can still make it to the helipad. And don't screw this up. Two of the goons nod and lumber off, their footsteps fading as they exit the cave. I watch them go, my mind racing. If they're headed for a chopper, that means we're not far from civilization. Maybe someone will hear us. Hey, Roy, I call out, trying to keep my voice steady. You really think you can just fly out of here? In case you forgot, there's a whole bunch of rich folks back there who aren't going to be too happy about this little stunt. He whirls on me, eyes flashing. Shut your trap. You think I give a damn about those champagne-sipping morons? I raise an eyebrow, putting on my best unimpressed face. Oh, I don't know. Seems to me like you care an awful lot about what they think. Why else would you crash a party full of them? Roy stalks over, looming above me. You got a smart mouth on you, don't you? I take a deep breath, steeling myself. If I'm going to be stuck here with this creep, I might as well get some answers. All right, Roy, I say, my voice steadier than I feel. What's your end game here? Why the kidnapping? What have you done? Roy turns to me, a smirk playing on his lips. Curious little bird, aren't you? Cut the crap, I snap. What do you want from Runyon? From Dean Brock? From all of us at Breezy Point? He chuckles, a sound that sends chills down my spine. Might as well spill, eh? Not like you'll be around to tell anyone. Roy leans against the cave wall, crossing his arms. It's simple, really. I need a better ocean port for my business ventures. Guns, opium, you name it. Breezy Point's perfect. My stomach churns at his casual admission. The audacity of his smirk makes my blood boil, but I force myself to stay calm, knowing I need to keep him talking if I want to find a way out of this mess. And Runyon? Dean? Runyon's just a pawn. Old ties, but Brock. Roy's eyes narrow. That bastard's been a thorn in my side for years. His little detective agencies cost me millions overseas. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. You're targeting Dean. Bingo. Roy grins all teeth. 2 birds, 1 stone. I get my port, and I take out the Brock Group's golden boy. It's beautiful, really. Roy notices my unease at his confession, and his face twists into a smug grin as he leans against the damp cave wall. Sweetheart, those charges from The Hague, they'll vanish faster than a sandcastle at high tide once the Brock Group's evidence mysteriously goes poof. I glare at him, trying to ignore the chill creeping up my spine. You're delusional if you think you can just make evidence disappear. He chuckles, a sound that grates on my nerves. Oh, but I can. And you know what's even better? Roy pushes off the wall, pacing like a caged animal. That blonde bombshell of Dean's, the one who played my idiot goon like a fiddle, her little honey trap routine won't mean squat. My mind races. Blonde bombshell? Is he talking about the woman I saw with Dean? I pushed the thought aside, focusing on the more pressing issue. You're forgetting something, Roy. The whole world's watching now. You really think you can outrun that? The whole world, huh? Roy scoffs, his eyes glinting dangerously in the dim light. Hate to break it to you, Princess, but the world's a big place. Plenty of dark corners to disappear into. I swallow hard, trying to keep my voice steady. You won't get away with this. There are too many eyes searching now. Someone will find us. Keep telling yourself that, sweetheart, Roy sneers. Maybe if you wish hard enough, your knight in shining armor will come charging in. I bite my lip, hoping against hope that I'm right, that Dean and the others are out there, combing every inch of the coastline. But as the minutes tick by, and the sound of crashing waves drowns out any hint of rescue, a flicker of doubt creeps in. I don't know for sure if anyone's coming, but I'll be damned if I let this creep see me sweat. Roy's eyes narrow as he watches me, his gaze calculating and cold. The determination in my eyes must be clear because his expression shifts, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. You got some fight in you, don't you? He growls, brandishing his gun. The metal glints in the dim light of the cave, a chilling reminder of the danger I'm in. Before I can react, his hand shoots out, wrapping around my throat. His grip is tight, not enough to cut off my air completely, but a clear threat. Listen here, Princess, Roy hisses, his face inches from mine. You've got a better chance of making it out alive if you keep that pretty mouth shut. Got it? I try to swallow, but his grip makes it difficult. The cave suddenly feels smaller, the walls closing in. I manage a small nod, afraid to speak. Roy releases me, and I gasp for air, my heart pounding in my chest. As reality sets in, tears start to form in my eyes. I blink rapidly, trying to hold them back, but a few escape, rolling down my cheeks. I look around the cave, searching for any possible escape route. The entrance is blocked by Roy's remaining goon, and the rocky walls offer no hope of an easy exit. The sound of waves crashing outside seems to mock me, a constant reminder of how close yet far away freedom is. How did this happen? Just hours ago, I was at a glittering gala, surrounded by the elite of Breezy Point. Now, I'm trapped in a damp cave with a madman. My beautiful gown ruined and my life in danger. The rhythmic crash of waves against the shore becomes a haunting lullaby, luring me into an uneasy slumber. My eyelids grow heavy, the weight of fear and exhaustion pulling them down, despite my best efforts to stay alert. The damp sand beneath me seeps through my once beautiful gown, a cruel reminder of how quickly my world has turned upside down. As consciousness slips away, my mind drifts to Chelsea. Her sweet face floats before me, a beacon of hope in this nightmare. I imagine her tiny hands reaching for me, her giggles echoing in my ears. "Mommy's coming, baby," I whisper, my words lost in the cavern's gloom. The darkness deepens, and I find myself falling into a fitful sleep. Dreams and reality blur, creating a disorienting kaleidoscope of images. One moment, I'm back at the gala, twirling under the sparkling lights. The next, I'm running through endless caves, Roy's laughter chasing me down winding tunnels. Dean's face flashes in my mind, his sea blue eyes filled with determination. Despite everything, a small flicker of hope ignites in my chest. "Dean, please come quick," I think desperately. "I need you. Please find me." The scene shifts, and I'm suddenly back in Vallejo, a little girl again. My parents smile down at me, their faces warm and comforting. "Stay strong, sweetheart," my mother says, her voice a soothing balm. "You're braver than you know." I jolt awake, disoriented, my heart pounding. For a moment, I forget where I am. Then reality crashes back, as brutal as the waves outside. The cave is eerily quiet, save for the soft snores of Roy's remaining goon. Roy himself paces near the entrance, his silhouette a menacing shadow against the faint moonlight. I close my eyes again, feigning sleep, not wanting to draw his attention. As I lie there, my mind races. The dreams linger, a jumble of fear and hope. I cling to the image of Dean, to the memory of my parents' encouragement. Somewhere out there, I know people are searching for me. I have to believe that. It's the only thing keeping me from falling apart. The sand beneath me is cold and unyielding, but I force myself to relax, to conserve my strength. Whatever happens next, I need to be ready for Chelsea, for myself, and maybe, just maybe, for a chance at a future with Dean.
Chapter 25. Dean. I sit on a lawn chair overlooking the massive search operation for Diane and Roy, my eyes scanning the coastline for any sign of movement. The sun beats down mercilessly, but I barely notice the heat. Sleep has become a distant memory, and food tastes like ash in my mouth. My mind races with possibilities, each one worse than the last. A gust of wind carries a newspaper to my feet. I pick it up, recognizing the glossy pages of the Breezy Point shiny sheet. The banner headline screams, "Gala gone wrong. Billionaires bash becomes battleground." Below it, a photo of my wrecked estate stares back at me, police tape crisscrossing the once pristine lawn. My eyes are drawn to a sidebar, written in the style of a Page 6 gossip column. "Brock's bash becomes bust. Sources say the usually unflappable Dean Brock lost his cool when party planner Diane Carthage was whisked away by casino mogul Roy Mauser. Is there more than just business between the billionaire and the beautiful event coordinator?" One guest reports, "I've never seen Dean look so human." Oh, I crumple the paper in my fist, tossing it aside. The media circus has descended on Breezy Point, transforming our quiet enclave into a three-ring spectacle. SWAT vans, CSI units, and new satellite trucks line Main Street, their presence a constant reminder of my failure to protect Diane. From my perch, I overhear snippets of conversation from the search teams combing the beach. "Any sign of drag marks?" "Negative. The tides wiped everything clean." "What about the caves further down?" "Already checked. Nothing." I stand, unable to sit still any longer, and begin pacing. My eyes never leave the horizon, searching for any anomaly, any hint of where Diane might be. The waves crash relentlessly against the shore, their rhythm mocking my helplessness. A voice crackles over a nearby radio. "Team Alpha, report." "Alpha here. No sign of Mauser or the woman in Sector 4. Moving to Sector 5. I clench my fists, frustration boiling over. Damn it. I mutter, adjusting my collar out of habit. Where the hell are you, Diane? I hear footsteps crunching on the sand behind me and turn to see Runyon approaching. His usually impeccable suit is rumpled, and dark circles ring his eyes. He reaches out a hand, but I step back, my jaw clenching. Dean, He starts, but I cut him off. Forget it! I snap, my voice raw. Just tell me what the hell is going on. Why did Roy nose into Breezy Point? Why here? My voice rises with each question, the frustration I've been bottling up for hours finally boiling over. And why take Diane? She has nothing to do with this. Runyon winces, running a hand over his face. I think he took her to get to us. Us? I spit the word out like it's poison. There is no us here, Runyon. This is your mess. Dean, please, Runyon pleads. I had no idea before, but I found out that Roy knew about your intelligence on him. I freeze, my blood running cold. How? I demand, grabbing Runyon's collar. How did he find out? Runyon shakes his head, his eyes wide. I don't know. Maybe he has someone on the inside, or maybe you told him, I growl, pushing him away. I would never... Runyon starts, but falls silent under my glare. We stand there, the waves crashing behind us, neither wanting to voice the possible nightmarish end. The unspoken fear hangs between us like a physical presence. Finally, I break the silence. If anything happens to her, Runyon... I let the threat dangle, unfinished. Runyon nods, understanding the weight of my words. We'll find her, Dean. We have to... I turn back to the sea, my eyes scanning the horizon once more. Yeah, I mutter, more to myself than to Runyon. We have to. I stand on the beach, my eyes never leaving the horizon as I scan for any sign of Diane. My focus is singular, unyielding. Around me, the residents of Breezy Point move like ants on a mission. Billionaires in designer clothes work shoulder to shoulder with local shopkeepers, all united in the search for Diane. It's a sight I never thought I'd see. Dean! Runyon's voice carries over the sound of crashing waves. He's standing near a cluster of law enforcement officers, waving me over. I jog to join them, nodding at the stern-faced sheriff. What's the situation? The sheriff, a weathered man named Hank, clears his throat. We've interviewed everyone in town. No one saw anything unusual before the gala, but a few people reported seeing unfamiliar vehicles in the area yesterday. And? I press, impatience coloring my tone. Hank shakes his head. Nothing concrete. We're following up on every lead, but... His words trail off, but the implication is clear. They're running out of options. I clench my fists, frustration boiling over. That's not good enough. We need to... A commotion near the SR headquarters cuts me off. We all turn to see a group of exhausted volunteers stumbling back from their search, their faces etched with disappointment. No luck in Sector 7, one of them reports, his voice hollow. We've combed every inch. I watch as the hope drains from their faces, replaced by a weariness that seems to settle into their bones. It's a feeling I'm fighting against with every fiber of my being. We can't give up, I say, my voice carrying over the group. Diane's out there counting on us. We keep searching until we find her. My words seem to spark something in the tired volunteers. They straighten up, nodding with renewed determination. As they head back out, I turn to Runyon and Hank. We're missing something. There has to be a place we haven't looked. Runyon's brow furrows. We've searched every inch of Breezy Point. Where else could they be? I need to get away from Runyon before I do something I'll regret. My fists are clenched so tight, I can feel my nails digging into my palms. I'm heading into town, I mutter, not meeting his eyes. See if there's any news. Runyon starts to say something, but I'm already walking away, my long strides eating up the beach. I can feel his eyes boring into my back, but I don't turn around. I can't look at him right now without seeing red. My convertible roars to life, and I peel out of the driveway, sand spraying behind me. The wind whips through my hair as I speed towards town, but it does nothing to cool the fire burning in my chest. I screech to a halt in front of the mayoral office, barely remembering to put the car in park before I'm out and striding towards the building. My head's down, shoulders slumped. I feel like I've aged a decade in the past few hours. The bell over the door jingles as I push it open, and I'm hit with a wall of noise. It seems like the entire town has crammed itself into this one room. I scan the crowd, my eyes landing on familiar faces. Veronique's behind a makeshift counter, pouring coffee into paper cups with shaking hands. Glenn and Gloria are setting out trays of food, their usual smiles replaced by grim determination. Even Gigi, that damn cat, is perched on a bookshelf, her tail twitching as she surveys the scene. Maria and Stephanie are huddled in a corner, their eyes red-rimmed and puffy. The sight of them, so broken, makes my chest tighten. I adjust my collar, trying to breathe. "Dean!" Jim's voice cuts through the din. He pushes through the crowd, his face etched with concern. "Any word?" I shake my head, unable to form words. The hope in his eyes dims, and I have to look away. "We can't give up," Maria says, her voice cracking. "Diane's out there. She needs us." "Yeah, well, fat lot of good we're doing her sitting around here," I snap, instantly regretting my harsh tone. Stephanie flinches, and I run a hand through my hair, frustrated. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean." "We know, Dean," Gloria says softly, pressing a cup of coffee into my hands. "We're all on edge." I nod, grateful for her understanding. The warmth of the cup seeps into my hands, grounding me. I take a long sip of the coffee Gloria handed me, letting the bitter liquid burn down my throat. It's a welcome distraction from the knot of anxiety in my gut. Jim clears his throat, his weathered hands fidgeting with a pencil. "I might know something about Mauser," he says, his voice low. All eyes turn to him. I lean forward, my heart rate picking up. "Spill it, Jim." He sighs, running a hand through his gray hair. "Roy Mauser. He's not just some casino owner. Word is, he's got his fingers in all sorts of pies. Drugs, weapons, you name it." "Jesus," Maria whispers, her eyes wide. Jim nods grimly. "And that's not all. I've heard rumors that he's been looking to expand his operation. Needs a new port, somewhere quiet and off the radar." The implication hits me like a punch to the gut. "Breezy Point," I growl. "But why take Diane?" Stephanie asks, her voice trembling. "She's not involved in any of this." I adjust my collar, my mind racing. "Leverage," I say, the word tasting bitter on my tongue. He's using her to keep us in line. The room erupts in shocked murmurs. I can see the fear and disbelief on their faces as the reality of our situation sinks in. Suddenly, the door swings open. We all look up to see Ben striding in, his face set in grim determination. "I have an update," he says, his deep voice cutting through the chatter.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
"You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you."
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
I can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 26. Dean. Ben drops into a chair, his face etched with exhaustion. The room falls silent, all eyes on him. I lean forward, my heart pounding against my ribs. "It's looking grim," Ben says, his voice low and gravelly, each word heavy with concern. No signs that Mauser, his goons, or Diane are still at the point. It's like they vanished into thin air. The words hit me like a sucker punch. I grip the edge of the table, my knuckles turning white. "Law enforcement is now entertaining the possibility that they were airlifted out before they arrived," Ben continues, his eyes darting around the room. The tension in his voice is palpable, and I can feel my jaw clenching with each word. "SAW are still combing the area to confirm. Hope's not lost, but..." He trails off, leaving the unspoken implications hanging heavy in the air. I lean back in my chair, my mind racing. The thought of Mauser slipping through our fingers like this makes my blood boil. I've dealt with slippery bastards before, but this guy's taking it to a whole new level. My fingers drum against the armrest as I consider our next move. We can't let this son of a bitch win, not when Diane's life is on the line. A sob breaks the silence. Maria crumples, her face in her hands. Stephanie wraps an arm around her, but she's shaking too. "If they've left Breezy Point," Veronique whispers, her voice trembling, "we'll never find her." Something inside me snaps. The rage I've been holding back roars to life, a tidal wave of fury and frustration. My fist slams into the table, making everyone jump. "That's nonsense," I snarl, pushing to my feet. The chair clatters to the floor behind me. "They're wrong. They're all wrong." "Dean," Jim starts, reaching for my arm, but I shake him off. "No!" I growl, pacing like a caged animal. The others watch me warily as I stalk back and forth across the room, my hands clenching and unclenching at my sides. Think about it. Mauser's not an idiot. He's a cold, calculating bastard. He knows every airport, every helipad within 100 miles is being watched. There's no way he risked moving her. It'd be suicide, and that son of a bitch values his own skin too much. I stop abruptly, turning to face the group. My jaw clenches as I fight to control the rage threatening to boil over. He's still here. I can feel it in my gut, and I'll be damned if I let him slip through our fingers. "But the searches..." Ben begins. I cut him off. "Have they checked every nook and cranny? Every cave, every abandoned building?" I run a hand through my hair, my mind racing. This is Mauser's game. He wants us to think he's gone, to give up. "So what are you saying?" Stephanie asks, a glimmer of hope in her tear-filled eyes. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the storm raging inside me. My fingers twitch, itching to adjust my collar, but I resist. Now's not the time for nervous habits. "Listen," I say, my voice low and intense. "I know Roy. I know what he's after, and it's not just Diane." Jim leans forward, his weathered face creased with concern. "What do you mean, Dean?" I run a hand through my hair, pacing the room. "Roy's not just some two-bit casino owner. He's got his fingers in every dirty pie from here to The Hague. And the Brock Group, we've got the goods on him. Enough to put him away for life." "Jesus," Ben mutters, shaking his head. "So this is personal?" "As personal as it gets." I nod, my jaw clenching. Roy won't leave without destroying every shred of evidence we have on him. And... I hesitate, the words sticking in my throat. Veronique's eyes widen. "And what, Dean?" I meet her gaze, my voice barely above a whisper. And he might not leave without taking me out of the picture. Permanently. The room falls silent, the weight of my words settling over everyone like a heavy blanket. "So," Stephanie says slowly, "you think they're still here? In Breezy Point?" I nod, my mind racing. "They have to be. He's playing us, trying to make us think he's gone, so we'll give up the search." "But where?" Maria asks, her voice trembling. We've looked everywhere. I shake my head, frustration bubbling up inside me. Not everywhere. There has to be somewhere we've missed. I storm out of the office, my frustration boiling over like a pot left too long on the stove. Enough is enough. I've been patient. I've played by the rules, but it's gotten us nowhere. My feet pound the pavement as I make my way to my car, the convertible gleaming under the streetlights. As I peel out of the parking lot, tires squealing, I don't notice the small, furry passenger that's hitched a ride. My mind is laser-focused on one thing: finding Diane. I race through the streets of Breezy Point, the wind whipping through my hair. The town flies by in a blur of pastel buildings and manicured lawns. I barely register any of it. My knuckles are white on the steering wheel as I push the car to its limits. Finally, I screech to a halt at the far end of Breezy Point. The engine cuts off, leaving only the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. I take a deep breath, trying to calm the storm raging inside me. As I step out of the car, I hear a soft thud behind me. I whirl around, half expecting to see one of Mauser's goons, but there's nothing there. Shaking my head, I kick off my shoes and stride towards the beach. The sand is cool beneath my feet, a stark contrast to the fire in my veins. I scan the shoreline, my eyes straining in the dim light. Something's not right. I can feel it in my gut. Mauser and Diane are still here. They have to be. A rustling sound catches my attention. I freeze, every muscle in my body tensing. Slowly, I turn towards the noise, ready for anything. But what I see isn't Mauser or his goons or even Diane. It's a cat. Not just any cat, but Gigi, Veronique's prissy Persian. She's weaving through the tall grass above the beach, her gunmetal gray fur almost invisible in the darkness. "What the hell?" I mutter, watching as Gigi slinks towards me. "How did you get here?" The cat just stares at me with those knowing eyes, her diamond-studded collar glinting in the moonlight. For a moment, I wonder if I finally lost it. Am I really standing on a beach in the middle of the night talking to a cat? But then Gigi turns, her tail swishing as she looks back at me expectantly. It's almost as if she's saying, "Well, are you coming or not?" I shake my head, a wry smile tugging at my lips despite everything. "All right, Furball," I say, taking a step towards her. "Lead the way." I watch as Gigi's head snaps up, her nose twitching. The cat's entire body goes rigid, her tail sticking straight out behind her. It's like she's been hit with a jolt of electricity. Her eyes narrow, focused on something I can't see. "What is it, girl?" I mutter, crouching down beside her. Gigi's ears swivel, catching some sound beyond my range. She takes a tentative step forward, then another, her movements slow and deliberate. It's almost comical, watching this prissy Persian act like a bloodhound, but there's nothing funny about the situation. I inhale deeply, trying to catch whatever scent has Gigi so worked up. At first, all I smell is salt and seaweed, the familiar sense of the beach. But then... Holy crap, I breathe. It's faint, barely there, but unmistakable. A hint of jasmine and vanilla with just a touch of something spicy. Diane's perfume. The same scent that's been driving me crazy since the day I met her. Before I can process what this means, Gigi takes off like a shot, racing down the beach. "Gigi!" I hiss, not daring to raise my voice. "Get back here. You damn cat!" She glances back at me, her eyes glowing in the moonlight, but doesn't slow down. If anything, she picks up speed. "Damn," I mutter, pushing myself to my feet. My body screams in protest as I start to run. I haven't slept in days, and my muscles feel like they're made of lead. But I push through it, focusing on Gigi's retreating form. This is insane. Here I am, sprinting down a beach in the middle of the night, chasing after a damn cat like some kind of lunatic. My lungs burn, and every step feels like I'm dragging a ton of bricks, but I can't stop. I'm following a scent that might just be a figment of my sleep-deprived imagination, but if there's even the slightest chance it's real... I'm coming, Diane, I whisper, pushing myself to run faster. Just hold on. As I round a bend in the shoreline, I see Gigi disappear into the shadows of a rocky outcropping. My heart races, not just from the exertion. Could this be it? Could this prissy little furball have found what an entire search and rescue team couldn't? I skid to a stop at the base of the rocks, my eyes straining in the darkness. There's an opening, barely visible unless you're looking for it. A cave. Diane, I call out, my voice barely above a whisper. Are you in there?
Chapter 27. Diane. I wake with a start, my head pounding and my wrists raw from the makeshift bindings. The first thing I register is Roy's gruff voice, cutting through the rhythmic crash of waves against the cave walls. "Get your butts back to the heliport," he barks at his goons. "See if we can still take off from there. If the cops have it surrounded, call in for an ocean lift. We need to get the hell out of here." The two men nod silently and jog out of the cave, their footsteps fading into the distance. I keep my eyes half closed, feigning sleep. My heart races as I realize Roy's mistake. He's left the entrance unguarded. As my eyes adjust to the dim light, I notice movement at the cave's mouth. A familiar silhouette appears and I have to stifle a gasp. It's Gigi, Veronique's cat, peeking around the rocky outcropping. Her diamond-studded collar glints in the moonlight. I blink hard, wondering if I'm hallucinating. But no, she's really there, her gunmetal gray fur ruffled by the sea breeze. Our eyes lock for a moment, and I swear I see recognition in her amber gaze. Careful not to alert Roy, I keep my expression neutral. My mind races. If Gigi's here, surely help can't be far behind. But I can't risk Roy spotting her. My heart leaps as I catch a glimpse of movement above Gigi. There, peeking around the cliff's edge, is Dean's face. His sea blue eyes lock onto mine, filled with determination and relief. The moonlight catches his tousled reddish blonde hair, making it look almost silver. I want to cry out, to run to him, but I know I can't. Not yet. Dean raises a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. I give an imperceptible nod and avert my gaze. Focusing instead on Roy, he's pacing back and forth, phone pressed to his ear, oblivious to our silent exchange. "What do you mean the cops are crawling all over the helipad?" Roy barks into his phone. "I thought you idiots had a plan." I strain to hear the voice on the other end of the line. Roy's agitation grows with each passing second. "Boss, we managed to get the chopper off before the cops showed up," the goon explains. "It's sitting on your yacht, anchored out at sea. But there's no way we can use the Breezy Point helipad now. It's swarming with law enforcement." Roy curses, kicking at the sand. "So what's the plan then? We can't exactly stroll down the beach with a hostage, genius." "We're working on an ocean rescue," the goon replies. "The chopper can make it to your location in about 15 minutes. We just need to figure out the best pickup point." 15 minutes? Roy hisses. "Do you have any idea how much can go wrong in 15 minutes? I risk another glance at Dean. He's still there, his jaw clenched, as he listens to Roy's conversation. Gigi sits perfectly still beneath him, her amber eyes fixed on me. It's surreal, this silent tableau of rescue amidst the crashing waves and Roy's angry tirade. "Listen carefully," Roy growls into the phone. "I want that chopper here in 10 minutes, not 15. And if I see a single cop or hear a single siren, I swear to God I'll—" He breaks off, glancing in my direction. I quickly close my eyes, feigning sleep. My heart pounds so loudly, I'm sure he must hear it over the sound of the ocean. "Just get it done," Roy snaps, ending the call. I watch in horror as Roy turns his back to the cave entrance, punching numbers into his phone. My heart leaps into my throat as I spot Dean's silhouette creeping closer. Before I can even process what's happening, Dean launches himself at Roy, tackling him to the ground with a resounding thud. You son of a bitch! Dean roars, his fist connecting with Roy's jaw. Roy grunts, struggling beneath Dean's weight. Get off me, you bastard! The two men grapple in the sand, a tangle of limbs and fury. I strain against my bindings, desperate to help but utterly helpless. Dean, I cry out, my voice cracking with fear and relief. Be careful! Dean doesn't respond, too focused on subduing Roy. For a moment, it seems like he has the upper hand. His larger frame pins Roy to the ground, fists raining down on the mobster's face. This is for Diane, Dean snarls, landing another punch. And this is for threatening Breezy Point. Roy spits blood, his eyes wild with rage. You think you've won? You've got no idea what's coming, Brock. I spot it before Dean does, a large piece of driftwood just within Roy's reach. Dean, watch out! I scream, but it's too late. Roy's hand closes around the wood, and with a grunt of effort, he swings it upward. The sickening crack of wood against skull echoes through the cave. Dean's eyes go wide, then blank. He slumps forward, unconscious, as Roy shoves him off. No! I scream, the sound tearing from my throat. Dean, wake up! I drag myself across the sand, my bound wrists making it difficult to move. Dean's motionless form comes into focus, and my heart constricts. With trembling hands, I lift his head onto my lap, my tears falling onto his pale face. Dean, please, I whisper, my voice cracking. You can't do this to me. Not now. Not when I finally found you. His eyelids flutter but remain closed. I stroke his cheek, feeling the roughness of his stubble against my palm. You know, I thought you were just another rich jerk when we first met, I continue, choking back a sob. But you proved me wrong. You're kind and brave and... God, Dean, I love you. I love you so much it scares me. My fingers trace the contours of his face, memorizing every line and angle. Remember when we walked on the beach that night? I wanted to kiss you so badly. I should have. We've wasted so much time, and now... I lean down, pressing my forehead to his. Please, Dean, wake up. I need you. We could be a family if you want. You, me, and Chilia. Just, please, come back to me. A harsh laugh cuts through my plea. Roy's voice grates on my nerves as he sneers. How touching. I think I might cry. I glare at him, hatred burning in my chest. But before I can retort, I feel Dean stir beneath me. His sea blue eyes flutter open, unfocused at first, then sharpening as they lock onto mine. Diane, he groans, wincing in pain. Relief floods through me, but it's short-lived. Roy's gun appears in my peripheral vision, its muzzle pressed against Dean's temple. Welcome back to the land of the living, Brock, Roy snarls. Roy secures Dean's wrists with the discarded bow ties, pulling them tight enough to make Dean wince. My heart races, torn between relief at Dean's consciousness and terror at our increasingly dire situation. Roy's lips curl into a triumphant smirk. Well. Looks like the knight in shining armor decided to join our little party. I was wondering how long it'd take you to show up, Brock. Dean struggles against his bonds, his sea blue eyes blazing with fury. Let her go, Mauser. This is between you and me. Oh, I don't think so, Roy chuckles, waving his gun casually between us. See, now I've got the head of the world's largest intercollar PI firm as my hostage. That's one hell of an insurance policy. I glance at Dean, seeing the muscles in his jaw clench. He's thinking, calculating, those brilliant eyes of his darting around the cave. I know that look. He's formulating a plan. You really think you can just waltz out of here? I spit at Roy, trying to buy Dean some time. The entire coast is crawling with law enforcement. Roy's grin widens, sending a chill down my spine. That's the beauty of it, sweetheart. Nobody's gonna risk Dean Brock's life. He's too valuable, too connected. With him as my shield, I'll be sipping Mai Tais in a non-extradition country before sunrise. You're delusional, Dean growls, his voice low and dangerous. My team won't. Your team will do exactly what I say, Roy interrupts, pressing the gun against Dean's temple. Unless you want me to redecorate this charming little cave with your brains. My heart races as I look down at Dean, my breath hitching in my throat. He's alive, and even though his face is bruised and bloodied, those sea blue eyes are fierce and alive. Diane, his voice is hoarse, barely above a whisper, but it feels like the sweetest sound in the world. I nod, tears spilling over. I'm okay. He exhales slowly, relief washing over his features. But there's no time for comfort. The sound of rotors fills the cave. A helicopter approaches fast, cutting through the night air with an ominous thrum. My stomach drops as I realize what this means. Roy's expression twists into something predatory as he hears it too. He raises his gun and barks orders like a general ready for battle. Get out on the beach, now! It's go time. Dean and I exchange a glance. His eyes narrow in defiance, while mine widen with fear. The last thing I want is to face Roy out in the open where he has the upper hand. Come on, Roy growls, shoving me toward the cave entrance. I stumble forward, but Dean catches my arm just before I reach the mouth of the cave. We can't let him take us outside, he whispers urgently. He'll use us as leverage. The helicopter's whirring intensifies, drowning out everything else as we're pushed into the moonlight. My pulse pounds in my ears. It's all I can hear now, the roar of that machine getting closer. Roy forces us onto the beach. His gun pointed at Dean's back. The sand shifts beneath our feet. Each step feels heavier than the last. We're not going anywhere with you, Dean asserts through gritted teeth, trying to keep himself between me and Roy. Shut up, Roy snaps, shoving Dean hard enough that he stumbles forward into me. I grip Dean's arm tightly to steady him while keeping my gaze locked on Roy's cold stare. What do you want? I demand, my voice shaky but firm. Roy smirks like he owns this whole twisted situation. What do you think? A little escape plan courtesy of your boyfriend here. I'm not your pawn, Dean says defiantly. As we near the shoreline where shadows flicker under moonlight, panic claws at me from all sides. How can we turn this around? The helicopter finally breaks through the clouds above us, a looming metal beast silhouetted against the stars, and panic seeps into my veins like ice water. Get moving, Roy barks again, urgency creeping into his tone as he glances skyward. Dean, I whisper desperately, our eyes locking again for just a heartbeat longer than it should have been amidst chaos unfolding around us. His jaw tightens with determination. We can't give up yet. Not when there's still hope buried deep within this nightmare we've been thrown into together.
Chapter 28. Dean. I stumble out of the cave, my head throbbing from Roy's blow. The night sky's inky blackness envelops us, broken only by the distant beam from Roy's helicopter. Diane's warmth beside me is a small comfort as Roy shoves us forward, his gun a constant threat. Move it, lovebirds, Roy snarls, jabbing the barrel into my back. One wrong move and I'll paint the sand with your blood. I glance at Diane, her eyes wide with fear, but determination etched in the set of her jaw. She catches my look and gives a barely perceptible nod. We're in this together. The helicopter's rhythmic thump grows louder, drowning out the crash of waves. Sand whips around us as the downdraft intensifies. I squint against the sting, my mind racing for a way out of this mess. You won't get away with this, Roy! I shout over the noise. Every law enforcement agency from here to The Hague is looking for you. Roy's laugh is cold and mirthless. That's why I've got you two as insurance. No one's gonna risk the lives of Breezy Point's golden couple. As we near the water's edge, movement catches my eye. A streak of gunmetal gray fur, low to the ground. Gigi, the damn cat is still here. I almost smile, despite our dire situation. I watch in disbelief as Gigi's tail twitches, eyes locked on Roy like he's the world's biggest mouse. Before I can even process what's happening, she's airborne. What the F? Roy's curse is cut short as Gigi lands square on his face, a furry missile of retribution. The gun goes flying as Roy stumbles backward, arms flailing. Gigi's claws dig in, finding purchase in his scalp and cheeks. Her yowl of triumph mingles with Roy's scream of pain and shock. Jesus Christ! I shout, instinctively ducking as Roy spins wildly, trying to dislodge his feline attacker. Diane gasps beside me. Gigi! But Gigi's far from done. She latches onto Roy's ear with her teeth, growling like a miniature lion. Blood trickles down Roy's neck as he howls in agony. Get it off! Get this stupid cat off me! Roy's screams pierce the night air, a mix of rage and pain that would be comical if our lives weren't hanging in the balance. Get off me! Roy howls, spinning like a deranged ballerina. Gigi, bless her furry little heart, is relentless. She's latched onto Roy's face like it's her personal scratching post, and I swear I can hear her purring with satisfaction. In his frantic dance to dislodge Gigi, Roy's gun slips from his grasp. The metallic thud as it hits the sand is music to my ears. Diane, I hiss, my eyes locked on the fallen weapon. The gun! But I don't wait for her to act. Despite my bound hands, I lunge at Roy, tackling him to the ground. We hit the sand hard, and I use every ounce of strength I have to keep him pinned. You son of a bitch, I growl, bringing my tied fist down on his face. The impact sends shockwaves of pain up my arms, but I don't stop. Roy bucks beneath me, but between my weight and Gigi's continued assault, he's struggling to get the upper hand. Blood trickles from the scratches on his face, mingling with the sand. Dean, watch out! Diane's voice cuts through the chaos. I glance up to see her, wrists finally free, wielding the driftwood like a baseball bat. Her eyes are wild, hair whipping in the wind from the approaching helicopter. Batter up, butthead, she snarls, bringing the makeshift weapon down. Gigi, displaying a cat's uncanny sixth sense, leaps clear just as the driftwood connects with Roy's skull. The crack is sickening, and Roy goes limp beneath me. For a moment, the only sounds are our heavy breathing and the rhythmic thump of the helicopter blades. Diane drops the driftwood, her hands shaking. Holy crap, she whispers. Is he? I roll off Roy, my body aching in places I didn't even know could hurt. I struggle to my knees, my hands still bound. Diane, you okay? I ask, my voice hoarse. She nods, her eyes wide. I think so. You? Been better, I grunt. Mind giving me a hand here? Diane rushes over, her fingers working deftly at the knots. As soon as I'm free, I grab Roy's discarded gun and use the ties to secure his wrists. Damn, that's tight, I mutter, cinching the makeshift cuffs. Good, Diane says, her voice hard. Let the bastard suffer a bit. I look up at her, taking in the fire in her eyes, the set of her jaw. Even disheveled and covered in sand, she's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. You sure you're not hurt? I ask, reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her face. She catches my hand, holding it against her cheek. I'm okay. Really. The adrenaline starts to fade, leaving me shaky. I pull Diane into my arms, burying my face in her hair. She smells like salt and sand, and that damn perfume that's been driving me crazy for days. I thought I'd lost you, I whisper. Diane's arms tighten around me. For a while there, so did I. I pull back just enough to look into her eyes. I'm sorry for everything, for being such a stubborn jerk. She cuts me off with a kiss, fierce and desperate. When we finally break apart, We're both breathless. "I'm sorry, too," Diane says. "I was so caught up in my own pride, I couldn't see what was right in front of me." I laugh a bit shakily. "We're quite the pair, aren't we?" "Yeah," she agrees, smiling. I lean in, drawn to Diane like a magnet. Our lips meet, and it's like coming home after a long, treacherous journey. Her mouth is soft, yielding, yet there's an underlying hunger that matches my own. I cup her face in my hands, marveling at the silky smoothness of her skin against my calloused palms. Diane's fingers tangle in my hair, pulling me closer. I trace her lower lip with my tongue, and she opens for me with a soft sigh. The taste of her, salt and sweetness, makes my head spin. We're lost in each other, the world fading away until it's just us, just this moment. My heart pounds a staccato rhythm against my ribs, and I can feel hers echoing the same beat where our chests press together. A soft nudge against our legs breaks the spell. We part, breathless, to find Gigi sitting primly at our feet. The cat's golden eyes gleam with what I swear is amusement as she drops Roy's cell phone between us. "Well, hello there, hero," I say, chuckling as I scoop up the phone. Looks like someone's angling for a promotion from Mauser to secret agent. Diane laughs, the sound sending warmth through me. I think she's earned it, though she might need a bath first. We watch as Gigi settles onto the sand, fastidiously licking her paws. The cat pauses in her grooming to give us a look that clearly says, "You're welcome." "Right," I say, shaking my head. "Time to call in the cavalry." I punch in the number for my security team, keeping one arm wrapped around Diane's waist. As the phone rings, I press a kiss to her temple, silently vowing to never let her go again. "This is Dean Brock," I say when the call connects. "We're at Pirates Cove. Roy Mauser is in custody. Send immediate backup and medical assistance." I drop the call and turn to face Diane, my heart pounding with a mixture of relief and lingering adrenaline. Her amber eyes lock onto mine, and I'm struck once again by how beautiful she is, even with sand in her hair and scratches on her arms. "You okay?" I ask, reaching out to brush a strand of hair from her face. Diane nods, leaning into my touch. "Better now." I can't help myself. I pull her close and kiss her, pouring every ounce of fear and longing from the past few days into it. When we break apart, I rest my forehead against hers. "I really thought I'd lost you," I murmur. "You can't get rid of me that easily," Diane quips, but I can hear the tremor in her voice. "Good," I say, "because I'm never letting you out of my sight again." Diane laughs softly. "Is that a promise?" "Damn straight it is," I growl, kissing her again. We're interrupted by a soft meow. Gigi sits at our feet, looking entirely too pleased with herself. Diane chuckles and bends down to scratch behind the cat's ears. "And you, Miss Gigi, you're getting the biggest can of tuna I can find when we get back." As if on cue, police sirens pierce the night air. Flashlight beams dance along the coastline, growing brighter as they approach. "Looks like the cavalry's arrived," I say, wrapping an arm around Diane's waist. She leans into me, her warmth a comfort against the cool night air. "About time." We stand there, hand in hand, watching as the rescue team makes their way down the beach. Gigi weaves between our legs, purring contentedly. "You know," Diane says, glancing up at me with a mischievous glint in her eye, "for a stuffy billionaire, you're not half bad in a crisis." I laugh, feeling lighter than I have in years. "And for a party planner, you've got a mean swing." Diane grins. "Don't forget it." As the first responders reach us, I squeeze Diane's hand. Whatever comes next, we'll face it together.
Chapter 29. Diane. I slump into the plush leather armchair, my body aching from the ordeal. Dean's mansion, once a symbol of elegance and exclusivity, now buzzes with activity, Law enforcement officials dart from room to room, their radios crackling with updates. Media representatives hover like vultures, hungry for the next sensational headline. Miss Carthage, can you describe your kidnapper? A reporter shoves a microphone in my face. I sigh, rubbing my temples. I've already answered that question 3 times. But your viewers can wait, Dean interrupts, his voice firm as he places a protective hand on my shoulder. Miss Carthage needs rest. The reporter backs off, but another takes his place. It's an endless cycle of questions, each one more invasive than the last. The grand ballroom, where just days ago we danced and laughed, now serves as an impromptu press conference area. Crime scene tape adorns the elegant French doors, a stark reminder of how quickly things can change. I catch glimpses of familiar faces. Veronique, looking worried. Maria, wringing her hands. Even Gigi, perched regally on a nearby sideboard, surveying the chaos with feline disdain. Dean, I whisper, leaning close. How much longer do we have to do this? He squeezes my hand, his sea blue eyes meeting mine. Not much longer, I promise. We'll get through this together. As another wave of questions washes over us, I steal a glance at Dean. Despite the bruises on his face and the fatigue in his eyes, he stands tall, fielding inquiries with the poise of a seasoned CEO. For the first time since this nightmare began, I feel a sense of calm wash over me. We're safe. We're together. And somehow, we'll weather this storm. One more question, Dean announces, his tone brooking no argument. Then Miss Carthage and I need to rest. As the final query is posed and answered, I can't help but smile. It's over. We made it. I watch Dean usher the last of the reporters and law enforcement officials out of his mansion. My eyes follow his every move, taking in his disheveled tuxedo and the way his wavy reddish blonde hair falls across his forehead. Despite the chaos of the past few days, he still manages to look like he just stepped off a magazine cover. That's the last of them, Dean says, turning to me with a weary smile. You okay? I nod, unable to keep the admiration from my voice. You handled that like a pro. My knight in rumpled Armani. He chuckles, adjusting his collar. As he reaches for the door to close it, a blur of blonde hair and designer perfume rushes past him. My jaw drops as I recognize the leggy blonde from before. The one I'd seen with Dean at the airport and through his office window. She throws her arms around Dean's neck, planting kisses on both his cheeks. Oh, Dean, I was so worried. Are you all right? I feel my blood begin to boil. After everything we've been through, after all the tender moments we shared in that cave, this is how it ends? With some long-legged homewrecker pawing at my man? Who the hell are you? I holler, marching towards them. Get your hands and lips off of him. Dean and the blonde turn, their faces a picture of shock. Dean's sea-blue eyes widen as he takes in my furious expression. Diane, this is not at all what you think, he says, his voice calm despite the tension crackling in the air. I scoff, crossing my arms over my chest. That's what you said last time. I'm not going to be made a fool twice. To my surprise, Dean breaks into a chuckle. A smile spreads across his face as he gestures between us. Diane, this is my half-sister Clarissa, he says, his voice tinged with amusement. Clarissa, this is Diane, the love of my life. I feel the anger drain from my body, replaced by a wave of embarrassment. Your sister? I stammer, my eyes darting between them. Oh my God, what an idiot I've been. Clarissa's laughter joins Dean's, and I feel my face heat up. I want to crawl into a hole and disappear. I'm so sorry, I mumble, unable to meet either of their eyes. I saw you two together before, and I thought, Dean steps forward, wrapping an arm around my waist. You thought I was cheating on you with my own sister? He quirks an eyebrow, his tone teasing. I didn't realize you had such a vivid imagination, Miss Carthage. I bury my face in his chest, groaning. Can we pretend this never happened? I can't help but laugh as Dean pulls both Clarissa and me into a group hug. The tension in my body melts away, replaced by a warm, fuzzy feeling of belonging. I'm so sorry for the misunderstanding, I say, my voice muffled against Dean's chest. Clarissa pulls back, her eyes twinkling with amusement. Don't worry about it, Diane. Dean's been gushing about you nonstop. I feel like I already know you. I raise an eyebrow at Dean. Oh, really? And what exactly has he been saying? Dean clears his throat, adjusting his collar. Only the good stuff, I promise. Which means everything, Clarissa chimes in, winking at me. Dean rolls his eyes, but I can see the affection in his gaze. All right, enough embarrassing me. We've got some explaining to do. He leads us to the living room, where we settle onto the plush sofas. I curl up next to Dean, relishing the warmth of his body against mine. Clarissa's been working as a covert operator for the Brock Group. Dean begins, his arm draped casually over my shoulders. I turn to Clarissa, my eyes wide. You're a spy? She nods, a sly smile playing on her lips. Among other things. My latest assignment was infiltrating Roy Mauser's operation. Wait, I interrupt, pieces clicking into place. You were the honey trap? Clarissa laughs. Guilty as charged. I got close to one of Roy's lieutenants and gathered intel on their Middle East opium cartel. Dean leans forward, his expression serious. Mauser's been using the port of Rotterdam as his main shipping hub for drugs and guns. Clarissa's work was instrumental in building a case against him for The Hague. I whistle, impressed. No wonder Roy was so desperate to get his hands on the Brock Group's files. I lean forward, my amber eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, so even you didn't know about this operation, Dean? Dean shakes his head, adjusting his collar. Not until a few days ago. Clarissa saw Roy with Runyon and put two and two together. Poor Runyon, I sigh, relief washing over me. I knew he couldn't be involved in anything shady. Clarissa nods, her honey blonde waves bouncing. Roy was blackmailing him. Runyon's past indiscretions were just leverage. Damn, Dean mutters, running a hand through his wavy reddish blonde hair. I should have seen it coming. I squeeze his hand. Hey, you can't blame yourself. Even the great Dean Brock can't predict everything. He smirks, those sea blue eyes twinkling. Don't let that get around. I've got a reputation to maintain. Suddenly, a commotion erupts outside. We exchange glances and rush to the window. Damn, I breathe, pressing my nose against the glass. In the circular drive, a scene straight out of a crime drama unfolds. Roy Mauser, his face a mess of scratches, courtesy of Gigi no doubt, is being manhandled into a police cruiser. His goons follow, each looking more dejected than the last. Looks like the party's over for Roy, Clarissa quips, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Dean opens the front door, and we step out onto the porch. The cool night air hits my skin, and I shiver, partly from the chill and partly from the surreal nature of it all. Roy spots us and starts shouting, "This isn't over, Brock. You hear me? I've got friends in high places." Dean's arm snakes around my waist, pulling me close. Yeah? Well, your new home's got some pretty high walls, Mauser. Enjoy the view. I can't help but laugh as Roy's face turns an impressive shade of purple. The cops shove him into the back seat, and with a chorus of sirens and flashing lights, the convoy peels out of the driveway. As the chaos of Roy's arrest dies down, I notice a familiar figure sauntering up the beach. Gigi, her gunmetal gray fur glowing in the moonlight, trots towards us with an air of feline superiority. She pauses at one of Dean's driveway lantern stands, gracefully leaping onto it and settling in like it's her personal throne. I can't help but smile at the sight. This cat, with her diamond-studded collar catching the light, just helped save our lives. I walk over to her, my legs still a bit shaky from the ordeal. "Well, look who decided to grace us with her presence," I say, reaching out to scratch behind her ears. "Our little hero." Gigi tilts her head, accepting the praise as if it's her due. I scoop her up into my arms, cradling her against my chest. She's surprisingly heavy for such a dainty-looking creature. "You know," I whisper to her, "I think you deserve an extra special treat tonight. How about some of that fancy tuna Veronique keeps hidden behind the counter?" Gigi's purr rumbles against my chest, her eyes closing in contentment. I can almost hear her thinking, "It's about time someone recognized my true worth." Dean walks up beside us, his hand coming to rest on the small of my back. "Looks like we've got a new security consultant," he jokes, reaching out to stroke Gigi's fur. The cat opens one eye, regarding Dean with what I can only describe as grudging approval. She stretches out a paw, tapping his hand lightly as if to say, "You'll do, I suppose." I laugh, the sound bubbling up from somewhere deep inside me. After days of fear and tension, it feels good to just be. Here, with Dean's warmth at my side and Gigi's comforting weight in my arms, I finally feel safe. "What do you say we get this little hero inside?" Dean suggests, his thumb tracing circles on my back. "I think we could all use some rest." I nod, following him towards the house. As we walk, Gigi nuzzles deeper into my arms, her quiet purr a soothing soundtrack to the night.
Chapter 30. Dean! I saunter into Café Veronique, the bell above the door chiming my arrival. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee envelops me as I spot Diane at our usual table, her head bent over a stack of papers. My heart skips a beat at the sight of her, even after everything we've been through. "Morning, beautiful," I say, dropping a kiss on her cheek before sliding into the seat across from her. Diane looks up, her amber eyes sparkling. "Hey, handsome. Took you long enough." I grab the Breezy Point shiny sheet from the next table, whistling low as I see the headline. "Billionaire Buster, Mauser's crime empire crumbles in Breezy Point." Below it, a vivid photo shows Roy Mauser being escorted by stern-faced FBI agents, his hands cuffed behind his back, and his once smug expression replaced by a scowl. "Well, would you look at that?" I mutter, scanning the article. "Says here our friend Roy is wanted in not just 3, but 7 countries. Guess we helped clean up more than just Breezy Point." Diane leans over, her shoulder brushing mine as she peers at the paper. "Read me the good part." I clear my throat dramatically. In a daring rescue, Dean Brock, CEO of the renowned Brock Group, single-handedly took down Mauser and his goons, saving local businesswoman Diane Carthage from certain peril. "Single-handedly?" Diane scoffs, but I can see the smile tugging at her lips. I seem to remember a certain party planner and a very brave cat being involved. "Details, details," I wave my hand dismissively, then point to a smaller photo in the corner. It's us, standing in my mansion's foyer, surrounded by a sea of microphones and eager reporters. Despite the chaos, we're both grinning, my arm wrapped protectively around Diane's waist. "We look pretty good," I joke, nudging her playfully. Diane rolls her eyes, but I catch the hint of a blush on her cheeks. "You're impossible," she says, turning back to her work. I watch her for a moment, marveling at how effortlessly she slipped back into her routine, planning parties and sipping coffee as if we hadn't just survived a kidnapping ordeal. That's my girl, tough as nails and twice as sharp. "So," I drawl, leaning back in my chair, Any chance I could convince you to take a break from work and join me for a walk on the beach? Maybe a little dinner? Diane looks up, her pen poised midair. Dean Brock, are you trying to distract me from my job? I grin, unrepentant. Always. Diane's eyes light up, a smile spreading across her face. Well, Mr. Brock, you've piqued my interest. Where are we going? I lean in, my voice low and conspiratorial. That's for me to know and you to find out. Just be ready at 7. I'll pick you up at your place. She raises an eyebrow, intrigued. All right, I'm game. What should I wear? A mischievous grin tugs at my lips. A bikini? A bikini? Diane's eyes widen, her pen clattering to the table. Dean, what are you planning? I chuckle, enjoying her reaction. Okay, fine. Maybe not a bikini. How about a sundress? She narrows her eyes, studying me. A sundress? In the evening? Trust me, I say, reaching across the table to take her hand. No questions, just do what I say. Diane hesitates for a moment, then squeezes my hand. All right, you win. I'll be ready at 7 in a sundress, no questions asked. I stand up, adjusting my collar out of habit. Perfect. I promise you won't regret it. As I turn to leave, Diane calls out, Dean? I look back, raising an eyebrow. This better not involve any more kidnappings or gun-wielding maniacs, she says, her tone playful but with a hint of seriousness. I laugh, shaking my head. No criminals this time, I swear. Just you, me, and a surprise. With that, I head out of the cafe, already planning the evening ahead. Diane's in for one hell of a night, and I can't wait to see her face when she realizes what I've got in store. As the clock strikes 7, I pull up to Diane's place in my sleek convertible, the engine purring softly. I step out, adjusting my linen suit, and take a deep breath. The salty sea air fills my lungs, calming my nerves. Diane emerges from her house, a vision in a flowing sundress that hugs her curves in all the right places. My breath catches in my throat. You look stunning, I manage, offering her my arm. She takes it, eyeing me suspiciously. Thanks. You clean up pretty well yourself, Brock. Now where are we going? I grin, opening the car door for her. You'll see. We drive along the coast, the wind tousling our hair. Diane's laughter fills the air as she tries to guess our destination. As we approach Pirate's Cove, I feel her tense beside me. Dean, she says, her voice tight. Why are we here? I park the car and turn to face her, taking her hands in mine. Trust me. She hesitates, then nods. I lead her towards the cave, feeling her grip tighten with each step. As we round the corner, the scene before us unfolds. The cave entrance is draped with twinkling fairy lights, casting a warm glow on the sand. Soft music drifts from hidden speakers, mingling with the sound of waves lapping at the shore. A large, plush blanket is spread out, adorned with pillows in rich jewel tones. Next to it sits a wicker picnic basket, overflowing with gourmet treats. But it's not just the romantic setup that catches Diane's eye. Standing there, grinning from ear to ear, are all her friends from town. Veronique, in a chic beach caftan, raises a glass of champagne. Maria and Stephanie, decked out in colorful sarongs, wave enthusiastically. Even Jim Crothier is there, looking slightly out of place, but happy in his Hawaiian shirt. Diane's jaw drops. How did you? I chuckle, wrapping an arm around her waist. Surprise, baby. I figured it was time we reclaimed this place, made some new memories here. Veronique steps forward, Gigi perched regally in her arms. We couldn't let you two lovebirds have all the fun now, could we? Diane's eyes well up with tears, but she's smiling. You guys are unbelievable. I take a deep breath, feeling the weight of the velvet box in my pocket. The moment I've been planning for weeks is finally here. With a quick glance at our friends, I see them nodding encouragingly. It's now or never. Diane, I say, my voice surprisingly steady despite the nerves coursing through me. There's one more surprise tonight. She looks at me, curiosity dancing in those amber eyes I've grown to love. Oh? And what might that be, Mr. Brock? I chuckle, adjusting my collar. Well, Miss Carthage, it's something I've been wanting to do for a while now. With that, I drop to one knee, the soft sand cushioning my descent. Diane's eyes widen, her hand flying to her mouth as realization dawns. Oh my God, she whispers, barely audible over the crashing waves. I pull out the powder-pink velvet box, my hands trembling slightly as I open it. The diamond catches the light from the fairy lights, sending prisms dancing across Diane's face. Diane Carthage, I begin, my voice husky with emotion. You've turned my world upside down in the best possible way. You've made me laugh. You've challenged me. And you've shown me what it means to truly love someone. Will you do me the extraordinary honor of becoming my wife? Tears spill down Diane's cheeks, but her smile is radiant. Dean Brock, you impossible man, she says, her voice thick with emotion. Of course I'll marry you. I slip the ring onto her finger, my heart soaring. As I stand, Diane throws her arms around my neck, pulling me in for a kiss that tastes of salt and joy and promise. Our friends erupt in cheers, their voices echoing off the cave walls. Veronique pops a champagne bottle, the cork flying into the air and narrowly missing Jim's head. Watch it, he yelps, ducking. Sorry, old man, Veronique laughs, pouring generous glasses for everyone. Stephanie sidles up to us, beaming. So, what do you think of the ring? Dean here had me working overtime to get it perfect. Diane holds out her hand, admiring the sparkle. It's absolutely stunning, Steph. You've outdone yourself. Only the best for our Diane. Stephanie winks. Maria appears, already swaying to the music. Enough chit-chat. This calls for a dance. As our friends converge on us with hugs and congratulations, I pull Diane close, whispering in her ear. Ready for our next adventure, future Mrs. Brock? She grins up at me, her eyes shining. With you? Always. As the party reaches its crescendo, I pull Diane away from our enthusiastic friends, leading her to the edge of the cave where the waves gently lap at our feet. The cool water sends a shiver up my spine, washing away the last remnants of tension I didn't even realize I was still carrying. You know, I say, wrapping an arm around Diane's waist, I think I finally get why they call this place Pirate's Cove. We've certainly found our treasure here. Diane laughs, the sound mixing with the crash of waves. Really, Brock? That's the best line you've got? Hey, cut me some slack. I just pulled off the surprise of the century. She leans into me, her head resting on my shoulder. That you did. I still can't believe you managed to keep this a secret. What can I say? I'm a man of many talents. And modest, too, she quips, but I can hear the smile in her voice. We stand in comfortable silence for a moment, watching the moonlight dance on the water. The sound of our friends' laughter echoes behind us, a stark contrast to the last time we were in this cave. It's funny, Diane says softly. I thought I'd never want to set foot in this place again. But now... I turn to face her, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. Now? Now it feels different. Like we've reclaimed it, you know? I nod, understanding exactly what she means. It's like all the bad memories are just floating away. Diane's eyes meet mine, a mischievous glint in them. Did you practice that line too? Nope, that one was all natural charm. She rolls her eyes, but her smile widens. Well, Mr. Natural Charm, I have to agree. It feels like we're washing away the past and starting fresh. I pull her closer, my voice low and serious. From now on, this will always be our special place. No more kidnappings, no more gun-wielding maniacs. just us. And occasionally, our nosy friends? Diane asks, gesturing back to where Veronique is attempting to teach Jim some sort of dance move. I laugh, the sound echoing off the cave walls. Yeah, and occasionally our nosy friends, but mostly just us.
Chapter 31. Diane. I stand at the entrance of the Breezy Point Pier Dance Hall, my heart racing with a mix of excitement and nerves. The setting sun paints the sky in a breathtaking array of oranges, pinks, and purples, casting a warm glow over the glass and iron solarium. As twilight descends, the pier's white lanterns flicker to life, creating a magical canopy of twinkling lights that stretches out over the ocean. "You ready for this?" Dean whispers, giving my hand a gentle squeeze. I take a deep breath, inhaling the salty sea air. As ready as I'll ever be. We step inside, and I'm immediately struck by the transformation. The dance hall, usually a simple, elegant space, has been turned into a glittering wonderland. Crystal chandeliers hang from the ceiling, their light refracted through hundreds of prisms, casting rainbow patterns across the polished wooden floor. Garlands of white roses and fairy lights adorn every pillar and archway, their sweet scent mingling with the ocean breeze. Wow, I breathe, taking it all in. I can't believe this is happening. Dean chuckles, his sea blue eyes twinkling with mischief. What, the gala or the wedding? Both, I admit, laughing. When you proposed doing them together, I thought you were crazy. Crazy efficient, maybe, he says with a wink. Why have one party when you can have two? As the music begins to play, Dean gives my hand one last squeeze before leaving to take his place at the altar. I watch him go, my heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and nerves. The soft strains of the string quartet fill the air, and I take a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I glance around the room, taking in the spectacle we've created. It's not just a wedding or a gala, it's a media circus. Through the glass walls of the solarium, I can see helicopters circling overhead, their rotors creating a dull thrum that underlies the music. Satellite trucks line the parking lot, their dishes pointed skyward, ready to broadcast our happy moment to the world. Looks like you've outdone yourself this time, Diane, Veronique whispers, adjusting my veil. The whole world's watching. I laugh softly. Yeah, who knew planning my own wedding would be the biggest event of my career? The billionaire and the party planner, Maria chimes in, smoothing out a wrinkle in my gown. It's like a modern-day fairy tale. I look out at the crowd, a sea of tuxedos and glittering gowns. Maria's handiwork is everywhere, from the intricate beading on my dress to the perfectly tailored suits of the groomsmen. Billionaires mingle with workers, all dressed in their ultra-formal best. It's a sight that warms my heart. You know, I say, turning to my friends, I think this might be my favorite part, seeing everyone together like this. Stephanie nods, her eyes twinkling. You've made quite an impact on Dean. Who would have thought he'd end up throwing a party for the whole town? Love can change a person, I reply. My eyes finding Dean at the altar. He looks nervous but determined, his sea blue eyes scanning the crowd until they lock with mine. Even up from this distance, I can feel the intensity of his gaze. Ready? Jim asks, appearing at my side to walk me down the aisle. I take his arm, my bouquet trembling slightly in my hand, as I'll ever be. The music swells, and my heart races as I watch my friends and Dean's closest confidants make their way down the aisle. Each step brings me closer to the moment I've been dreaming of, but nothing could have prepared me for what comes next. My breath catches in my throat as I see Chelsea, my beautiful daughter, being wheeled down the aisle by her caretakers. She's wearing a miniature version of my dress, looking like a princess in her own right. Her eyes are wide with wonder, taking in the spectacle around her. Look at her go, Jim whispers, giving my arm a gentle squeeze. I can barely speak, overwhelmed by emotion. She's perfect. Chelsea's tiny hands grasp at the basket of petals in her lap. With a determination I've never seen before, she reaches in and throws a handful of rose petals onto the aisle. The crowd gasps in delight, and I feel tears welling up in my eyes. Did you see that? I whisper to Jim, my voice thick with emotion. He nods, his own eyes misty. She's a fighter, just like her mama. The music changes, signaling our entrance. Jim and I begin our walk down the aisle, but my eyes are locked on Chelsea. She's beaming, her face lit up with joy as she continues to toss petals. We're halfway down the aisle when I hear it. A small voice, barely audible over the music, but unmistakable to my ears. Mommy! I stop in my tracks, my heart pounding. Did I imagine it? But no, Chelsea's looking right at me, her arms outstretched. Mommy! She calls again, louder this time. Tears stream down my face as I break away from Jim, rushing to Chelsea's side. I drop to my knees, not caring about my dress or the hundreds of eyes watching us. Oh, baby, I sob, wrapping my arms around her. You did so good. I'm so proud of you. I feel a hand on my shoulder and look up to see Dean kneeling beside us, his eyes shining with unshed tears. Ready for us to be a family? He asks, taking my hand in his. I nod, unable to speak through my tears. Dean helps me to my feet, and together we stand before the officiant, Chelsea between us. As I look into Dean's eyes, I know that this moment, right here, is the beginning of something beautiful. The officiant begins the ceremony, her voice carrying across the solarium, but I'm barely listening, my eyes locked on Dean. He's a vision nestled in his white tux, the crisp lines accentuating his lean frame. The sea breeze tousles his reddish blonde hair, giving him that effortlessly tousled look I've come to adore. His sea blue eyes sparkle with an intensity that takes my breath away. Dearly beloved, the officiant's words filter through my Dean-induced haze. We are gathered here today. I catch snippets of the ceremony, but I'm too caught up in the moment, in Dean's presence, to focus entirely. His hand in mine anchors me, his thumb tracing soothing circles on my skin. Finally, it's time for our vows. I take a deep breath, my heart pounding as I begin. Dean, I start, my voice wavering slightly. If someone had told me a year ago that I'd be standing here marrying a billionaire CEO, I would have laughed in their face. But here we are, and I've never been happier. I pause, gathering my thoughts. When we first met, I thought you were just another snobby rich guy. Boy, was I wrong. You've shown me a depth of love and understanding I never thought possible. You've embraced Chelsea as your own, and you've given us both a family we never knew we needed. Tears prick at my eyes, but I blink them back. I never imagined I'd find love again, especially not with someone like you. But you, Dean Brock, are different. You're kind. You're passionate. And you have a heart bigger than all your bank accounts combined. I promise to love you, support you, and occasionally knock you down a peg when that CEO ego gets too big. A chuckle ripples through the crowd, and Dean grins, squeezing my hand. Then it's Dean's turn. He clears his throat, those sea blue eyes boring into mine. Diane, he begins, his voice husky with emotion. You crashed into my life like a hurricane, turning everything upside down in the best possible way. You challenged me, you frustrated me, and ultimately, you made me a better man. He pauses, adjusting his collar in that endearing way of his. I thought I had everything figured out, my career, my life. But you showed me what I was missing. You and Chelsea have filled a void in my heart I didn't even know existed. Tears well up in my eyes as he continues. I promise to love you both unconditionally, to support your dreams, and to always have your backs. I promise to be the husband and father you both deserve, and I promise to never, ever take either of you for granted. By now, I'm openly crying, overwhelmed by the depth of emotion in his words. The officiant's voice breaks through my emotional haze. By the power vested in me, I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride. Dean pulls me close, his lips meeting mine in a kiss that's both tender and passionate. The crowd erupts in cheers, but all I can focus on is Dean, my husband, and the promise of our future together. The reception hall buzzes with laughter and chatter as we all gather around a massive circular table. I can't help but smile, taking in the sight of everyone together, happy and safe. It's surreal, really. How much has changed in just a few days? I still can't believe we pulled this off, I say, shaking my head in disbelief. Runyon chuckles, raising his champagne glass. To Diane and Dean, the couple who turned Breezy Point upside down and somehow made it better. Here, here, Dick chimes in, his face split in a wide grin. It's strange seeing him so relaxed, so normal. I guess we were all quick to judge. I feel a gentle squeeze on my hand and turn to see Clarissa beaming at me. I couldn't have asked for a better sister-in-law, she says, her eyes twinkling. Or a better niece. She tickles Chelsea's chin, eliciting a burst of giggles from my daughter. My heart swells as I watch Dean's face light up at the sight of his sister and daughter bonding. He catches my eye and winks, adjusting his collar in that adorable way of his. You know, Maria pipes up, I think this calls for a toast to Gigi, the real hero of Breezy Point. We all turn to look at the gunmetal gray Persian, perched regally on a white pedestal Veronique had insisted on bringing. Gigi's busy alternating between two crystal dishes, one filled with shrimp, the other with wedding cake, looking every bit the pampered feline she is. To Gigi? We all chorus, raising our glasses. The cat pauses her feast long enough to give us a self-satisfied look before returning to her gourmet meal. As the laughter dies down, I feel a sudden need for some fresh air. I excuse myself and step out onto the balcony, the cool sea breeze a welcome respite from the warm reception hall. I'm lost in thought, staring out at the moonlit waves when I feel Dean's presence behind me. He wraps his arms around my waist, and I lean back into his chest, savoring the moment. "Penny for your thoughts, Mrs. Brock?" he murmurs into my ear. I turn in his arms, looking up into those sea blue eyes I've come to adore. "Just thinking about how lucky I am," I reply honestly. Dean's expression softens. "I've got something to tell you," he says, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I'm getting the best doctors for Chelsea. And," he pauses, building the suspense, "I'm having a wing added to the mansion for Chelsea and her caregivers. No more distance. No more regrets." I gasp, tears welling up in my eyes. "Dean, I don't know what to say." He cups my face in his hands, his thumbs gently wiping away my tears. "Say you'll let me be the father Chelsea deserves, that you'll let us be a real family." Unable to speak, I throw my arms around him, hugging him tightly. In that moment, with the sound of the waves and our friends' laughter in the background, I know that this is exactly where I'm meant to be. The roar of helicopter blades cuts through the air, drowning out the chatter and laughter of our guests. I whip my head around, my veil fluttering in the sudden gust of wind. A sleek black chopper descends onto the beach, kicking up a whirlwind of sand and sea spray. "Dean," I gasp, gripping his arm. "What's going on?" He grins, that mischievous twinkle in his sea blue eyes. "Just a little surprise, Mrs. Brock." The chopper touches down, and my jaw drops as the door slides open. Out steps none other than Craven Doll, international spy thriller superstar, looking dapper in a midnight black tux. No way, I breathe, barely audible over the dying rotor wash. Craven saunters over, flashing his signature smirk. Congratulations, you two. Ready for your grand exit? Dean chuckles. What do you say, Diane? Fancy a ride? I laugh, shaking my head in disbelief. You're impossible, you know that? That's why you married me, he quips, leading me towards the chopper. As we approach, the opening bars of Craven's iconic movie theme blare from speakers I hadn't even noticed. The crowd goes wild, cheering and applauding as Craven helps us aboard. Have fun, kids, he winks, closing the door behind us. The chopper lifts off, and I catch a glimpse of our guests waving frantically below. Camera flashes pop like fireworks, and I spot at least a dozen news vans lining the beach. Dean, I say, turning to my new husband. Are we on TV? He nods, gesturing to a small screen in the cockpit. Live, actually, worldwide. I watch, stunned, as the footage of our takeoff plays on every major news network. The ticker at the bottom reads, Breaking, Spy Catcher weds party planner in surprise ceremony. Oh my God. I laugh, a mix of shock and elation. This is insane. The chopper banks, and I gasp as I spot a massive yacht anchored offshore. Its name, freshly painted on the stern, makes my heart skip a beat. The Diane. Welcome aboard, Dean murmurs in my ear as we touch down on the helipad. As we step onto the deck, I turn to face him, overwhelmed by the moment. I can't believe you did all this. Dean pulls me close, his eyes locked on mine. Better believe it, because this spy catcher won't let his nabbed girl go. Dean saunters over to the yacht's bar, his movements fluid and confident, despite the gentle sway of the deck beneath our feet. I can't help but admire the way his tuxedo hugs his lean frame as he reaches for 2 champagne flutes. To new beginnings, he says, handing me a glass. The crystal catches the moonlight, sending tiny rainbows dancing across the polished wood of the deck. I take a sip, the bubbles tickling my nose. And to surprises, I still can't believe you pulled this off. Dean grins, that cocky half smile that used to infuriate me, but now sets my heart racing. Babe, I'm just getting started. The yacht's engines purr to life, and we begin to glide away from the shore. I turn to look back at Breezy Point, gasping at the sight. The mansion stands like a beacon against the night sky, every window ablaze with light. It's as if the entire town has turned on their lights to bid us farewell. It's beautiful, I whisper, leaning against the railing. Dean comes up behind me, wrapping an arm around my waist. Not as beautiful as you. I roll my eyes, but can't hide my smile. Smooth talker. Only for you, Mrs. Brock. The sound of my new name sends a thrill through me. I turn in his arms, looking up into those sea blue eyes that I've come to love so much. We stand in comfortable silence for a moment. The only sounds the gentle lapping of waves against the hull and the distant hum of the engines. The lights of Breezy Point grow smaller, but the warmth in my chest only grows. Dean sets down his champagne flute and cups my face in his hands. I love you, Diane, he murmurs, his voice husky with emotion. I love you too, Dean, I whisper back. He leans in, and our lips meet in a kiss that's both tender and passionate. As we sail away towards our bright future, I know that this is just the beginning of our greatest adventure yet.